The following is an audiobook production of the Nietzsche Podcast. All rights reserved. The Birth of Tragedy, or Hellenism and Pessimism, by Friedrich Nietzsche. New edition with an attempt at a self-criticism. Read by Keegan Kjeldsen. Attempt at a self-criticism. Whatever may be at the bottom of this questionable book, it must have been an exceptionally significant and fascinating question, and deeply personal at that. The time in which it was written, in spite of which it was written, bears witness to that. The exciting time of the Franco-Prussian War of 1870-71. As the thunder of the Battle of Wörth was rolling over Europe, the muser and riddle friend who was to be the father of this book sat somewhere in an alpine nook, very bemused and beriddled, hence very concerned and yet unconcerned, and wrote down his thoughts about the Greeks, the core of the strange and almost inaccessible book to which this belated preface, or postscript, shall now be added. A few weeks later, and he himself was to be found under the walls of Metz, still wedded to the question marks that he had placed after the alleged cheerfulness of the Greeks and of Greek art. Eventually, in that month of profoundest suspense, when the peace treaty was still being debated at Versailles, he too attained peace with himself, and, slowly convalescing from an illness contracted at the front, completed the final draft of The Birth of Tragedy out of the spirit of music. Out of music? Music and tragedy? Greeks and the music of tragedy? Greeks and the art form of pessimism? The best turned out, most beautiful, most envied type of humanity to date, those most apt to seduce us to life, the Greeks. How now? They of all people should have needed tragedy? Even more art? For what Greek art? You will guess where the big question mark concerning the value of existence had thus been raised. Is pessimism necessarily a sign of decline, decay, degeneration, weary and weak instincts, as it once was in India, and now is, to all appearances, among us modern men and Europeans? Is there a pessimism of strength, an intellectual predilection for the hard, gruesome, evil, problematic aspect of existence, prompted by well-being, by overflowing health, by the fullness of existence? Is it perhaps possible to suffer precisely from overfullness? The sharp-eyed courage that tempts and not tempts, that craves the frightful as the enemy, the worthy enemy, against whom one can test one's strength, from whom one can learn what it means to be frightened. What is the significance of the tragic myth among the Greeks of the best, the strongest, the most courageous period? And the tremendous phenomenon of the Dionysian, and born from it tragedy, what might they signify? And again, that of which tragedy died, the Socratism of morality, the dialectics, frugality, and cheerfulness of the theoretical man. How now? Might not this very Socratism be a sign of decline, of weariness, of infection, of the anarchical dissolution of the instincts? And the Greek cheerfulness of the later Greeks, merely the afterglow of the sunset? The Epicureans' resolve against pessimism, a mere precaution of the afflicted? And science itself, our science, indeed, what is the significance of all science, viewed as a symptom of life? For what, worse yet, whence all science? How now? Is the resolve to be so scientific about everything, perhaps a kind of fear of, an escape from, pessimism? A subtle last resort against truth? And morally speaking, a sort of cowardice and falseness? Amorally speaking, a ruse? O Socrates, Socrates, was that perhaps your secret? O enigmatic ironist, was that perhaps your irony? 2. What I then got hold of, something frightful and dangerous, a problem with horns, but not necessarily a bull, in any case, a new problem. Today I should say that it was the problem of science itself. Science considered for the first time as problematic, as questionable. But the book in which my youthful courage and suspicion found an outlet, what an impossible book had to result from a task so uncongenial to youth. Constructed from a lot of immature, overgreen personal experiences, all of them close to the limits of communication, presented in the context of art, for the problem of science cannot be recognized in the context of science. A book perhaps for artists who also have an analytic and retrospective penchant. In other words, an exceptional type of artist for whom one might have to look far and wide and really would not care to look. A book full of psychological innovations and artists' secrets, with an artist's metaphysics in the background. A youthful work, full of the intrepid mood of youth, the moodiness of youth, independent, defiantly self-reliant, even where it seems to bow before an authority and personal reverence. And some, a first book, also in every bad sense of that label. In spite of the problem which seems congenial to old age, the book is marked by every defect of youth, with its length and excess, and its storm and stress. On the other hand, considering its success, especially with the great artist to whom it addressed itself as in a dialogue, Richard Wagner, it is a proven book. I mean one that, in any case, satisfied the best minds of the time. In view of that, it really ought to be treated with some consideration and taciturnity. Still, I do not want to suppress entirely how disagreeable it now seems to me. How strange it appears now, after 16 years, before a much older, 100 times more demanding, but by no means colder eye, which has not become a stranger to the task which this audacious book dared to tackle for the first time. To look at science in the perspective of the artist, but at art in that of life. 3. To say it once more, today I find it an impossible book. I consider it badly written, ponderous, embarrassing, image-mad and image-confused, sentimental, in places saccharine to the point of effeminacy, uneven in tempo, without the will to logical cleanliness, very convinced and therefore disdainful of proof, mistrustful even of the propriety of proof, a book for initiates, music for those dedicated to music, those who are closely related to begin with on the basis of common and rare aesthetic experiences, music meant as a sign of recognition for close relatives in artibus, an arrogant and rhapsodic book that sought to exclude right from the beginning the profanum vulgus of the educated, even more than the mass or the folk. Still, the effect of the book proved, and proves, that it had a knack for seeking out fellow rhapsodizers, and for luring them on to new secret paths and dancing places. What found expression here was, anyway, this was admitted with as much curiosity as antipathy, a strange voice, the disciple of a still unknown God, one who concealed himself for the time being under the scholar's hood, under the gravity and dialectical ill humor of the German, even under the bad manners of the Wagnerian. Here was a spirit with strange, still nameless needs, a memory bursting with questions, experiences, concealed things, after which the name of Dionysus was added as one more question mark. What spoke here, as was admitted not without suspicion, was something like a mystical, almost Maenadic soul that stammered with difficulty, a feat of the will, as in a strange tongue, almost undecided whether it should communicate or conceal itself. It should have sung, this new soul, and not spoken. What I had to say then, too bad that I did not dare say it as a poet. Perhaps I had the ability. Or, at least, as a philologist. After all, Even today, practically everything in this field remains to be discovered and dug up by philologists. Above all, the problem that there is a problem here, and that the Greeks, as long as we lack an answer to the question, what is Dionysian, remain as totally uncomprehended and unimaginable as ever. 4. Indeed, what is Dionysian? This book contains an answer. One who knows is talking, the initiate and disciple of his God. Now, I should perhaps speak more cautiously and less eloquently about such a difficult psychological question as that concerning the origin of tragedy among the Greeks. The question of the Greek's relation to pain, his degree of sensitivity, is basic. Did this relation remain constant, or did it change radically? The question is whether his ever stronger craving for beauty, for festivals, pleasures, new cults, was rooted in some deficiency, privation, melancholy, pain. Supposing that this were true, and Pericles or Thucydides suggests as much in the great funeral oration, how should we then have to explain the origin of the opposite craving, which developed earlier in time, the craving for the ugly? The good, severe will of the older Greeks to pessimism, to the tragic myth, to the image of everything underlying existence that is frightful, evil, a riddle, destructive, fatal. What then would be the origin of tragedy? Perhaps joy, strength, overflowing health, overgreat fullness? And what then is the significance, physiologically speaking, of that madness out of which tragic and comic art developed, the Dionysian madness? How now? Is madness perhaps not necessarily the symptom of degeneration, decline, and the final stage of culture? Are there perhaps, a question for the psychiatrists, neuroses of health, of the youth and youthfulness of a people? Where does that synthesis of God and billy goat in the Seder point? What experience of himself, what urge compelled the Greek to conceive the Dionysian enthusiast and primeval man as a satyr? And regarding the origin of the tragic chorus, did those centuries when the Greek body flourished and the Greek soul foamed over with health perhaps know endemic ecstasies, visions and hallucinations shared by entire communities or assemblies at a cult? How now should the Greeks, precisely in the abundance of their youth, have had the will to the tragic and have been pessimists? Should it have been madness, to use one of Plato's phrases, that brought the greatest blessings upon Greece? On the other hand, conversely, could it be that the Greeks became more and more optimistic, superficial, and histrionic precisely in the period of dissolution and weakness, more and more ardent for logic and logicizing the world, and thus more cheerful and scientific? How now? Could it be possible that, in spite of all modern ideas and the prejudices of a democratic taste, the triumph of optimism, the gradual prevalence of rationality, practical and theoretical utilitarianism, no less than democracy itself, which developed at the same time, might all have been symptoms of a decline of strength, of impending old age, and of physiological weariness? These, and not pessimism. Was Epicurus an optimist precisely because he was afflicted? It is apparent that it was a whole cluster of grave questions with which this book burdened itself. Let us add the gravest question of all. What, seen in the perspective of life, is the significance of morality? 5. Already in the preface, addressed to Richard Wagner, art and not morality is presented as the truly metaphysical activity of man. In the book itself, the suggestive sentence is repeated several times, that the existence of the world is justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon. Indeed, the whole book knows only an artistic meaning and crypto meaning behind all events, a god, if you please, but certainly only an entirely reckless and amoral artist god who wants to experience, whether he is building or destroying, in the good and in the bad, his own joy and glory. One who, creating worlds, frees himself from the distress of fullness and overfullness, and from the affliction of the contradictions compressed in his soul. The world, at every moment the attained salvation of God, as the eternally changing, eternally new vision of the most deeply afflicted, discordant, and contradictory being who can find salvation only in appearance. You can call this whole artist's metaphysics arbitrary, idle, fantastic. What matters is that it betrays a spirit who will one day fight at any risk, whatever the moral interpretation and significance of existence. Here, perhaps for the first time, a pessimism beyond good and evil is suggested. Here, that perversity of mind gains speech and formulation against which Schopenhauer never wearied of hurling in advance his most irate curses and thunderbolts. A philosophy that dares to move, to demote morality into the realm of appearance. And not merely among appearances or phenomena, in the sense assigned to these words by idealistic philosophers, but among deceptions, as semblance, delusion, error, interpretation, contrivance, art. Perhaps the depth of this anti-moral propensity is best inferred from the careful and hostile silence with which Christianity is treated throughout the whole book. Christianity as the most prodigal elaboration of the moral theme to which humanity has ever been subjected. In truth, nothing could be more opposed to the purely aesthetic interpretation and justification of the world which are taught in this book than the Christian teaching, which is and wants to be only moral, and which relegates art, every art, to the realm of lies. With its absolute standards, beginning with the truthfulness of God, it negates, judges, and damns art. Behind this mode of thought and valuation, which must be hostile to art if it is at all genuine, I never failed to sense a hostility to life, a furious, vengeful antipathy to life itself. For all of life is based on semblance, art, deception, points of view, and the necessity of perspectives and error. Christianity was, from the beginning, essentially and fundamentally life's nausea and disgust with life, merely concealed behind, masked by, dressed up as, faith in another or better life. Hatred of the world, condemnations of the passions, fear of beauty and sensuality, a beyond invented the better to slander this life. At bottom, a craving for the nothing, for the end, for respite, for the Sabbath of Sabbaths. All this always struck me, no less than the unconditional will of Christianity to recognize only moral values, as the most dangerous and uncanny form of all possible forms of a will to decline. At the very least, a sign of abysmal sickness, weariness, discouragement, exhaustion, and the impoverishment of life. For confronted with morality, especially Christian or unconditional morality, life must continually and inevitably be in the wrong, because life is something essentially amoral, and eventually, crushed by the weight of contempt and the eternal no, life must then be felt to be unworthy of desire and altogether worthless. Morality itself, how now? Might not morality be a will to negate life, a secret instinct of annihilation, a principle of decay, diminution, and slander, the beginning of the end, hence the danger of dangers? It was against morality that my instinct turned with this questionable book long ago. It was an instinct that aligned itself with life, and that discovered for itself a fundamentally opposite direction and valuation of life, purely artistic and anti-Christian. What to call it? As a philologist and man of words, I baptized it, not without taking some liberty, for who could claim to know the rightful name of the Antichrist? And the name of a Greek god, I called it Dionysian. 6. It is clear what task I first dared to touch with this book. How I regret now that in those days I still lacked the courage, or immodesty, to permit myself in every way an individual language of my own for such individual views and hazards, and that, instead, I tried laboriously to express by means of Schopenhauerian and Kantian formulas strange and new valuations, which were basically at odds with Kant's and Schopenhauer's spirit and taste. What, after all, did Schopenhauer think of tragedy? Quote, "That which bestows on everything tragic its peculiar elevating force," he says in World as Will and Representation, Volume 2, page 495, "is the discovery that the world, that life, can never give real satisfaction, and hence is not worthy of our affection. This constitutes the tragic spirit. It leads to resignation." End quote. How differently Dionysus spoke to me. How far removed I was from all this resignationism. But there is something far worse in this book, something I now regret still more than that I obscured and spoiled Dionysian premonitions with Schopenhauerian formulations. Namely, that I spoiled the grandiose Greek problem as it had arisen before my eyes by introducing the most modern problems. That I appended hopes where there was no ground for hope, where everything pointed all too plainly to an end. That on the basis of the latest German music, I began to rave about the German spirit, as if that were in the process even then of discovering and finding itself again. At a time when the German spirit, which not long before had still had the will to dominate Europe and the strength to lead Europe, was just making its testament and abdicating forever, making its transition, under the pompous pretense of founding a Reich, to a leveling mediocrity, democracy, and modern ideas. Indeed, meanwhile, I have learned to consider this German spirit with a sufficient lack of hope or mercy. Also, contemporary German music, which is romanticism through and through and most un-Greek of all possible art forms. Moreover, a first-rate poison for the nerves, doubly dangerous among a people who love drink and who honor lack of clarity as a virtue, for it has the double quality of a narcotic that both intoxicates and spreads a fog. To be sure, apart from all the hasty hopes and faulty applications to the present with which I spoiled my first book, there still remains the great Dionysian question mark I raised, regarding music as well. What would a music have to be like that would no longer be of romantic origin, like German music, but Dionysian? 7. But my dear sir, what in the world is romantic if your book isn't? Can deep hatred against the now, against reality and modern ideas be pushed further than you pushed it in your artist's metaphysics? Believing sooner in the nothing, sooner in the devil than in the now? Is it not a deep bass of wrath and the lust for destruction that we hear humming underneath all of your contrapuntal vocal art and seduction of the ear, a furious resolve against everything that is now, a will that is not too far removed from practical nihilism, and seems to say, sooner let nothing be true than that you should be proven right, than that your truth should be proved right? Listen yourself, my dear pessimist and art deifier, but with open ears, to a single passage chosen from your book, to the not ineloquent dragon slayer passage, which may have an insidious Pied Piper sound for young ears and hearts. How now? Isn't this the typical creed of the Romantic of 1830, masked by the pessimism of 1850? Even the usual romantic finale has sounded: break, break down, return, and collapse before an old faith, before the old God. How now? Is your pessimist's book not itself a piece of anti-Hellenism and romanticism? Is it not itself something equally intoxicating and befogging? In any case, a narcotic, even a piece of music, German music. But listen, quote, "Let us imagine a coming generation with such intrepidity of vision, with such a heroic penchant for the tremendous. Let us imagine the bold stride of these dragon slayers, the profound audacity with which they turn their back on all the weaklings' doctrines of optimism, in order to live resolutely in wholeness and fullness. Would it not be necessary for the tragic man of such a culture, in view of his self-education for seriousness and terror, to desire a new art, the art of metaphysical comfort, to desire tragedy as his own proper Helen, and to exclaim with Faust, 'Should not my longing overleap the distance, and draw the fairest form into existence?' Would it not be necessary? No, thrice no. Oh, you young romantics, it would not be necessary. But it is highly probable that it will end that way, that you end that way, namely, comforted, as it is written, in spite of all self-education for seriousness and terror, comforted metaphysically. In sum, as romantics end, as Christians. No. You ought to learn the art of this worldly comfort first. You ought to learn to laugh, my young friends, if you are hell-bent on remaining pessimists. Then perhaps, as laughers, you may someday dispatch all metaphysical comforts to the devil. Metaphysics in front. Or, to say it in the language of that Dionysian monster who bears the name of Zarathustra, quote, "Raise up your hearts, my brothers, high, higher, and don't forget your legs. Raise up your legs, too, good dancers, and still better, stand on your heads. This crown of the laughter, the rose wreath crown, I crown myself with this crown. I myself pronounced holy my laughter. I did not find anyone else today strong enough for that. Zarathustra the dancer, Zarathustra the light one who beckons with his wings, preparing for a flight, beckoning to all birds, ready and heady, blissfully light-headed. Zarathustra the soothsayer, Zarathustra the sooth-laugher, not impatient, not unconditional, one who loves leaps and side leaps. I crown myself with this crown. The crown of the laughter, the rose wreath crown. To you, my brothers, I throw this crown. Laughter I have pronounced holy. You higher men, learn to laugh." End quote. Thus spoke Zarathustra, Part 4, from On the Higher Man. Signed, Sils Maria Ober-Engadin, August 1886. Preface to Richard Wagner. To keep at a distance all the possible scruples, excitements, and misunderstandings that the thoughts united in this essay will occasion, in view of the peculiar character of our aesthetic public, and to be able to write these introductory remarks, too, with the same contemplative delight whose reflection, the distillation of good and elevating hours, is evident on every page, I picture the moment when you, my highly respected friend, will receive this essay. Perhaps after an evening walk in the winter snow, you will behold Prometheus Unbound on the title page, read my name, and be convinced at once that, whatever this essay should contain, the author certainly has something serious and urgent to say. Also that, as he hatched these ideas, he was communicating with you as if you were present, and hence could write down only what was in keeping with that presence. You will recall that it was during the same period when your splendid Festschrift on Beethoven came into being, amid the terrors and sublimities of the war that had just broken out, that I collected for myself these reflections. Yet anyone would be mistaken if he associated my reflections with the contrast between patriotic excitement and aesthetic enthusiasm, of courageous seriousness and a cheerful game. If he really read this essay, it would dawn on him, to his surprise, what a seriously German problem is faced here and placed right in the center of German hopes, as a vortex and turning point. But perhaps such readers will find it offensive that an aesthetic problem should be taken so seriously, assuming they are unable to consider art more than a pleasant sideline, a readily dispensable tinkling of bells that accompanies the seriousness of life, just as if nobody knew what was involved in such a contrast with the seriousness of life. Let such serious readers learn something from the fact that I am convinced that art represents the highest task and the truly metaphysical activity of this life, in the sense of that man to whom, as my sublime predecessor on this path, I wish to dedicate this essay. Signed, Basel, end of the year, 1871. 1. We shall have gained much for the science of aesthetics once we perceive, not merely by logical inference, but with the immediate certainty of vision, that the continuous development of art is bound up with the Apollonian and Dionysian duality, just as procreation depends on the duality of the sexes, involving perpetual strife with only periodically intervening reconciliations. The terms Dionysian and Apollonian we borrow from the Greeks, who disclose to the discerning mind the profound mysteries of their view of art, not, to be sure, in concepts, but in the intensely clear figures of their gods. Through Apollo and Dionysus, the two art deities of the Greeks, we come to recognize that in the Greek world there existed a tremendous opposition in origin and aims between the Apollonian art of sculpture and the non-imagistic Dionysian art of music. These two different tendencies run parallel to each other, for the most part openly at variance, and they continually incite each other to new and more powerful births, which perpetuate an antagonism only superficially reconciled by the common term art, till eventually, by a metaphysical miracle of the Hellenic will, they appear coupled with each other, and through this coupling ultimately generate an equally Dionysian and Apollonian form of art, Attic tragedy. In order to grasp these two tendencies, let us first conceive of them as the separate art worlds of dreams and intoxication. These physiological phenomena present a contrast analogous to that existing between the Apollonian and the Dionysian. It was in dreams, says Lucretius, that the glorious divine figures first appeared to the souls of men. In dreams, the great shaper beheld the splendid bodies of superhuman beings, and the Hellenic poet, if questioned about the mysteries of poetic inspiration, would, likewise, have suggested dreams, and he might have given an explanation like that of Hans Sachs in the Meistersinger. Quote, "The poet's task is this, my friend, to read his dreams and comprehend. The truest human fancy seems to be revealed to us in dreams. All poems and versification are but true dreams' interpretation." End quote. The beautiful illusion of the dream worlds, in the creation of which every man is truly an artist, is the prerequisite of all plastic art, and, as we shall see, of an important part of poetry also. In our dreams, we delight in the immediate understanding of figures. All forms speak to us. There is nothing unimportant or superfluous. But even when this dream reality is most intense, we still have, glimmering through it, the sensation that it is mere appearance. At least, this is my experience, and for its frequency, indeed normality, I could adduce many proofs, including the sayings of the poets. Philosophical men even have a presentiment that the reality in which we live and have our being is also mere appearance, and that another, quite different reality lies beneath it. Schopenhauer actually indicates as the criterion of philosophical ability the occasional ability to view men and things as mere phantoms or dream images. Thus, the aesthetically sensitive man stands in the same relation to the reality of dreams as the philosopher does to the reality of existence. He is a close and willing observer, for these images afford him an interpretation of life, and by reflecting on these processes, he trains himself for life. It is not only the agreeable and friendly images that he experiences as something universally intelligible. The serious, the troubled, the sad, the gloomy, the sudden restraints, the tricks of accident, anxious expectations, in short, the whole divine comedy of life, including the inferno, also pass before him. Not like mere shadows on a wall, for he lives and suffers with these scenes, and yet not without that fleeting sensation of illusion. And perhaps many will, like myself, recall how, amid the dangers and terrors of dreams, they have occasionally said to themselves in self-encouragement, and not without success, "It is a dream. I will dream on." I have likewise heard of people who were able to continue one and the same dream for 3 and even more successive nights. Facts which indicate clearly how our innermost being, our common ground, experiences dreams with profound delight and a joyous necessity. This joyous necessity of the dream experience has been embodied by the Greeks in their Apollo. Apollo, the god of all plastic energies, is at the same time the soothsaying god. He who, as the etymology of the name indicates, is the shining one, the deity of light, is also ruler over the beautiful illusion of the inner world of fantasy. The higher truth, the perfection of these states in contrast to the incompletely intelligible everyday world, this deep consciousness of nature, healing and helping in sleep and dreams, is at the same time the symbolical analog of the soothsaying faculty and of the arts generally, which make life possible and worth living. But we must also include in our image of Apollo that delicate boundary which the dream image must not overlap, lest it have a pathological effect, in which case mere appearance would deceive us as if it were crude reality. We must keep in mind that measured restraint, that freedom from the wilder emotions, that calm of the sculptor God. His eye must be, quote, sun-like, end quote, as befits his origin. Even when it is angry and distempered, it is still hollowed by beautiful illusion. And so, in one sense, we might apply to Apollo the words of Schopenhauer when he speaks of the man wrapped in the veil of Maya. This is from World as Will and Representation, Part 1, page 416. Quote, "Just as in a stormy sea that, unbounded in all directions, raises and drops mountainous waves, howling, a sailor sits in a boat and trusts in his frail bark, so in the midst of a world of torments, the individual human being sits quietly, supported by and trusting in the Principium Individuationis." End quote. In fact, we might say of Apollo that in him the unshaken faith in this principium and the calm repose of the man wrapped up in it received their most sublime expression, and we might call Apollo himself the glorious divine image of the Principium Individuationis, through whose gestures and eyes all the joy and wisdom of illusion, together with its beauty, speak to us. In the same work, Schopenhauer has depicted for us the tremendous terror which seizes man when he is suddenly dumbfounded by the cognitive form of phenomena because the principle of sufficient reason in some one of its manifestations seems to suffer an exception. If we add to this terror the blissful ecstasy that wells from the innermost depths of man, indeed of nature, at this collapse of the principium individuationis, we steal a glimpse into the nature of the Dionysian, which is brought home to us most intimately by the analogy of intoxication. Either under the narcotic draught, of which the songs of all primitive men and peoples speak, or with the potent coming of spring that penetrates all nature with joy, these Dionysian emotions awake, and as they grow in intensity, everything subjective vanishes into complete self-forgetfulness. In the German Middle Ages, too, singing and dancing crowds, ever increasing in number, whirled themselves from place to place under this same Dionysian impulse. In these dancers of St. John and St. Vitus, we rediscover the Bacchic choruses of the Greeks, with their prehistory in Asia Minor as far back as Babylon and the orgiastic Achaea. There are some who, from obtuseness or lack of experience, turn away from such phenomena as from, quote, folk diseases, and with contempt or pity born of the consciousness of their own, quote, healthy-mindedness. But of course, such poor wretches have no idea how corpse-like and ghostly their so-called healthy-mindedness looks when the glowing life of the Dionysian revelers roars past them. Under the charm of the Dionysian, not only is the union between man and man reaffirmed, but nature, which has become alienated, hostile, or subjugated, celebrates once more her reconciliation with her lost son, man. Freely, earth proffers her gifts, and peacefully the beasts of prey of the rocks and desert approach. The chariot of Dionysus is covered with flowers and garlands. Panthers and tigers walk under its yoke. Transform Beethoven's Hymn to Joy into a painting. Let your imagination conceive the multitudes bowing to the dust, awestruck. Then you will approach the Dionysian. Now the slave is a free man. Now all the rigid, hostile barriers that necessity, caprice, or impudent convention have fixed between man and man are broken. Now, with the gospel of universal harmony, each one feels himself not only united, reconciled, and fused with his neighbor, but as one with him, as if the veil of Maya had been torn aside and were now merely fluttering in tatters before the mysterious primordial unity. In song and in dance, man expresses himself as a member of a higher community. He has forgotten how to walk and speak, and is on the way toward flying into the air, dancing. His very gestures express enchantment. Just as the animals now talk, and the earth yields milk and honey, supernatural sounds emanate from him too. He feels himself a god. He himself now walks about enchanted, in ecstasy, like the gods he saw walking in his dreams. He is no longer an artist. He has become a work of art. In these paroxysms of intoxication, the artistic power of all nature reveals itself to the highest gratification of the primordial unity. The noblest clay, the most costly marble, man, is here kneaded and cut, and to the sound of the chisel strokes of the Dionysian world artist rings out the cry of the Eleusinian mysteries. Do you prostrate yourselves, millions? Do you sense your maker, world? 2. Thus far we have considered the Apollonian and its opposite, the Dionysian, as artistic energies which burst forth from nature herself, without the mediation of the human artist. Energies in which nature's art impulses are satisfied in the most immediate and direct way. First, in the image world of dreams, whose completeness is not dependent upon the intellectual attitude or the artistic culture of any single being, and then as intoxicated reality, which likewise does not heed the single unit, but even seeks to destroy the individual and redeem him by a mystic feeling of oneness. With reference to these immediate art states of nature, every artist is an imitator. That is to say, either an Apollonian artist in dreams or a Dionysian artist in ecstasies, or finally, as for example in Greek tragedy, at once artist in both dreams and ecstasies. So we may perhaps picture him sinking down in his Dionysian intoxication and mystical self-abnegation, alone and apart from the singing revelers, and we imagine how, through Apollonian dream inspiration, his own state, i.e., his oneness with the inmost ground of the world, is revealed to him in a symbolical dream image. So much for these general premises and contrasts. Let us now approach the Greeks in order to learn how highly these art impulses of nature were developed in them. Thus we shall be in a position to understand and appreciate more deeply that relation of the Greek artist to his archetypes, which is, according to the Aristotelian expression, the imitation of nature. In spite of all the dream literature and the numerous dream anecdotes of the Greeks, we can speak of their dreams only conjecturally, though with reasonable assurance. If we consider the incredibly precise and unerring plastic power of their eyes, together with their vivid, frank delight in colors, we can hardly refrain from assuming, even for their dreams, to the shame of all those born later, a certain logic of line and contour, colors and groups, a certain pictorial sequence reminding us of their finest bas-reliefs, whose perfection would certainly justify us, if a comparison were possible, in designating the dreaming Greeks as Homers and Homer as a dreaming Greek, in a deeper sense than that in which modern man, speaking of his dreams, ventures to compare himself with Shakespeare. On the other hand, we need not conjecture regarding the immense gap which separates the Dionysian Greek from the Dionysian barbarian. From all quarters of the ancient world, to say nothing here of the modern, from Rome to Babylon, we can point to the existence of Dionysian festivals, types which bear at best the same relation to the Greek festivals which the bearded satyr, who borrowed his name and attributes from the goat, bears to Dionysus himself. In nearly every case, these festivals centered in extravagant sexual licentiousness, whose waves overwhelmed all family life and its venerable traditions. The most savage natural instincts were unleashed, including even that horrible mixture of sensuality and cruelty, which has always seemed to me to be the real witch's brew. For some time, however, the Greeks were apparently perfectly insulated and guarded against the feverish excitements of these festivals, though knowledge of them must have come to Greece on all the routes of land and sea, for the figure of Apollo, rising full of pride, held out the Gorgon's head to this grotesquely uncouth Dionysian power, and really could not have countered any more dangerous force. It is in Doric art that this majestically rejecting attitude of Apollo is immortalized. The opposition between Apollo and Dionysus became more hazardous and even impossible when similar impulses finally burst forth from the deepest roots of the Hellenic nature and made a path for themselves. The Delphic god, by a seasonably effected reconciliation, now contented himself with taking the destructive weapons from the hands of his powerful antagonist. This reconciliation is the most important moment in the history of the Greek cult. Wherever we turn, we note the revolutions resulting from this event. The two antagonists were reconciled. The boundary lines to be observed henceforth by each were sharply defined, and there was to be a periodical exchange of gifts of esteem. At bottom, however, the chasm was not bridged over. But if we observe how, under the pressure of this treaty of peace, the Dionysian power revealed itself, we shall now recognize in the Dionysian origins of the Greeks, as compared with the Babylonian Sacaea, with their reversion of man to the tiger and the ape, the significance of festivals of world redemption and the days of transfiguration. It is with them that nature for the first time attains her artistic jubilee. It is with them that the destruction of the principium individuationis for the first time becomes an artistic phenomenon. The horrible witch's brew of sensuality and cruelty becomes ineffective. Only the curious blending and duality in the emotions of the Dionysian revelers remind us, as medicines remind us of deadly poisons, of the phenomenon that pain begets joy, that ecstasy may wring sounds of agony from us. At the very climax of joy, there sounds a cry of horror or a yearning lamentation for an irretrievable loss. In these Greek festivals, nature seems to reveal a sentimental trait. It is as if she were heaving a sigh at her dismemberment into individuals. The song and pantomime of such dually minded revelers was something new and unheard of in the Homeric Greek world, and the Dionysian music in particular excited awe and terror. If music, as it would seem, had been known previously as an Apollonian art, it was so, strictly speaking, only as the wave beat of rhythm, whose formative power was developed for the representation of Apollonian states. The music of Apollo was Doric architectronics in tones, but in tones that were merely suggestive, such as those of the Cythera. The very element which forms the essence of Dionysian music, and hence of music in general, is carefully excluded as un-Apollonian, namely, the emotional power of the tone, the uniform flow of the melody, and the utterly incomparable world of harmony. In the Dionysian dithyramb, man is incited to the greatest exaltation of all his symbolic faculties. Something never before experienced struggles for utterance. The annihilation of the veil of Maya, oneness as the soul of the race and of nature itself. The essence of nature is now to be expressed symbolically. We need a new world of symbols, and the entire symbolism of the body is called into play. Not the mere symbolism of the lips, face, and speech, but the whole pantomime of dancing, forcing every member into rhythmic movement. Then the other symbolic powers suddenly press forward, particularly those of music, in rhythmics, dynamics, and harmony. To grasp this collective release of all the symbolic powers, man must have already attained that height of self-abnegation which seeks to express itself symbolically through all these powers. And so the dithyrambic votary of Dionysus is understood only by his peers. With what astonishment must the Apollonian Greek have beheld him? With an astonishment that was all the greater the more it was mingled with the shuddering suspicion that all this was actually not so very alien to him after all. In fact, that it was only his Apollonian consciousness which, like a veil, hid this Dionysian world from his vision. 3. To understand this, it becomes necessary to level the artistic structure of the Apollonian culture, as it were, stone by stone, till the foundations on which it rests become visible. First of all, we see the glorious Olympian figures of the gods, standing on the gables of this structure. Their deeds, pictured in brilliant reliefs, adorn its friezes. We must not be misled by the fact that Apollo stands side by side with the others as an individual deity, without any claim to priority of rank. For the same impulse that embodied itself in Apollo gave birth to this entire Olympian world, and in this sense, Apollo is its father. What terrific need was it that could produce such an illustrious company of Olympian beings? Whoever approaches these Olympians with another religion in his heart, searching among them for moral elevation, even for sanctity, for disincarnate spirituality, for charity and benevolence, will soon be forced to turn his back on them, discouraged and disappointed. For there is nothing here that suggests asceticism, spirituality, or duty. We hear nothing but the accents of an exuberant, triumphant life in which all things, whether good or evil, are deified. And so the spectator may stand quite bewildered before this fantastic excess of life, asking himself by virtue of what magic potion these high-spirited men could have found life so enjoyable that, Wherever they turned, their eyes beheld the smile of Helen, the ideal picture of their own existence, quote, floating in sweet sensuality, end quote. But to this spectator, who has already turned his back, we must say, do not go away, but stay and hear what Greek folk wisdom has to say of this very life, which, with such inexplicable gaiety, unfolds itself before your eyes. Quote, there is an ancient story that King Midas hunted in the forest a long time for the wise Silenus, the companion of Dionysus, without capturing him. When Silenus at last fell into his hands, the king asked what was the best and most desirable of all things for man. Fixed and immovable, the demigod said not a word, till at last, urged by the king, he gave a shrill laugh and broke out into these words. O wretched ephemeral race, children of chance and misery, why do you compel me to tell you what it would be most expedient for you not to hear? What is best of all is utterly beyond your reach. Not to be born, not to be nothing. But the second best for you is to die soon. End quote. How is the world of the Olympian gods related to this folk wisdom, even as the rapturous vision of the tortured martyr to his suffering? Now it is as if the Olympian magic mountain had opened before us and revealed its roots to us. The Greek knew and felt the terror and horror of existence. That he might endure this terror at all, he had to interpose between himself and life the radiant dream birth of the Olympians. That overwhelming dismay in the face of the titanic powers of nature, the Moira enthroned inexorably over all knowledge, the vulture of the great lover of mankind, Prometheus, the terrible fate of the wise Oedipus, the family curse of the Atridae, which drove Orestes to matricide. In short, that entire philosophy of the Sylvan god with its mythical exemplars, which caused the downfall of the melancholy Etruscans. All this was again and again overcome by the Greeks with the aid of the Olympian middle world of art. Or at any rate, it was veiled and withdrawn from sight. It was in order to be able to live that the Greeks had to create these gods from a most profound need. Perhaps we may picture the process to ourselves somewhat as follows. Out of the original Titanic divine order of terror, the Olympian divine order of joy gradually evolved through the Apollonian impulse toward beauty, just as roses burst from thorny bushes. How else could this people, so sensitive, so vehement in its desires, so singularly capable of suffering, have endured existence if it had not been revealed to them in their gods, surrounded with a higher glory? The same impulse which calls art into being, as the completement and consummation of existence, seducing one to a continuation of life, was also the cause of the Olympian world which the Hellenic will made use of as a transfiguring mirror. Thus do the gods justify the life of man. They themselves live it, the only satisfactory theodicy. Existence, under the bright sunshine of such gods, is regarded as desirable in itself, and the real pain of Homeric men is caused by parting from it, especially by early parting, so that now, reversing the wisdom of Silenus, we might say of the Greeks that, quote, to die soon is worst of all for them, the next worst, to die at all, end quote. Once heard, it will ring out again. Do not forget the lament of the short-lived Achilles, mourning the leaf-like change and vicissitudes of the race of men and the decline of the heroic age. It is not unworthy of the greatest hero to long for a continuation of life, even though he live as a day laborer. At the Apollonian stage of development, the will longs so vehemently for this existence, the Homeric man feels himself so completely at one with it, that lamentation itself becomes a song of praise. Here we should note that this harmony which is contemplated with such longing by modern man, in fact, this oneness of man with nature, for which Schiller introduced the technical term, naive, is by no means a simple condition that comes into being naturally and as if inevitably. It is not a condition that, like a terrestrial paradise, must necessarily be found at the gate of every culture. Only a romantic age could believe this, an age which conceived of the artist in terms of Rousseau's Emile and imagined that in Homer it had found such an artist Emile, reared at the bosom of nature. Where we encounter the naive in art, we should recognize the highest effect of Apollonian culture, which always must first overthrow an empire of titans and slay monsters, and which must have triumphed over an abysmal and terrifying view of the world, and the keenest susceptibility to suffering through recourse to the most forceful and pleasurable illusions. But how rarely is the naive attained? That consummate immersion in the beauty of mere appearance. How unutterably sublime is Homer, therefore, who, as an individual being, bears the same relation to this Apollonian folk culture as the individual dream artist does to the dream faculty of the people and of nature in general. The Homeric naivete can be understood only as the complete victory of Apollonian illusion. This is one of those illusions which nature so frequently employs to achieve her own ends. The true goal is veiled by a phantasm, and while we stretch out our hands for the latter, nature attains the former by means of our illusion. In the Greeks, the will wished to contemplate itself in the transfiguration of genius and the world of art. In order to glorify themselves, its creatures had to feel themselves worthy of glory. They had to behold themselves again in a higher sphere, without this perfect world of contemplation acting as a command or a reproach. This is the sphere of beauty, in which they saw their mirror images, the Olympians. With this mirroring of beauty, the Hellenic will combated its artistically correlative talent for suffering and for the wisdom of suffering. And, as a monument of its victory, we have Homer, the naive artist. 4. Now the dream analogy may throw some light on the naive artist. Let us imagine the dreamer. In the midst of the illusion of the dream world and without disturbing it, he calls out to himself, "It is a dream. I will dream on." What must we infer? That he experiences a deep inner joy in dream contemplation. On the other hand, to be able to dream with his inner joy in contemplation, he must have completely lost sight of the waking reality and its ominous obtrusiveness. Guided by the dream-reading Apollo, we may interpret all these phenomena in roughly this way. Though it is certain that of the two halves of our existence, the waking and the dreaming states, the former appeals to us as infinitely preferable, more important, excellent, and worthy of being lived. Indeed, as that which alone is lived. Yet in relation to that mysterious ground of our being of which we are the phenomena, I should, paradoxical as it may seem, maintain the very opposite estimate of the value of dreams. For the more clearly I perceive in nature those omnipotent art impulses, and in them an ardent longing for illusion, for redemption through illusion, the more I feel myself impelled to the metaphysical assumption that the truly existent primal unity, eternally suffering and contradictory, also needs the rapturous vision, the pleasurable illusion, for its continuous redemption. And we, completely wrapped up in this illusion and composed of it, are compelled to consider this illusion as the truly non-existent, i.e., as a perpetual becoming in time, space, and causality. In other words, as empirical reality. If, for the moment, we do not consider the question of our own reality, if we conceive of our empirical existence and of the world in general as a continuously manifested representation of the primal unity, we shall then have to look upon the dream as a mere appearance of mere appearance, hence as a still higher appeasement of the primordial desire for mere appearance. And that is why the innermost heart of nature feels that ineffable joy in the naive artist and the naive work of art, which is likewise only mere appearance of mere appearance. In a symbolic painting, Raphael, himself one of these immortal naive ones, has represented for us this demotion of appearance to the level of mere appearance, the primitive process of the naive artist and of Apollonian culture. In his Transfiguration, the lower half of the picture, with the possessed boy, the despairing bearers, the bewildered, terrified disciples, shows us the reflection of suffering, primal and eternal, the sole ground of the world. The mere appearance here is the reflection of eternal contradiction, the father of things. From this, mere appearance arises, like ambrosial vapor, a new visionary world of mere appearances, invisible to those wrapped in the first appearance, a radiant floating in purest bliss, a serene contemplation beaming from wide-open eyes. Here we have presented in the most sublime artistic symbolism that Apollonian world of beauty and its substratum, the terrible wisdom of Silenus. And intuitively we comprehend their necessary interdependence. Apollo, however, again appears to us as the apotheosis of the principium individuationis, in which alone is consummated the perpetually attained goal of the primal unity, its redemption through mere appearance. With his sublime gestures, he shows us how necessary is the entire world of suffering, that by means of it, the individual may be impelled to realize the redeeming vision, and then, sunk in contemplation of it, sit quietly in his tossing bark amid the waves. If we conceive of it at all as imperative and mandatory, this apotheosis of individuation knows but one law, the individual, i.e., the delimiting of the boundaries of the individual, measure in the Hellenic sense. Apollo, as ethical deity, exacts measure of his disciples, and to be able to maintain it, he requires self-knowledge. And so, side by side with the aesthetic necessity for beauty, there occurs the demands, know thyself, and nothing in excess. Consequently, overweening pride and excess are regarded as the truly hostile demons of the non-Apollonian sphere, hence, as characteristic of the pre-Apollonian age, that of the Titans, and of the extra-Apollonian world, that of the barbarians. Because of his titanic love for man, Prometheus must be torn to pieces by vultures. Because of his excessive wisdom, which could solve the riddle of the Sphinx, Oedipus must be plunged into a bewildering vortex of crime. Thus did the Delphic god interpret the Greek past. The effects wrought by the Dionysian also seemed titanic and barbaric to the Apollonian Greek, while at the same time he could not conceal from himself that he too was inwardly related to these overthrown titans and heroes. Indeed, he had to recognize even more than this. Despite all its beauty and moderation, his entire existence rested on a hidden substratum of suffering and of knowledge, revealed to him by the Dionysian. And behold, Apollo could not live without Dionysus. The titanic and the barbaric were, in the last analysis, as necessary as the Apollonian. And now let us imagine how into this world, built on mere appearance and moderation and artificially dammed up, there penetrated, in tones ever more bewitching and alluring, the ecstatic sound of the Dionysian festival. How in these strains of all nature's excess in pleasure, grief, and knowledge became audible, even in piercing shrieks. And let us ask ourselves what the psalmodizing artist of Apollo with his phantom harp sound could mean in the face of this demonic folk song. The muses of the arts of illusion paled before an art that, in its intoxication, spoke the truth. the wisdom of Silenus cried, "Woe, woe to the serene Olympians." The individual, with all his restraint in proportion, succumbed to the self-oblivion of the Dionysian states, forgetting the precepts of Apollo. Excess revealed itself as truth. Contradiction, the bliss born of pain, spoke out from the very heart of nature. And so, wherever the Dionysian prevailed, the Apollonian was checked and destroyed. But, on the other hand, it is equally certain that wherever the first Dionysian onslaught was successfully withstood, the authority and majesty of the Delphic god exhibited itself as more rigid and menacing than ever. For to me, the Doric state and Doric art are explicable only as a permanent military encampment of the Apollonian. Only incessant resistance to the titanic barbaric nature of the Dionysian could account for the long survival of an art so defiantly prim and so encompassed with bulwarks, a training so warlike and rigorous, and a political structure so cruel and relentless. Up to this point, we have simply enlarged upon the observation made at the beginning of this essay, that the Dionysian and the Apollonian, in new births ever following and mutually augmenting one another, controlled the Hellenic genius. That out of the age of bronze, with its wars of the Titans and its rigorous folk philosophy, the Homeric world developed under the sway of the Apollonian impulse to beauty. That this naive splendor was again overwhelmed by the influx of the Dionysian, and that against this new power, the Apollonian rose to the austere majesty of Doric art and the Doric view of the world. If, amid the strife of these two hostile principles, the older Hellenic history thus falls into four great periods of art, we are now impelled to inquire after the final goal of these developments and processes, lest perchance we should regard the last attained period, the period of Doric art, as the climax and aim of these artistic impulses. And here the sublime and celebrated art of Attic tragedy and the dramatic dithyramb presents itself as the common goal of both these tendencies, whose mysterious union, after many and long precursory struggles, found glorious consummation in this child, at once Antigone and Cassandra. 5. We now approach the real goal of our investigation, which is directed toward knowledge of the Dionysian Apollonian genius and its art product, or at least toward some feeling for and understanding of this mystery of union. Here we shall begin by seeking the first evidence in Greece of that new germ which subsequently developed into tragedy and the dramatic dithyramb. The ancients themselves give us a symbolic answer when they place the faces of Homer and Archilochus as the forefathers and torchbearers of Greek poetry, side by side on gems, sculptures, etc., with a sure feeling that consideration should be given only to these two, equally completely original, from whom a stream of fire flows over the whole of later Greek history. Homer, the aged, self-absorbed dreamer, the type of the Apollonian naive artist, now beholds with astonishment the passionate head of the warlike votary of the Muses, Archilochus, who was hunted savagely through life. Modern aesthetics, by way of interpretation, could only add that here the first, quote, objective artist confronts the first, quote, subjective artist. But this interpretation helps us little, because we know the subjective artist only as the poor artist. And throughout the entire range of art, we demand, first of all, the conquest of the subjective, redemption from the ego, and the silencing of the individual will and desire. Indeed, we find it impossible to believe in any truly artistic production, however insignificant, if it is without objectivity, without pure contemplation devoid of interest. Hence, our aesthetics must first solve the problem of how the lyrist is possible as an artist. He who, according to the experience of all ages, is continually saying "I," and running through the entire chromatic scale of his passions and desires. Compared with Homer, Archilochus appalls us by his cries of hatred and scorn, by his drunken outbursts of desire. Therefore is not he who has been called the first subjective artist essentially the non-artist. But in this case, how explain the reverence which was shown to him, the poet, and very remarkable utterances by the Delphic oracle itself, the center of objective art? Schiller has thrown some light on the poetic process by a psychological observation, inexplicable but unproblematic to his own mind. He confessed that before the act of creation, he did not have before him or within him any series of images in a causal arrangement, but rather a musical mood. Quote, "With me, the perception has at first no clear and definite object. This is formed later. A certain musical mood comes first, and the poetical idea only follows later." End quote. Let us add to this the most important phenomenon of all ancient lyric poetry. They took for granted the union, indeed, the identity of the lyrist with the musician. Compared with this, our modern lyric poetry seems like the statue of a god without a head. With this in mind, we may now, on the basis of our aesthetical metaphysics set forth above, explain the lyrist to ourselves in this manner. In the first place, as a Dionysian artist, he has identified himself with the primal unity, its pain and contradiction. Assuming that music has been correctly termed a repetition and a recast of the world, we may say that he produces the copy of this primal unity as music. Now, however, under the Apollonian dream inspiration, this music reveals itself to him again as a symbolic dream image. The inchoate, intangible reflection of the primordial pain in music, with its redemption and mere appearance, now produces a second mirroring, as a specific symbol or example. The artist has already surrendered his subjectivity in the Dionysian process. The image that now shows him his identity with the heart of the world is a dream scene that embodies the primordial contradiction and primordial pain, together with the primordial pleasure of mere appearance. The I of the lyrist therefore sounds from the depth of his being. Its, quote, subjectivity, in the sense of modern aestheticians, is a fiction. When Archilochus, the first Greek lyrist, proclaims to the daughters of Lycambus both his mad love and his contempt, it is not his passion alone that dances before us in orgiastic frenzy, but we see Dionysus and the Maenads. We see the drunken reveler Archilochus sunk down in slumber, as Euripides depicts it in the Bacchae, the sleep on the high mountain pasture in the noonday sun. And now Apollo approaches and touches him with the laurel. Then the Dionysian musical enchantment of the sleeper seems to emit image sparks, lyrical poems, which in their highest development are called tragedies and dramatic dithyrambs. The plastic artist, like the epic poet who is related to him, is absorbed in the pure contemplation of images. The Dionysian musician is, without any images, himself pure primordial pain and its primordial re-echoing. The lyric genius is conscious of a world of images and symbols, growing out of his state of mystical self-abnegation and oneness. This world has a coloring, a causality, and a velocity quite different from those of the world of the plastic artist and the epic poet. For the latter lives in these images, and only in them, with joyous satisfaction. He never grows tired of contemplating lovingly even their minutest traits. Even the image of the angry Achilles is only an image to him, whose angry expression he enjoys with the dreamer's pleasure and illusion. Thus, by his mirror of illusion, he is protected against becoming one and fused with his figures. In direct contrast to this, the images of the lyrist are nothing but his very self, and, as it were, only different projections of himself, so he, as the moving center of this world, may say I. Of course, this self is not the same as that of the waking, empirically real man, but the only truly existent and eternal self resting at the basis of things, through whose images the lyric genius sees this very basis. Now let us suppose that among these images he also beholds himself as non-genius, i.e., his subject, the whole throng of subjective passions and agitations of the will directed to a definite object, which appears real to him. It might seem as if the lyric genius and the allied non-genius were one, as if the former had of its own accord spoken that little word I. But this mere appearance will no longer be able to lead us astray, as it certainly led astray those who designated the lyrist as the subjective poet. For, as a matter of fact, Archilochus, the passionately inflamed, loving and hating man, is but a vision of the genius, who by this time is no longer merely Archilochus, but a world genius expressing his primordial pain symbolically in the symbol of the man Archilochus. While the subjectively willing and desiring man, Archilochus, can never at any time be a poet. It is by no means necessary, however, that the lyrist should see nothing but the phenomenon of the man Archilochus before him as a reflection of eternal being. And tragedy shows how far the visionary world of the lyrist may be removed from this phenomenon, which, to be sure, is closest at hand. Schopenhauer, who did not conceal from himself the difficulty the lyrist presents in the philosophical contemplation of art, thought he had found a way out on which, however, I cannot follow him. Actually, it was in his profound metaphysics of music that he alone held in his hands the means for a solution. I believe I have removed the difficulty here in his spirit and to his honor. Yet he describes the peculiar nature of song as follows, in World as Will and Representation, 1, page 295, quote, "It is the subject of the will, i.e., his own volition, which fills the consciousness of the singer, often as a released and satisfied desire, joy, but still oftener as an inhibited desire, grief, always as an affect, a passion, a moved state of mind. Besides this, however, and along with it, by the sight of surrounding nature, the singer becomes conscious of himself as the subject of pure will-less knowing, whose unbroken blissful peace now appears in contrast to the stress of desire, which is always restricted and always needy. The feeling of this contrast, this alternation, is really what the song as a whole expresses, and what principally constitutes the lyrical state. In it, pure knowing comes to us, as it were, to deliver us from willing in its strain. We follow, but only for moments, willing. The remembrance of our own personal ends tears us anew from peaceful contemplation. Yet ever again the next beautiful environment in which pure, will-less knowledge presents itself to us lures us away from willing. Therefore, in the song and the lyrical mood, willing, the personal interest of the ends, and pure perception of the environment are wonderfully mingled. Connections between them are sought and imagined. The subjective mood, the affection of the will, imparts its own hue to the perceived environment, and vice versa. Genuine song is the expression of the whole of this mingled and divided state of mind." End quote. Who could fail to recognize in this description that lyric poetry is here characterized as an incompletely attained art that arrives at its goal infrequently and only, as it were, by leaps? Indeed, it is described as a semi-art, whose essence is said to consist in this, that willing and pure contemplation, i.e. the unaesthetic and the aesthetic condition, are wonderfully mingled with each other. We contend, on the contrary, that the whole opposition between the subjective and objective, which Schopenhauer still uses as a measure of value in classifying the arts, is altogether irrelevant in aesthetics, since the subject, the willing individual, that furthers his own egoistic ends, can be conceived of only as the antagonist, not as the origin of art. Insofar as the subject is the artist, however, he has already been released from his individual will and has become, as it were, the medium through which the one truly existent subject celebrates his release in appearance. For to our humiliation and exaltation, one thing above all must be clear to us. The entire comedy of art is neither performed for our betterment or education, nor are we the true authors of this art world. On the contrary, we may assume that we are merely images and artistic projections for the true author, and that we have our highest dignity and our significance as works of art. For it is only as an aesthetic phenomenon that existence in the world are eternally justified. While, of course, our consciousness of our own significance hardly differs from that which soldiers painted on canvas have of the battle represented on it. Thus, all our knowledge of art is basically quite illusory, because as knowing beings, we are not one and identical with that being which, as the sole author and spectator of this comedy of art, prepares a perpetual entertainment for itself. Only insofar as the genius in the act of artistic creation coalesces with this primordial artist of the world, does he know anything of the eternal essence of art. For in this state he is, in a marvelous manner, like the weird image of the fairy tale, which can turn its eyes at will and behold itself. He is at once subject and object, at once poet, actor, and spectator. 6. In connection with Archilochus, scholarly research has discovered that he introduced the folk song into literature, and on account of this deserved, according to the general estimate of the Greeks, his unique position besides Homer. But what is the folk song in contrast to the holy Apollonian epos? What else but the perpetuum vestigium of a union of the Apollonian and the Dionysian? Its enormous diffusion among all peoples, further reinforced by ever-new births, is testimony to the power of this artistic dual impulse of nature, which leaves its vestiges in the folk song, just as the orgiastic movements of a people immortalize themselves in its music. Indeed, it might also be historically demonstrable that every period rich in folk songs has been most violently stirred by Dionysian currents, which we must always consider the substratum and prerequisite of the folk song. First of all, however, we must conceive the folk song as the musical mirror of the world, as the original melody, now seeking for itself a parallel dream phenomenon and expressing it in poetry. Melody is therefore primary and universal, and so may admit of several objectifications in several texts. Likewise, in the naive estimation of the people, it is regarded as by far the more important and essential element. Melody generates the poem out of itself, ever again. That is what the strophic form of the folk song signifies, a phenomenon which I had always beheld with astonishment until at last I found this explanation. Anyone who, in accordance with this theory, examines a collection of folk songs, such as Des Knaben Wunderhorn, will find innumerable instances of the way the continuously generating melody scatters image sparks all around, which, in their variegation, their abrupt change, their mad precipitation, manifest a power quite unknown to the epic and its steady flow. From the standpoint of the epos, this unequal and irregular image world of lyric poetry is simply to be condemned, and it certainly has been thus condemned by the solemn epic rhapsodists of the Apollonian festivals in the age of Terpander. Accordingly, we observe that in the poetry of the folk song, language is strained to its utmost that it may imitate music, and with Archilochus begins a new world of poetry, basically opposed to the Homeric. And in saying this, we have indicated the only possible relation between poetry and music, between word and tone. The word, the image, the concept here seeks an expression analogous to music, and now feels in itself the power of music. In this sense, we may discriminate between two main currents in the history of the language of the Greek people, according to whether their language imitated the world of image and phenomenon, or the world of music. One need only reflect more deeply on the linguistic difference with regard to color, syntactical structure, and vocabulary in Homer and Pindar in order to understand the significance of this contrast. Indeed, it becomes palpably clear that in the period between Homer and Pindar, the orgiastic flute tones of Olympus must have been sounded, which, even in Aristotle's time, when music was infinitely more developed, transported people to drunken ecstasy, and which, in their primitive state of development, undoubtedly incited to imitation all the poetic means of expression of contemporaneous man. I here call attention to a familiar phenomenon of our own times, against which our aesthetic raises many objections. Again and again, we have the occasion to observe that a Beethoven symphony compels its individual auditors to use figurative speech in describing it. No matter how fantastically variegated and even contradictory may be the composition and makeup of the different worlds of images produced by a piece of music. To exercise its poor wit on such compositions, and to overlook a phenomenon which is certainly worth explaining, we are quite in keeping with this aesthetic. Indeed, even when the tone poet expresses his composition in images, when, for instance, he designates a certain symphony as the pastoral symphony, or a passage in it as the scene by the brook, or another as the merry gathering of rustics, these two are only symbolical representations born of music, and not the imitated objects of music, representations which can teach us nothing whatsoever concerning the Dionysian content of music, and which here have no distinctive value of their own beside other images. We have now to transfer this process of a discharge of music in images to some fresh, youthful, linguistically creative people, in order to get some notion of the way in which the strophic folk song originates, and the whole linguistic capacity is excited by this new principle of the imitation of music. If, therefore, we may regard lyric poetry as the imitative fulguration of music in images and concepts, we should now ask, quote, as what does music appear in the mirror of images and concepts? End quote. It appears as will, taking the term in Schopenhauer's sense, i.e., as the opposite of the aesthetic, purely contemplative and passive frame of mind. Here, however, we must make as sharp a distinction as possible between the concepts of essence and phenomenon, for music, according to its essence, cannot possibly be will. To be will, it would have to be wholly banished from the realm of art, for the will is the unaesthetic in itself, but it appears as will. For in order to express its appearance in things, the lyrist needs all the agitations of passion, from the whisper of mere inclination to the roar of madness. Impelled to speak of music in Apollonian symbols, he conceives of all nature, and himself in it, as willing, as desiring, as eternal longing. But insofar as he interprets music by means of images, he himself rests in the calm sea of Apollonian contemplation, though everything around him that he beholds through the medium of music is in urgent and active motion. Indeed, when he beholds himself through this same medium, his own image appears to him as an unsatisfied feeling. His own willing, longing, moaning, rejoicing are to him symbols by which he interprets music. This is the phenomenon of the lyrist. As Apollonian genius, he interprets music through the image of the will, while he himself, completely released from the greed of the will, is the pure, undimmed eye of the sun. Our whole discussion insists that lyric poetry is dependent on the spirit of music, just as music itself, in its absolute sovereignty, does not need the image and the concept, but merely endures them as accompaniments. The poems of the lyrist can express nothing that did not already lie hidden in that vast universality and absoluteness in the music that compelled him to figurative speech. Language can never adequately render the cosmic symbolism of music, because music stands in symbolic relation to the primordial contradiction and primordial pain in the heart of the primal unity, and therefore symbolizes a sphere which is beyond and prior to all phenomena. Rather, all phenomena compared with it are merely symbols. Hence, language, as the organ and symbol of phenomena, can never by any means disclose the innermost heart of music. Language, in its attempt to imitate it, can only be in superficial contact with music, while all the eloquence of lyric poetry cannot bring the deepest significance of the latter one step nearer to us. 7. We must now avail ourselves of all the principles of art considered so far in order to find our way through the labyrinth, as we must call it, of the origin of Greek tragedy. I do not think I am unreasonable in saying that the problem of this origin has as yet not even been seriously posed, to say nothing of solved, however often the ragged tatters of ancient tradition may have been sewn together in various combinations and torn apart again. This tradition tells us, quite unequivocally, that tragedy arose from the tragic chorus, and was originally only chorus and nothing but chorus. Hence, we consider it our duty to look into the heart of this tragic chorus as the real proto-drama, without resting satisfied with such arty cliches as that the chorus is the quote-unquote ideal spectator, or that it represents the people in contrast to the aristocratic region of the scene. This latter explanation has a sublime sound to many a politician, as if the immutable moral law had been embodied by the democratic Athenians in the popular chorus, which always won out over the passionate excesses and extravagances of kings. This theory may be ever so forcibly suggested by one of Aristotle's observations. Still, it has no influence on the original formation of tragedy, inasmuch as the whole opposition of prince and people, indeed, the whole politico-social sphere, was excluded from the purely religious origins of tragedy. But even regarding the classical form of the chorus in Aeschylus and Sophocles, which is known to us, we should deem it blasphemy to speak here of intimations of, quote, constitutional popular representation, end quote. From this blasphemy, however, others have not shrunk. Ancient constitutions knew of no constitutional representation of the people in proxy, and it is to be hoped that they did not even have imitations of it in tragedy. Much more famous than this political interpretation of the chorus is the idea of A.W. Schlegel, who advises us to regard the chorus somehow as the essence and extract of the crowd of spectators, as the ideal spectator. This view, when compared with the historical tradition that originally tragedy was only chorus, reveals itself for what it is, a crude, unscientific, yet brilliant claim that owes its brilliancy only to its concentrated form of expression, to the typically Germanic bias in favor of anything called, quote, ideal, and to our momentary astonishment. For we are certainly astonished the moment we compare our familiar theatrical public with this chorus and ask ourselves whether it could ever be possible to idealize from such a public something analogous to the Greek tragic chorus. We tacitly deny this, and now wonder as much at the boldness of Schlegel's claim as at the totally different nature of the Greek public. For we had always believed that the right spectator, whoever he might be, must always remain conscious that he was viewing a work of art, and not an empirical reality. But the tragic chorus of the Greeks is forced to recognize real beings in the figures on the stage. The chorus of the Oceanides really believes that it sees before it the Titan Prometheus, and it considers itself as real as the god of the scene. But could the highest and purest type of spectator regard Prometheus as bodily present and real, as the Oceanides do? Is it characteristic of the ideal spectator to run onto the stage and free the god from his torments? We had always believed in an aesthetic public and considered the individual spectator the better qualified the more he was capable of viewing a work of art as art, that is, aesthetically. But now Schlegel tells us that the perfect ideal spectator does not at all allow the world of the drama to act on him aesthetically, but corporally and empirically. Oh, these Greeks, we sigh, they upset all our aesthetics. But once accustomed to this, we repeated Schlegel's saying whenever the chorus came up for discussion. Now the tradition, which is quite explicit, speaks against Schlegel. The chorus as such, without the stage, the primitive form of tragedy, and the chorus of ideal spectators do not go together. What kind of artistic genre could possibly be extracted from the concept of the spectator and find its true form in the spectator as such? The spectator without the spectacle is an absurd notion. We fear that the birth of tragedy is to be explained neither by any high esteem for the moral intelligence of the masses, nor by the concept of the spectator without a spectacle. And we consider the problem too deep to be even touched by such superficial considerations. An infinitely more valuable insight into the significance of the chorus was displayed by Schiller in the celebrated preface to his Bride of Messina, where he regards the chorus as a living wall that tragedy constructs around itself in order to close itself off from the world of reality and to preserve its ideal domain and its poetical freedom. With this, his chief weapon, Schiller combats the ordinary conception of the natural, the illusion usually demanded in dramatic poetry. Although the stage day is merely artificial, the architecture only symbolical, and the metrical language ideal in character, nevertheless an erroneous view still prevails in the main, as he points out. It is not sufficient that one merely tolerates as poetic license what is actually the essence of all poetry. The introduction of the chorus, says Schiller, is the decisive step by which war is declared openly and honorably against all naturalism in art. It would seem that to denigrate this view of the matter, our would-be superior age has coined the disdainful catchword pseudo-idealism. I fear, however, that we, on the other hand, with our present adoration of the natural and the real, have reached the opposite pole of all idealism, namely, the region of waxwork cabinets. There is an art in these too, as there is in certain novels much in vogue at present, but we really should not be plagued with the claim that such art has overcome the, quote, pseudo-idealism of Goethe and Schiller. It is indeed an ideal domain, as Schiller correctly perceived, in which the Greek Seder chorus, the chorus of primitive tragedy, was wont to dwell. It is a domain raised high above the actual paths of mortals. For this chorus, the Greek built up the scaffolding of a fictitious natural state and placed on it fictitious natural beings. On this foundation, tragedy developed, and so, of course, it could dispense from the beginning with a painstaking portrayal of reality. Yet it is no arbitrary world placed by whim between heaven and earth. Rather, it is a world with the same reality and credibility that Olympus with its inhabitants possessed for the believing Hellene. The Seder, as the Dionysian chorus, lives in a religiously acknowledged reality under the sanction of myth and cult. That tragedy should begin with him, that he should be the voice of the Dionysian wisdom of tragedy, is just as strange a phenomenon for us as the general derivation of tragedy from the chorus. Perhaps we shall have a point of departure for our inquiry if I put forward the proposition that the Seder, the fictitious natural being, bears the same relation to the man of culture that Dionysian music bears to civilization. Concerning the latter, Richard Wagner says that it is nullified by music, just as lamplight is nullified by the light of day. Similarly, I believe the Greek man of culture felt himself nullified in the presence of the satiric chorus. And this is the most immediate effect of the Dionysian tragedy, that the state and society and, quite generally, the gulfs between man and man give way to an overwhelming feeling of unity leading back to the very heart of nature. The metaphysical comfort with which I am suggesting even now every true tragedy leaves us, that life is, at the bottom of things, despite all the changes of appearances, indestructibly powerful and pleasurable. This comfort appears in incarnate clarity in the chorus of satyrs, a chorus of natural beings who live ineradicably, as it were, behind all civilization, and remain eternally the same, despite the changes of generations and of the history of nations. With this chorus, the profound Hellene, uniquely susceptible to the tenderest and deepest suffering, comforts himself, having looked boldly right into the terrible destructiveness of so-called world history, as well as the cruelty of nature, and being in danger of longing for a Buddhistic negation of the will. Art saves him, and through art, life. For the rapture of the Dionysian state, with its annihilation of the ordinary bounds and limits of existence, contains, while it lasts, a lethargic element in which all personal experiences of the past become immersed. This chasm of oblivion separates the worlds of everyday reality and of Dionysian reality. But as soon as this everyday reality re-enters consciousness, it is experienced as such, with nausea, an ascetic, will-negating mood is the fruit of these states. In this sense, the Dionysian man resembles Hamlet. Both have once looked truly into the essence of things. They have gained knowledge, and nausea inhibits action, for their action could not change anything in the eternal nature of things. They feel it to be ridiculous or humiliating that they should be asked to set right a world that is out of joint. Knowledge kills action. Action requires the veils of illusion. That is the doctrine of Hamlet, not that cheap wisdom of Jack the Dreamer who reflects too much and, as it were, from an excess of possibilities does not get around to action. Not reflection, no. True knowledge, an insight into the horrible truth, outweighs any motive for action, both in Hamlet and in the Dionysian man. Now no comfort avails anymore. Longing transcends a world after death, even the gods. Existence is negated, along with its glittering reflection in the gods or in an immortal beyond. Conscious of the truth he has once seen, man now experiences everywhere only the horror or absurdity of existence. Now he understands what is symbolic in Ophelia's fate. Now he understands the wisdom of the sylvan god, Silenus. He is nauseated. Here, when the danger to his will is greatest, art approaches as a saving sorceress, expert at healing. She alone knows how to turn these nauseous thoughts about the horror or absurdity of existence into notions with which one can live. These are the sublime as the artistic taming of the horrible, and the comic as the artistic discharge of the nausea of absurdity. The Seder chorus of the dithyramb is the saving deed of Greek art. Faced with the intermediary world of these Dionysian companions, the feelings described here exhausted themselves. 8. The Seder, like the idyllic shepherd of more recent times, is the offspring of a longing for the primitive and the natural. But how firmly and fearlessly the Greek embraced the man of the woods, and how timorously and mawkishly modern man dallied with the flattering image of a sentimental, flute-playing, tender shepherd. Nature, as yet unchanged by knowledge, with the bolts of culture still unbroken. This is what the Greek saw in his Seder, who nevertheless was not a mere ape. On the contrary, the Seder was the archetype of man, the embodiment of his highest and most intense emotions, the ecstatic reveler enraptured by the proximity of his God, the sympathetic companion in whom the suffering of the God is repeated, one who proclaims wisdom from the very heart of nature, a symbol of the sexual omnipotence of nature, which the Greeks used to contemplate with reverent wonder. The Seder was something sublime and divine. Thus he had to appear to the painfully broken vision of Dionysian man. The contrived shepherd in his dress-ups would have offended him. On the unconcealed and vigorously magnificent characters of nature, his eye rested with sublime satisfaction. Here, the true human being was disclosed, the bearded satyr jubilating to his god. Confronted with him, the man of culture shriveled into a mendacious caricature. Schiller is right about these origins of tragic art, too. The chorus is a living wall against the assaults of reality because it, the Seder chorus, represents existence more truthfully, really, and completely than the man of culture does, who ordinarily considers himself as the only reality. The sphere of poetry does not lie outside the world as a fantastic impossibility spawned by a poet's brain. It desires to be just the opposite, the unvarnished expression of the truth, and must precisely for that reason discard the mendacious finery of that alleged reality of the man of culture. The contrast between this real truth of nature and the lie of culture that poses as if it were the only reality is similar to that between the eternal core of things, the thing in itself, and the whole world of appearances. Just as tragedy, with its metaphysical comfort, points to the eternal life of this core of existence, which abides through the perpetual destruction of appearances. The symbolism of the Seder chorus proclaims this primordial relationship between the thing in itself and appearance. The idyllic shepherd of modern man is merely a counterfeit of the sum of cultural illusions that are allegedly nature. The Dionysian Greek wants truth and nature in their most forceful form, and sees himself changed, as by magic, into a satyr. The reveling throng, the votaries of Dionysus, jubilate under the spell of such moods and insights, whose power transforms them before their own eyes, till they imagine that they are beholding themselves as restored geniuses of nature, as satyrs. The later constitution of the chorus in tragedy is the artistic imitation of this natural phenomenon, though, to be sure, at this point the separation of Dionysian spectators and magically enchanted Dionysians became necessary. Only we must always keep in mind that the public at an Attic tragedy found itself in the chorus of the orchestra, and there was at bottom no opposition between public and chorus. Everything is merely a great sublime chorus of dancing and singing satyrs, or of those who permit themselves to be represented by such satyrs. Now we are ready to understand Schlegel's formulation in a deeper sense. The chorus is the ideal spectator, insofar as it is the only beholder, the beholder of the visionary world of the scene. A public of spectators as we know it was unknown to the Greeks. In their theaters, the terrace structure of concentric arcs made it possible for everybody to actually overlook the whole world of culture around him and to imagine in absorbed contemplation that he himself was a chorist. In light of this insight, we may call the chorus in its primitive form, in proto-tragedy, the mirror image in which the Dionysian man contemplates himself. This phenomenon is best made clear by imagining an actor who, being truly talented, sees the role he is supposed to play quite palpably before his eyes. The Seder chorus is, first of all, a vision of the Dionysian mass of spectators, just as the world of the stage, in turn, is a vision of the Seder chorus. The force of this vision is strong enough to make the eye insensitive and blind to the impression of reality to the men of culture who occupy the rows of seats all around. The form of the Greek theater recalls a lonely valley in the mountains. The architecture of the scene appears like a luminous cloud formation that the bacchantes swarming over the mountains behold from a height, like the splendid frame in which the image of Dionysus is revealed to them. In the face of our learned views about elementary artistic processes, this artistic proto-phenomenon, which we bring up here to help explain the tragic chorus, is almost offensive, although nothing could be more certain than the fact that a poet is a poet only insofar as he sees himself surrounded by figures who live and act before him, and into whose inmost nature he can see. Owing to a peculiar modern weakness, we are inclined to imagine the aesthetic proto-phenomenon in a manner much too complicated and abstract. For a genuine poet, metaphor is not a rhetorical figure, but a vicarious image that he actually beholds in place of a concept. A character is for him not a whole he has composed out of particular traits, picked up here and there, but an obtrusively alive person before his very eyes, distinguished from the otherwise identical vision of a painter only by the fact that it continually goes on living and acting. How is it that Homer's descriptions are so much more vivid than those of any other poet? Because he visualizes so much more vividly. We talk so abstractly about poetry because all of us are usually bad poets. At bottom, the aesthetic phenomenon is simple. Let anyone have the ability to behold continually a vivid play and to live constantly surrounded by hosts of spirits, and he will be a poet. Let anyone feel the urge to transform himself and to speak out of other bodies and souls, and he will be a dramatist. The Dionysian excitement is capable of communicating this artistic gift to a multitude, so they can see themselves surrounded by such a host of spirits, while knowing themselves to be essentially one with them. This process of the tragic chorus is the dramatic proto-phenomenon. To see oneself transformed before one's own eyes and to begin to act as if one had actually entered into another body, another character. This process stands at the beginning of the origin of drama. Here we have something different from the rhapsodist, who does not become fused with his images, but, like a painter, sees them outside himself as objects of contemplation. Here we have a surrender of individuality and a way of entering into another character. And this phenomenon is encountered epidemically. A whole throng experiences the magic of this transformation. The dithyramb is thus essentially different from all other choral odes. The virgins who proceed solemnly to the temple of Apollo, laurel branches in their hands, singing a processional hymn, remain what they are and retain their civic names. The dithyrambic chorus is a chorus of transformed characters whose civic past and social status have been totally forgotten. They have become timeless servants of their God, who live outside the spheres of society. All the other choral lyric poetry of the Hellenes is merely a tremendous intensification of the Apollonian solo singer, while in the dithyramb we confront a community of unconscious actors who consider themselves and one another transformed. Such magic transformation is the presupposition of all dramatic art. In this magic transformation, the Dionysian reveler sees himself as a satyr, and as a satyr, in turn, he sees the god, which means that in his metamorphosis, he beholds another vision outside himself, as the Apollonian complement of his own state. With this new vision, the drama is complete. In the light of this insight, we must understand Greek tragedy as the Dionysian chorus which ever anew discharges itself in an Apollonian world of images. Thus, the choral parts with which tragedy is interlaced are, as it were, the womb that gave birth to the whole of the so-called dialogue, that is, the entire world of the stage, the real drama. In several successive discharges, this primal ground of tragedy radiates this vision of the drama, which is, by all means, a dream apparition, and to that extent epic in nature. But, on the other hand, being the objectification of a Dionysian state, it represents not Apollonian redemption through mere appearance, but, on the contrary, the shattering of the individual and his fusion with primal being. Thus the drama is the Dionysian embodiment of Dionysian insights and effects, and thereby separated, as by a tremendous chasm, from the epic. The chorus of the Greek tragedy, the symbol of the whole excited Dionysian throng, is thus fully explained by our conception. Accustomed as we are to the function of our modern stage chorus, especially in operas, we could not comprehend why the tragic chorus of the Greeks should be older, more original, and important than the action proper, as the voice of tradition claimed unmistakably. And with this traditional primacy and originality, we could not reconcile the fact that the chorus consisted only of humble beings who served, indeed, initially only of goat-like satyrs. Finally, there remained the riddle of the orchestra in front of the scene. But now we realize that the scene, complete with the action, was basically and originally thought of merely as a vision. The chorus is the only reality and generates the vision, speaking of it with the entire symbolism of dance, tone, and words. In its vision, this chorus beholds its lord and master Dionysus, and is therefore eternally the serving chorus. It sees how the god suffers and glorifies himself, and therefore does not itself act. But while its attitude toward the god is wholly one of service, it is nevertheless the highest, namely the Dionysian expression of nature, and therefore pronounces in its rapture, as nature does, oracles and wise sayings. Sharing his suffering, it also shares something of his wisdom, and proclaims the truth from the heart of the world. That is the origin of the fantastic and seemingly so offensive figure of the wise and rapturous Seder, who is at the same time the simple man, as opposed to the god, the image of nature and its strongest urges, even their symbol, and at the same time, the proclaimer of her wisdom and art. Musician, poet, dancer, and seer of spirits in one person. Dionysus, the real stage hero and center of the vision, was, according both to this insight and to the tradition, not actually present at first, in the very oldest period of tragedy. He was merely imagined as present, which means that originally tragedy was only chorus and not yet drama. Later, the attempt was made to show the god as real and to represent the visionary figure together with its transfiguring frame as something visible for every eye. And thus, drama, in the narrower sense, began. Now the dithyrambic chorus was assigned the task of exciting the mood of the listeners to such a Dionysian degree that, when the tragic hero appeared on the stage, they did not see the awkwardly masked human being, but rather a visionary figure, born, as it were, from their own rapture. Consider Admetus when he is brooding over the memory of his recently departed wife Alcestis, consuming himself in her spiritual contemplation, when suddenly a similarly formed, similarly walking woman's figure is led toward him, heavily veiled. Let us imagine his sudden trembling unrest, his tempestuous comparisons, his instinctive conviction, and we have an analogy with what the spectator felt in his Dionysian excitement when he saw the approach on the stage of the god with whose sufferings he had already identified himself. Involuntarily, he transferred the whole magic image of the god that was trembling before his soul to that masked figure and, as it were, dissolved its reality into the unreality of spirits. This is the Apollonian state of dreams in which the world of the day becomes veiled, and a new world, clearer, more understandable, more moving than the everyday world, and yet more shadowy, presents itself to our eyes in continual rebirths. Accordingly, we recognize in tragedy a sweeping opposition of styles. The language, color, mobility, and dynamics of speech fall apart into the Dionysian lyrics of the chorus, and, on the other hand, the Apollonian dream world, and become two utterly different spheres of expression. The Apollonian appearances in which Dionysus objectifies himself are no longer an eternal sea, changeful strife, a glowing life, like the music of the chorus. No longer those forces merely felt and not condensed into images, in which the enraptured servant of Dionysus senses the nearness of the god. Now the clarity and firmness of epic form addresses him from the scene. Now Dionysus no longer speaks through forces, but as an epic hero, almost in the language of Homer. 9. Everything that comes to the surface in the Apollonian part of Greek tragedy, in the dialogue, looks simple, transparent, and beautiful. In this sense, the dialogue is an image of the Hellene whose nature is revealed in the dance, because in the dance the greatest strength remains only potential, but betrays itself in the suppleness and wealth of movement. Thus, the language of Sophocles' heroes amazes us by its Apollonian precision and lucidity. So we immediately have the feeling that we are looking into the innermost ground of their being, with some astonishment that the way to this ground should be so short. But suppose we disregard the character of the hero as it comes to the surface visibly. After all, it is, in the last analysis, nothing but a bright image projected on a dark wall, which means appearance, through and through. Suppose we penetrate into the myth that projects itself in these lucid reflections, then we suddenly experience a phenomenon that is just the opposite of a familiar optical phenomenon. When, after a forceful attempt to gaze on the sun, we turn away blinded, we see dark-colored spots before our eyes, as a cure, as it were. Conversely, the bright image projections of the Sophoclean hero, in short, the Apollonian aspect of the mask, are necessary effects of a glance into the inside and terrors of nature, as it were, luminous spots to cure eyes damaged by gruesome night. Only in this sense may we believe that we properly comprehend the serious and important concept of Greek cheerfulness. The misunderstanding of this concept as cheerfulness in a state of unendangered comfort is, of course, encountered everywhere today. Sophocles understood the most sorrowful figure of the Greek stage, the unfortunate Oedipus, as the noble human being who, in spite of his wisdom, is destined to error and misery, but who eventually, through his tremendous suffering, spreads a magical power of blessing that remains effective even beyond his decease. The noble human being does not sin, the profound poet wants to tell us. Though every law, every natural order, even the moral world may perish through his actions also produce a higher magical circle of effects, which found a new world on the ruins of the old one that has been overthrown. That is what the poet wants to say to us, insofar as he is at the same time a religious thinker. As a poet, he first shows us a marvelously tied knot of a trial, slowly unraveled by the judge, bit by bit, for his own undoing. The genuinely Hellenic delight at this dialectical solution is so great that it introduces a trait of superior cheerfulness into the whole work, everywhere softening the sharp points of the gruesome presuppositions of this process. In Oedipus at Colonus, we encounter the same cheerfulness, but elevated into an infinite transfiguration. The old man, struck by an excess of misery, abandoned solely to suffer whatever befalls him, is confronted by the supra-terrestrial cheerfulness that descends from the divine sphere and suggests to us that the hero attains his highest activity, extending far beyond his life through his purely passive posture, while his conscious deeds and desires earlier in his life merely led him into passivity. Thus, the intricate legal knot of the Oedipus fable that no mortal eye could unravel is gradually disentangled, and the most profound human joy overcomes us at this divine counterpart of the dialectic. If this explanation does justice to the poet, one may yet ask whether it exhausts the contents of the myth. And then it becomes evident that the poet's whole conception is nothing but precisely that bright image which healing nature projects before us after a glance into the abyss. Oedipus, the murderer of his father, the husband of his mother, the solver of the riddle of the Sphinx. What does the mysterious triad of these fateful deeds tell us? There is a tremendously old popular belief, especially in Persia, that a wise magus can be born only from incest. With the riddle-solving and mother-marrying Oedipus in mind, we must immediately interpret this to mean that where prophetic and magical powers have broken the spell of present and future, the rigid law of individuation, and the real magic of nature, some enormously unnatural event, such as incest, must have occurred earlier as a cause. How else could one compel nature to surrender her secrets, if not by triumphantly resisting her, that is, by means of something unnatural? It is this insight that I find expressed in the horrible triad of Oedipus's destinies. The same man who solves the riddle of nature, that sphinx of two species, also must break the most sacred natural orders by murdering his father and marrying his mother. Indeed, the myth seems to wish to whisper to us that wisdom, and particularly Dionysian wisdom, is an unnatural abomination. That he who by means of his knowledge plunges nature into the abyss of destruction must also suffer the dissolution of nature in his own person. The edge of wisdom turns against the wise. Wisdom is a crime against nature. Such horrible sentences are proclaimed to us by the myth. But the Hellenic poet touches the sublime and terrible Memnon's column of myth like a sunbeam, so that it suddenly begins to sound in Sophoclean melodies. Let me now contrast the glory of activity, which illuminates Aeschylus's Prometheus, with the glory of passivity. What the thinker Aeschylus had to say to us here, but what as a poet he only allows us to sense in his symbolic image, the youthful Goethe was able to reveal to us in the audacious words of his Prometheus. Quote, "Here I sit, forming men in my own image, a race to be like me, to suffer, to weep, to delight, and to rejoice, and to defy you, as I do." End quote. Man, rising to titanic stature, gains culture by his own efforts and forces the gods to enter into an alliance with him. Because, in his very own wisdom, he holds their existence and their limitations in his hands. But what is most wonderful in this Prometheus poem, which in its basic idea is the veritable hymn of impiety, is the profoundly Aeschylean demand for justice. The immeasurable suffering of the bold individual on the one hand, and the divine predicament and intimation of a twilight of the gods on the other. The way the power of these two worlds of suffering compels a reconciliation, a metaphysical union. All this recalls, in the strongest possible manner, the center and main axiom of the Aeschylean view of the world, which envisages Moira enthroned above gods and men as eternal justice. In view of the astonishing audacity with which Aeschylus places the Olympian world on the scales of his justice, we must call to mind that the profound Greek possessed an immovably firm foundation for metaphysical thought in his mysteries, and all his skeptical moods could be vented against the Olympians. The Greek artist in particular had an obscure feeling of mutual dependence when it came to the gods, and precisely in the Prometheus of Aeschylus, this feeling is symbolized. In himself, the titanic artist found the defiant faith that he had the ability to create men, and at least destroy Olympian gods, by means of his superior wisdom, which, to be sure, he had to atone for with eternal suffering. The splendid ability of the great genius, for which even eternal suffering is a slight price, the stern pride of the artist, that is the content and soul of Aeschylus's poem, while Sophocles in his Oedipus sounds as a prelude the holy man's song of triumph. But Aeschylus's interpretation of the myth does not exhaust the astounding depth of its terror. Rather, the artist's delight in what becomes, the cheerfulness of artistic creation that defies all misfortune, is merely a bright image of clouds and sky mirrored in a black lake of sadness. The Prometheus story is an original possession of the entire Aryan community of peoples and evidences their gift for the profoundly tragic. Indeed, it does not seem improbable that this myth has the same characteristic significance for the Aryan character which the myth of the fall has for the Semitic character, and that these two myths are related to each other like brother and sister. The presupposition of the Prometheus myth is to be found in the extravagant value which a naive humanity attached to fire as the true palladium of every ascending culture. But that man should freely dispose of fire without receiving it as a present from heaven, either as a lightning bolt or as the warming rays of the sun, struck these reflective primitive men as a sacrilege, as a robbery of divine nature. Thus, the very first philosophical problem immediately produces a painful and irresolvable contradiction between man and God and moves it before the gate of every culture like a huge boulder. The best and highest possession mankind can acquire is obtained by sacrilege and must be paid for with consequences that involve the whole flood of sufferings and sorrows with which the offended divinities have to afflict the nobly inspiring race of men. This is a harsh idea, which, by the dignity it confers on sacrilege, contrasts strangely with the Semitic myth of the fall, in which curiosity, mendacious deception, susceptibility to seduction, lust, in short, a series of preeminently feminine effects, was considered the origin of evil. What distinguishes the Aryan notion is the sublime view of active sin as the characteristically Promethean virtue. With that, the ethical basis for pessimistic tragedy has been found, the justification of human evil, meaning both human guilt and the human suffering it entails. The misfortune in the nature of things, which the contemplative Aryan is not inclined to interpret away, the contradiction at the heart of the world reveals itself to him as a clash of different worlds, for example, of a divine and a human one, in which each, taken as individual, has right on its side, but nevertheless has to suffer for its individuation, being merely a single one beside another. In the heroic effort of the individual to attain universality, and the attempt to transcend the curse of individuation and to become the one world being, he suffers in his own person the primordial contradiction that is concealed in things, which means that he commits sacrilege and suffers. Thus, the Aryans understand sacrilege as something masculine, while the Semites understand sin as feminine. Just as the original sacrilege is committed by a man, the original sin by a woman. Also, the Witches' Chorus says, quote, "If that is so, we do not mind it. With 1,000 steps the women find it. But though they rush, we do not care. With one big jump, the men get there." End quote. Whoever understands this innermost kernel of the Prometheus story, namely the necessity of sacrilege imposed upon the titanically striving individual, must also immediately feel how un-Apollonian this pessimistic notion is. For Apollo wants to grant repose to individual beings precisely by drawing boundaries between them and by again and again calling these to mind as the most sacred laws of the world, with his demands for self-knowledge and measure. Lest this Apollonian tendency congeal the form to Egyptian rigidity and coldness, lest the effort to prescribe to the individual wave its path and realm might annul the motion of the whole lake, the high tide of the Dionysian destroyed from time to time all those little circles in which the one-sidedly Apollonian will had sought to confine the Hellenic spirit. The suddenly swelling Dionysian tide then takes the separate little wave mountains of individuals on its back, even as Prometheus's brother, the Titan Atlas, does with the earth. This titanic impulse to become, as it were, the Atlas for all individuals, carrying them on a broad back, higher and higher, farther and farther, is what the Promethean and the Dionysian have in common. In this respect, the Prometheus of Aeschylus is a Dionysian mask, while, in the aforementioned profound demand for justice, Aeschylus reveals to the thoughtful his paternal descent from Apollo, the god of individuation and of just boundaries. So, the dual nature of Aeschylus's Prometheus, his nature which is at the same time Dionysian and Apollonian, might be expressed thus in a conceptual formula. Quote, "All that exists is just and unjust, and equally justified in both." End quote. That is your world. A world indeed. 10. The tradition is undisputed that Greek tragedy in its earliest form had for its sole theme the sufferings of Dionysus, and that for a long time the only stage hero was Dionysus himself. But it may be claimed with equal confidence that until Euripides, Dionysus never ceased to be the tragic hero, that all the celebrated figures of the Greek stage, Prometheus, Oedipus, etc., are mere masks of the original hero, Dionysus. That behind all these masks, there is a deity. That is one essential reason for the typical ideality of these famous figures which has caused so much astonishment. Somebody, I do not know who, has claimed that all individuals, taken as individuals, are comic, and hence untragic, from which it would follow that the Greeks simply could not suffer individuals on the tragic stage. In fact, this is what they seem to have felt, and the Platonic distinction in evaluation of the idea and the idol, the mere image, is very deeply rooted in the Hellenic character. Using Plato's terms, we should have to speak of the tragic figures of the Hellenic stage somewhat as follows. The one truly real Dionysus appears in a variety of forms, in the mask of a fighting hero, and entangled, as it were, in the net of the individual will. The god who appears talks and acts so as to resemble an erring, striving, suffering individual. That he appears at all with such epic precision and clarity is the work of the dream interpreter, Apollo, who, through this symbolic appearance, interprets to the chorus its Dionysian state. In truth, however, the hero is the suffering Dionysus of the mysteries, the god experiencing in himself the agonies of individuation, of whom wonderful myths tell that as a boy he was torn to pieces by the Titans, and now is worshipped in this state as Zagreus. Thus, it is intimated that this dismemberment, the properly Dionysian suffering, is like a transformation into air, water, earth, and fire, that we are to regard the state of individuation as the origin and primal cause of all suffering, as something objectionable in itself. From the smile of this Dionysus sprang the Olympian gods. From his tears sprang man. In this existence as a dismembered god, Dionysus possesses the dual nature of a cruel, barbarized demon and a mild, gentle ruler. But the hope of the epopts looked toward a rebirth of Dionysus, which we must now dimly conceive as the end of individuation. It was for this coming third Dionysus that the epopts' roaring hymns of joy resounded. And it is this hope alone that casts a gleam of joy upon the features of a world torn asunder and shattered into individuals. This is symbolized in the myth of Demeter, sunk in eternal sorrow, who rejoices again for the first time when told that she may once more give birth to Dionysus. This view of things already provides us with all the elements of a profound and pessimistic view of the world, together with the mystery doctrine of tragedy. The fundamental knowledge of the oneness of everything existent, the conception of individuation as the primal cause of evil, and of art as the joyous hope that the spell of individuation may be broken in augury of a restored oneness. We have already suggested that the Homeric epos is the poem of Olympian culture, in which this culture has sung its own song of victory over the terrors of the War of the Titans. Under the predominating influence of tragic poetry, these Homeric myths are now born anew. And this metempsychosis reveals that in the meantime, the Olympian culture also has been conquered by a still more profound view of the world. The defiant Titan Prometheus has announced to his Olympian tormentor that someday the greatest danger will menace his rule, unless Zeus should enter into an alliance with him in time. In Aeschylus, we recognize how the terrified Zeus, fearful of his end, allies himself with the Titan. Thus, the former age of the Titans is once more recovered from Tartarus and brought to the light. The philosophy of wild and naked nature beholds with the frank, undissembling gaze of truth the myths of the Homeric world as they dance past. They turn pale. They tremble under the piercing glance of this goddess, till the powerful fist of the Dionysian artist forces them into the service of the new deity. Dionysian truth takes over the entire domain of myth as the symbolism of its knowledge, which it makes known partly in the public cult of tragedy and partly in the secret celebrations of dramatic mysteries, but always in the old mythical garb. What power was it that freed Prometheus from his vultures and transformed the myth into a vehicle of Dionysian wisdom? It is the Heraclean power of music. Having reached its highest manifestation in tragedy, it can invent myths with a new and most profound significance. This we have already characterized as the most powerful function of music. For it is in the fate of every myth to creep by degrees into the narrow limits of some alleged historical reality and to be treated by some later generation as a unique fact with historical claims. and the Greeks were already fairly on the way toward restamping the whole of their mythical juvenile dreams sagaciously and arbitrarily into a historico-pragmatical juvenile history. For this is the way in which religions are wont to die out. Under the stern, intelligent eyes of an orthodox dogmatism, the mythical premises of a religion are systematized as a sum total of historical events. One begins apprehensively to defend the credibility of the myths, while at the same time one opposes any continuation of their natural vitality and growth. The feeling for myth perishes, and its place is taken by the claim of religion to historical foundations. This dying myth was now seized by the ever-newborn genius of Dionysian music, and in these hands it flourished once more with colors such as it had never yet displayed, with a fragrance that awakened a longing anticipation of a metaphysical world. After this final effulgence, it collapses, its leaves wither, and soon the mocking Lucians of antiquity catch at the discolored and faded flowers carried away by the four winds. Through tragedy, the myth attains its most profound content, its most expressive form. It rises once more like a wounded hero, and its whole excess of strength, together with the philosophic calm of the dying, burns in its eyes with a last powerful gleam. What did you want, sacrilegious Euripides, when you sought to compel this dying myth to serve you once more? It died under your violent hands, and then you needed a copied, masked myth that, like the ape of Heracles, merely knew how to deck itself out in the ancient pomp. And just as the myth died on you, the genius of music died on you too. Though with greedy hands you plundered all the gardens of music, you still managed only copied, masked music. And because you had abandoned Dionysus, Apollo abandoned you. Rouse all the passions from their resting places and conjure them into your circle. Sharpen and whet a sophistical dialectic for the speeches of your heroes. Your heroes, too, have only copied, masked passions and speak only copied, masked speeches. 11. Greek tragedy met an end different from that of her older sister arts. She died by suicide in consequence of an irreconcilable conflict. She died tragically, while all others passed away calmly and beautifully at a ripe old age. If it be consonant with a happy natural state to take leave of life easily, leaving behind a fair posterity, the closing period of these older arts exhibits such a happy natural state. Slowly they sink from sight, and before their dying eyes stand their fairer progeny, who lift up their heads impatiently with a bold gesture. But when Greek tragedy died, there arose everywhere the deep sense of an immense void. Just as Greek sailors in the time of Tiberius once heard on a lonesome island the soul-shaking cry, "Great Pan is dead," so the Hellenic world was now pierced by the grievous lament. Tragedy is dead. Poetry itself has perished with her. Away with you, pale, meager Epicones. Away to Hades, that you may for once eat your fill of the crumbs of our former masters. When a new artistic genre blossomed forth after all, and revered tragedy as its predecessor and mistress, it was noted with horror that she did indeed bear the features of her mother, but those she had exhibited in her long death struggle. It was Euripides who fought this death struggle of tragedy. The later artistic genre is known as New Attic Comedy. In it, the degenerate form of tragedy lived on as a monument of its exceedingly painful and violent death. This connection helps to explain the passionate attachment that the poets of the new comedy felt for Euripides, so that we are no longer surprised at the wish of Philemon, who would have let himself be hanged at once merely that he might visit Euripides in the lower world. If only he could be certain that the deceased still had possession of his reason. But if we desire, as briefly as possible, and without claiming to say anything exhaustive, to characterize what Euripides has in common with Menander and Philemon, and what appealed to them so strongly as worthy of imitation, it is sufficient to say that Euripides brought the spectator onto the stage. He who has perceived the material out of which the Promethean tragic writers prior to Euripides formed their heroes, and how remote from their purpose it was to bring the faithful mask of reality onto the stage, will also be aware of the utterly opposite tendency of Euripides. Through him, the everyday man forced his way from the spectator seats onto the stage. The mirror in which formerly only grand and bold traits were represented now showed the painful fidelity that conscientiously reproduces even the botched outlines of nature. Odysseus, the typical Hellene of the older art, now sank, in the hands of the new poets, to the figure of the Graculus, who, as the good-natured cunning house-slave, henceforth occupies the center of dramatic interest. What Euripides claims credit for in Aristophanes' Frogs, namely that his nostrums have liberated tragic art from its pompous corpulency, is apparent above all in his tragic heroes. The spectator now actually saw and heard his double on the Euripidean stage, and rejoiced that he could talk so well. But this joy was not all. One could even learn from Euripides how to speak oneself. He prides himself upon this in his contest with Aeschylus. From him the people have learned how to observe, debate, and draw conclusions according to the rules of art and with the cleverest sophistries. Through this revolution in ordinary language, he made the new comedy possible. For henceforth it was no longer a secret how, and with what maxims, everyday life could be represented on the stage. Civic mediocrity, on which Euripides built all his political hopes, was now given a voice. While heretofore the demigod in tragedy and the drunken satyr, or demi-man in comedy, had determined the character of the language. And so the Aristophanian Euripides prides himself in having portrayed the common, familiar, everyday life and activities of the people, about which all are qualified to pass judgment. If the entire populace now philosophized, managed land and goods, and conducted lawsuits with unheard-of circumspection, he deserved the credit, for this was the result of the wisdom he had inculcated in the people. It was to a populace thus prepared and enlightened that the new comedy could address itself. It was Euripides who had taught, as it were, the chorus, only now the chorus of spectators had to be trained. As soon as this chorus was trained to sing in the Euripidean key, there arose the drama which resembles a game of chess. The new comedy, with its perpetual triumphs of cunning and craftiness. But Euripides, the chorus master, was praised continually. Indeed, people would have killed themselves in order to learn still more from him, if they had not known that the tragic poets were quite as dead as tragedy. But with that, the Hellene had given up his belief in immortality, not only in his belief in an ideal past, but also his belief in an ideal future. The words of the well-known epitaph, frivolous and eccentric when an old man, also suit aging Hellenism. The passing moment, wit, levity, and caprice are its highest deities. The fifth estate, that of the slaves, now comes to power, at least in sentiment, and if we may still speak at all of Greek cheerfulness, it is the cheerfulness of the slave who has nothing of consequence to be responsible for, nothing great to strive for, and who does not value anything in the past or future higher than the present. It was this semblance of Greek cheerfulness which so aroused the profound and formidable natures of the first 4 centuries of Christianity. This womanish flight from seriousness and terror, this craven satisfaction with easy enjoyment, seemed to them not only contemptible, but a specifically anti-Christian sentiment. And it is due to their influence that the conception of Greek antiquity, which endured through the centuries, clung with almost unconquerable persistency to that pink hue of cheerfulness, as if there had never been a 6th century with its birth of tragedy, its mysteries, its Pythagoras and Heraclitus, as if the works of art of the great period simply did not exist. Though this phenomena can hardly be explained as having originated in any such senile and slavish pleasure in existence and cheerfulness, and point to a wholly different conception of the world as the ground of their existence. The assertion made above, That Euripides brought the spectator onto the stage and thus qualified him to pass judgment on the drama makes it appear as if the older tragic art had always suffered from bad relations with the spectator, and one might be tempted to extol as an advance over Sophocles the radical tendency of Euripides to produce a proper relation between art and the public. But public, after all, is a mere word. In no sense is it a homogeneous and constant quality. Why should the artist be bound to accommodate himself to a power whose strength lies solely in numbers? And if, by virtue of his endowments and aspirations, he should feel himself superior to every one of these spectators, how could he feel greater respect for the collective expression of all these subordinate capacities than for the relatively highest endowed individual spectator? In truth, if ever a Greek artist throughout a long life treated his public with audacity and self-sufficiency, it was Euripides. When the masses threw themselves at his feet, he openly and with sublime defiance reversed his own tendency, the very tendency with which he had won over the masses. If this genius had had the slightest reverence for the pandemonium of the public, he would have broken down long before the middle of his career beneath the heavy blows of his failures. These considerations make it clear that our formula, that Euripides brought the spectator onto the stage in order to make him truly competent to pass judgment, was merely provisional. We must penetrate more deeply to understand this tendency. Conversely, it is well known that Aeschylus and Sophocles, during the whole of their lives, and indeed long after, were in complete possession of the people's favor, so there can be no question of a false relation between art and the public in the case of these predecessors of Euripides. What was it, then, that forcibly drove this artist, so richly endowed, so constantly impelled to production, from the path warmed by the sun of the greatest names in poetry and covered by the cloudless heaven of popular favor? What strange consideration for the spectator led him to oppose the spectator? How could he, out of too great a respect for his public, despise his public? Euripides, and this is the solution of the riddle just propounded, undoubtedly felt himself as a poet superior to the masses in general, but to two of his spectators he did not feel superior. He brought the masses onto the stage, but these two spectators he revered as the only competent judges and masters of his art. Complying with their directions and admonitions, he transferred the entire world of sentiments, passions, and experiences hitherto present at every festival performance as the invisible chorus on the spectators' benches into the souls of his stage heroes. He yielded to their demands, too, when for these new characters he sought out a new language and a new tone. Only in their voices could he hear any conclusive verdict on his work, and also the encouragement that promised eventual success when, as usual, he found himself condemned by the public judgment. Of these two spectators, one is Euripides himself, Euripides as a thinker, not as poet. It might be said of him, as of Lessing, that his extraordinary fund of critical talent, if it did not create, at least constantly stimulated his productive artistic impulse. With this gift, with all the brightness and dexterity of his critical thinking, Euripides had sat in the theater and striven to recognize in the masterpieces of his great predecessors, as in paintings that have become dark, feature after feature, line after line. And here he had experienced something which should not surprise anyone initiated into the deeper secrets of Aeschylean tragedy. He observed something incommensurable in every feature and in every line, a certain deceptive distinctiveness, and at the same time an enigmatic depth, indeed an infinitude in the background. Even the clearest figure always had a comet's tail attached to it, which seemed to suggest the uncertain, that which could never be illuminated. A similar twilight shrouded the structure of the drama, especially the significance of the chorus. And how dubious the solution of the ethical problems remained to him! How questionable the treatment of the myths! How unequal the distribution of good and bad fortune! Even in the language of the old tragedy, there was much he found offensive, or at least enigmatic. Especially, he found too much pomp for simple affairs, too many tropes and monstrous expressions to suit the plainness of the characters. So he sat in the theater, pondering uneasily, and as a spectator he confessed to himself that he did not understand his great predecessors. But if the understanding was for him the real root of all enjoyment in creation, he had to inquire and look around to see whether no one else had the same opinion and also felt this incommensurability. But most people, and among them the finest individuals, had only a suspicious smile for him, and none could explain to him why the great masters were still in the right despite his scruples and objections. And in this state of torment he found that other spectator, who did not comprehend tragedy and therefore did not esteem it. Allied with him, he could now venture from his solitude to begin the tremendous struggle against the art of Aeschylus and Sophocles, not with polemical essays, but as a dramatic poet who opposed his conception of tragedy to the traditional one. 12. Before we name this other spectator, let us pause here a moment to recall to our minds our previously described impression of the discordant and incommensurable elements in the nature of Aeschylean tragedy. Let us recall our surprise at the chorus and the tragic hero of that tragedy, neither of which we could reconcile with our own customs any more than with tradition, till we rediscovered this duality itself as the origin and essence of Greek tragedy, as the expression of two interwoven artistic impulses, the Apollonian and the Dionysian. To separate this original and all-powerful Dionysian element from tragedy and to reconstruct tragedy purely on the basis of an un-Dionysian art, morality, and worldview, this is the tendency of Euripides, as it now reveals itself to us in clear illumination. In the evening of his life, Euripides himself propounded to his contemporaries the question of the value and significance of this tendency, using a myth. Is the Dionysian entitled to exist at all? Should it not be forcibly uprooted from the Hellenic soil? Certainly, the poet tells us, if it were only possible, but the god Dionysus is too powerful. His most intelligent adversary, like Pentheus in the Bacchae, is unwittingly enchanted by him, and in this enchantment runs to meet his fate. The judgment of these two old men, Cadmus and Tiresias, seems also to be the judgment of the old poet. The reflection of the wisest individuals does not overthrow these popular traditions, nor the perpetually self-propagating worship of Dionysus. Rather, it is proper to display a diplomatically cautious interest in the presence of such marvelous forces, although the possibility remains that the god may take offense at such lukewarm participation and eventually transform the diplomat, like Cadmus, into a dragon. This is what we are told by a poet who opposed Dionysus with heroic valor throughout a long life, and who finally ended his career with the glorification of his adversary and with suicide, like a giddy man who, to escape the horrible vertigo he can no longer endure, casts himself from a tower. This tragedy was a protest against the practicability of his own tendency, but alas, it had already been put into practice. The marvel had happened. When the poet recanted, his tendency had already triumphed. Dionysus had already been scared from the tragic stage by a demonic power speaking through Euripides. Even Euripides was, in a sense, only a mask. The deity that spoke through him was neither Dionysus nor Apollo, but an altogether newborn demon called Socrates. This is the new opposition, the Dionysian and the Socratic, and the art of Greek tragedy was wrecked on this. Though Euripides may seek to comfort us by his recantation, he does not succeed. The most magnificent temple lies in ruins. What does the lamentation of the destroyer profit us, or his confession that it was the most beautiful of all temples? And even if Euripides has been punished by being changed into a dragon by the art critics of all ages, who could be content with so miserable a compensation? Let us now approach the Socratic tendency with which Euripides combated and vanquished Aeschylean tragedy. We must now ask ourselves, what could be the aim of the Euripidean design, which in its most ideal form would wish to base drama exclusively on the un-Dionysian? What form of drama still remained, if it was not to be born of the womb of music, in the mysterious twilight of the Dionysian? Only the dramatized epos. But in this Apollonian domain of art, the tragic effect is certainly unattainable. The subject matter of the events represented is not decisive. Indeed, I suggest that it would have been impossible for Goethe in his projected Nausicaa to have rendered tragically effective the suicide of this idyllic being, which was to have completed the fifth act. So extraordinary is the power of the epic Apollonian that before our eyes it transforms the most terrible things by the joy in mere appearance, and in redemption through mere appearance. The poet of the dramatized epos cannot blend completely with his images any more than the epic rhapsodist can. He is still that calm, unmoved contemplation which sees the images before its wide-open eyes. The actor in this dramatized epos still remains fundamentally a rhapsodist. The consecration of the inner dream lies on all his actions, so that he is never wholly an actor. How, then, is the Euripidean play related to this ideal of the Apollonian drama? Just as the younger rhapsodist is related to the solemn rhapsodist of old times. In the Platonic Ion, the younger rhapsodist describes his own nature as follows. Quote, "When I am saying anything sad, my eyes fill with tears, and when I am saying something awful and terrible, then my hair stands on end with fright, and my heart beats quickly." End quote. Here we no longer remark anything of the epic absorption in mere appearance, or of the dispassionate coolness of the true actor, who, precisely in his highest activity, is wholly mere appearance, and joy in mere appearance. Euripides is the actor whose heart beats, whose hair stands on end. As Socratic thinker, he designs the plan. As passionate actor, he executes it. Neither in the designing nor in the execution is he a pure artist. Thus, the Euripidean drama is a thing both cool and fiery, equally capable of freezing and burning. It is impossible for it to attain the Apollonian effect of the epos, while, on the other hand, it has alienated itself as much as possible from Dionysian elements. Now, in order to be effective at all, it requires new stimulants, which can no longer lie within the sphere of the only two art impulses, the Apollonian and the Dionysian. These stimulants are cool, paradoxical thoughts, replacing Apollonian contemplation, and fiery affects, replacing Dionysian ecstasies. And, it may be added, thoughts and affects copied very realistically and in no sense dipped into the ether of art. So we see that Euripides did not succeed in basing the drama exclusively on the Apollonian, and his un-Dionysian tendency actually went astray and became naturalistic and inartistic. Now we should be able to come closer to the character of aesthetic Socratism, whose supreme law reads roughly as follows. To be beautiful, everything must be intelligible. As the counterpart to the Socratic dictum, knowledge is virtue. With this canon in his hands, Euripides measured all the separate elements of the drama, language, characters, dramaturgic structure, and choric music, and corrected them according to this principle. The poetic deficiency and degeneration which are so often imputed to Euripides in comparison with Sophocles are for the most part products of this penetrating critical process, this audacious reasonableness. The Euripidean prologue may serve as an example of the productivity of this rationalistic method. Nothing could be more uncongenial to the technique of our own stage than the prologue in the drama of Euripides. For a single person to appear at the outset of the play, telling us who he is, what precedes the action, what has happened so far, even what will happen in the course of the play, would be condemned by a modern playwright as a willful, inexcusable abandonment of the effect of suspense. We know everything that is going to happen. Who would want to wait till it actually does happen? After all, we do not even have the exciting relation of a prophetic dream to a reality that comes later on. But Euripides did not think like that at all. The effect of tragedy never depended on epic suspense, on a fascinating uncertainty as to what is to happen now and afterward, but rather on the great rhetorical, lyrical scenes in which the passion and dialectic of the protagonists swelled to a broad and powerful current. Everything laid the ground for pathos, not for action, and whatever was not directed toward pathos was considered objectionable. But what interferes most with the hearer's pleasurable absorption in such scenes is any missing link, any gap in the texture of the background story. So long as the spectator has to figure out the meaning of this or that person, or the presuppositions of this or that conflict of inclinations and purposes, he cannot become completely absorbed in the activities and sufferings of the chief characters, or feel breathless pity and fear. Aeschylean Sophoclean tragedy employed the most ingenious devices in the initial scenes to place in the spectator's hands, as if by chance, all the threads necessary for a complete understanding, a trait proving that noble artistry which, as it were, masks the necessary formal element and makes it appear accidental. Yet, Euripides thought he observed that during these first scenes, the spectator was so anxious to solve the problem of the background history that the poetic beauties and the pathos of the exposition were lost on him. So he put the prologue even before the exposition and placed it in the mouth of a person who could be trusted. Often, some deity had to guarantee the plot of the tragedy to the public, to remove every doubt as to the reality of the myth, somewhat as Descartes could prove the reality of the empirical world only by appealing to the truthfulness of God and his inability to utter falsehood. Euripides makes use of the same divine truthfulness once more at the close of his drama in order to reassure the public as to the future of his heroes. This is the task of the notorious Deus ex machina. Between this epic preview and epic prospect lies the dramatic, lyric present, the drama proper. Thus, Euripides as a poet is essentially an echo of his own conscious knowledge, and it is precisely on this account that he occupies such a remarkable position in the history of Greek art. With reference to his critical productive activity, he must often have felt as if he had to bring to life for drama the beginning of the essay of Anaxagoras. Quote, "In the beginning all things were mixed together, then came the understanding and created order." End quote. Anaxagoras with his noose is said to have appeared among philosophers as the first sober person amid a crowd of drunken ones. Euripides may have conceived his relation to the other tragic poets in terms of a similar image. As long as the sole ruler and disposer of the universe, the nous, remained excluded from artistic activity, things were all mixed together in a primeval chaos. This was what Euripides must have thought, and so, as the first sober one among them, he had to condemn the drunken poets. Sophocles said of Aeschylus that he did what was right, though he did it unconsciously. This was surely not how Euripides saw it. He might have said that Aeschylus, because he created unconsciously, did what was wrong. The divine Plato, too, almost always speaks only ironically of the creative faculty of the poet, insofar as it is not conscious insight, and places it on a par with the gift of the soothsayer and dream interpreter. The poet is incapable of composing until he has become unconscious and bereft of understanding. Like Plato, Euripides undertook to show to the world the reverse of the unintelligent poet. His aesthetic principle that to be beautiful everything must be conscious is, as I have said, the parallel to the Socratic. To be good, everything must be conscious. So we may consider Euripides as the poet of aesthetic Socratism. Socrates, however, was that second spectator who did not comprehend and therefore did not esteem the old tragedy. In alliance with him, Euripides dared to be the herald of a new art. If it was this of which the older tragedy perished, then aesthetic Socratism was the murderous principle. But insofar as the struggle was directed against the Dionysian element in the older tragedy, we may recognize in Socrates the opponent of Dionysus. He is the new Orpheus, who rose against Dionysus, and though he is destined to be torn to pieces by the Maenads of the Athenian court, he still put to flight the powerful god himself, who, as on his flight from Lycurgus, the king of Edene, sought refuge in the depths of the sea, namely the mystical flood of a secret cult which gradually covered the earth. 13. That Socrates was closely related to the tendency of Euripides did not escape the notice of contemporaneous antiquity. The most eloquent expression of this felicitous insight was the story current in Athens that Socrates used to help Euripides write his plays. Whenever an occasion arose to enumerate the demagogues of the day, the adherents of the good old times would mention both names in the same breath. To the influence of Socrates and Euripides they attributed the fact that the old Marathonian stalwart fitness of body and soul was being sacrificed more and more to a dubious enlightenment that involved the progressive degeneration of the powers of body and soul. It is in this tone, half indignant, half contemptuous, that Aristophanic comedy used to speak of both of them, to the consternation of modern men, who are quite willing to give up Euripides, but who cannot give sufficient expression to their astonishment that in Aristophanes Socrates should appear as the first and supreme sophist, as the mirror and epitome of all sophistical tendencies. Their only consolation is to pillory Aristophanes himself as a dissolute, mendacious Alcibiades of poetry. Without here defending the profound instinct of Aristophanes against such attacks, I shall continue to show, by means of the sentiments of the time, the close connection between Socrates and Euripides. With this in view, we must remember particularly how Socrates, as an opponent of tragic art, refrained from attending tragedies and appeared among the spectators only when a new play of Euripides was to be performed. Most famous of all, however, is the juxtaposition of the two names by the Delphic oracle, which designated Socrates as the wisest of men, and at the same time decided that the second prize in the contest of wisdom belonged to Euripides. Sophocles was named third in order of rank, he who could boast that, as compared with Aeschylus, he did what was right because he knew what was right. Evidently, it is precisely the degree of the brightness of this knowledge which distinguishes these three men in common as the three knowing ones of their time. The most acute word, however, about this new and unprecedented value set on knowledge and insight was spoken by Socrates when he found that he was the only one who acknowledged to himself that he knew nothing, whereas in his critical peregrinations through Athens he had called on the greatest statesmen, orators, poets, and artists, and had everywhere discovered the conceit of knowledge. To his astonishment, he perceived that all these celebrities were without a proper and sure insight, even with regard to their own professions, and that they practiced them only by instinct. Only by instinct. With this phrase, we touch upon the heart and core of the Socratic tendency. With it, Socratism condemns existing art as well as existing ethics. Wherever Socratism turns its searching eyes, it sees lack of insight and the power of illusion, and from this lack it infers the essential perversity and reprehensibility of what exists. Basing himself on this point, Socrates conceives it to be his duty to correct existence, all alone, with an expression of irreverence and superiority, as the precursor of an altogether different culture, art, and morality. He enters a world to touch whose very hem would give us the greatest happiness. This is what strikes us as so tremendously problematic. Whenever we consider Socrates, and again we are tempted to fathom the meaning and purpose of this most questionable phenomenon of antiquity. Who is it that may dare, single-handed, to negate the Greek genius that, as Homer, Pindar, and Aeschylus, as Phidias, as Pericles, as Pythia and Dionysus, as the deepest abyss and the highest height, is sure of our astonished veneration? What demonic power is this that dares to spill this magic potion into dust? What demigod is this to whom the chorus of the noblest spirits of mankind must call out, quote, "Alas, you have shattered the beautiful world with brazen fist. It falls, it is scattered." End quote. We are offered a key to the character of Socrates by the wonderful phenomenon known as the daemonion of Socrates. In exceptional circumstances, when his tremendous intellect wavered, he found secure support in the utterances of a divine voice that spoke up at such moments. This voice, whenever it comes, always dissuades. In this utterly abnormal nature, instinctive wisdom appears only in order to hinder conscious knowledge occasionally. While in all productive men it is instinct that is the creative affirmative force, and consciousness acts critically and dissuasively, in Socrates it is instinct that becomes the critic, in consciousness that becomes the creator. Truly a monstrosity per defectum. Specifically, we observe here a monstrous defectus of any mystical disposition, so Socrates might be called the typical non-mystic, in whom, through a hypertrophy, the logical nature is developed as excessively as instinctive wisdom is in the mystic. But the logical urge that became manifest in Socrates was absolutely prevented from turning against itself. In its unbridled flood, it displays a natural power such as we encounter to our awed amazement only in the very greatest instinctive forces. Anyone who, through the Platonic writings, has experienced even a breath of the divine naivete and sureness of the Socratic way of life, will also feel how the enormous driving wheel of logical Socratism is in motion, as it were, behind Socrates, and that it must be viewed through Socrates as through a shadow. His own sense of this relationship found expression in the dignified seriousness with which he everywhere, even before his judges, insisted on his divine calling. At bottom, it was as impossible to refute him here as to approve of his instinct disintegrating influence. In view of this indissoluble conflict, when he had at last been brought before the forum of the Greek state, only one kind of punishment was indicated: exile. Being thoroughly enigmatical, unclassifiable, and inexplicable, he might have been asked to leave the city, and posterity would never have been justified in charging the Athenians with an ignominious deed. But that he was sentenced to death, not exile, Socrates himself seems to have brought about with perfect awareness, and without any natural awe of death. He went to his death with the calm with which, according to Plato's description, he leaves the symposium at dawn, the last of the revelers, to begin a new day, while on the benches and on the earth his drowsy table companions remain behind to dream of Socrates, the true eroticist. The dying Socrates becomes the new ideal, never seen before, of noble Greek youths. Above all, the typical Hellenic youth, Plato, prostrated himself before this image with all the ardent devotion of his enthusiastic soul. 14. Let us now imagine the one great Cyclops eye of Socrates, fixed on tragedy, an eye in which the fair frenzy of artistic enthusiasm had never glowed. To this eye was denied the pleasure of gazing into the Dionysian abysses. What then did it have to see in the sublime and greatly lauded tragic art, as Plato called it? Something rather unreasonable, full of causes apparently without effects, and effects apparently without causes. The whole, moreover, so motley and manifold that it could not but be repugnant to a sober mind, and a dangerous tender for sensitive and susceptible souls. We know the only kind of poetry he ever comprehended, the Aesopian fable. And this he favored, no doubt, with the smiling accommodation with which the good honest Gellert sings the praise of poetry in the fable of the bee and the hen. Quote, "Poems are useful, they can tell the truth by means of parable to those who are not very bright." End quote. But to Socrates it seemed that tragic art did not even tell the truth. Moreover, it addressed itself to those who are not very bright, not to the philosopher, a twofold reason for shunning it. Like Plato, he reckoned it among the flattering arts which portray only the agreeable, not the useful, and therefore he required of his disciples abstinence and strict separation from such unphilosophical attractions, with such success that the youthful tragic poet Plato first burned his poems that he might become a student of Socrates. But where unconquerable propensities struggled against the Socratic maxims, their power, together with the impact of his tremendous character, was still great enough to force poetry itself into new and hitherto unknown channels. An instance of this is Plato, who, in condemning tragedy and art in general, certainly did not lag behind the naive cynicism of his master. He was nevertheless constrained by sheer artistic necessity to create an art form that was related to those forms of art which he repudiated. Plato's main objection to the older art, that it is the imitation of a phantom and hence belongs to a sphere even lower than the empirical world, could certainly not be directed against the new art. And so we find Plato endeavoring to transcend reality and to represent the idea which underlies this pseudo-reality. Thus Plato, the thinker, arrived by a detour where he had always been at home as a poet, at the point from which Sophocles in the older art protested solemnly against that objection. If tragedy had absorbed into itself all the earlier types of art, the same might also be said in an eccentric sense of the Platonic dialogue, which, a mixture of all extant styles and forms, hovers midway between narrative, lyric, and drama, between prose and poetry, and so has also broken the strict old law of the unity of linguistic form. This tendency was carried still further by the Cynic writers, who, in the greatest stylistic medley, oscillating between prose and metrical forms, realized also the literary image of the raving Socrates, whom they represented in real life. The Platonic dialogue was, as it were, the barge on which the shipwrecked ancient poetry saved herself with all her children. Crowded into a narrow space and timidly submitting to the single pilot, Socrates, they now sailed into a new world, which never tired of looking at the fantastic spectacle of this procession. Indeed, Plato has given to all posterity the model of a new art form, the model of the novel, which may be described as an infinitely enhanced Aesopian fable, in which poetry holds the same rank in relation to dialectical philosophy as this same philosophy held for many centuries in relation to theology, namely, the rank of handmaid. This was the new position into which Plato, under the pressure of the demonic Socrates, forced poetry. Here, philosophic thought overgrows art and compels it to cling close to the trunk of dialectic. The Apollonian tendency has withdrawn into the cocoon of logical schematism, just as in the case of Euripides we noticed something analogous, as well as a transformation of the Dionysian into naturalistic affects. Socrates, the dialectical hero of the Platonic drama, reminds us of the kindred nature of the Euripidean hero, who must defend his actions with arguments and counter-arguments, and in the process often risks the loss of our tragic pity. For who could mistake the optimistic element in the nature of dialectic, which celebrates a triumph with every conclusion, and can breathe only in cool clarity and consciousness? The optimistic element which, having once penetrated tragedy, must gradually overgrow its Dionysian regions and impel it necessarily to self-destruction, to the death leap into the bourgeois drama. Consider the consequences of the Socratic maxims. Virtue is knowledge. Man sins only from ignorance. He who is virtuous is happy. In these three basic forms of optimism lies the death of tragedy. For now, the virtuous hero must be a dialectician. Now there must be a necessary, visible connection between virtue and knowledge, faith and morality. Now the transcendental justice of Aeschylus is degraded to the superficial and insolent principle of poetic justice, with its customary deus ex machina. As it confronts this new Socratic optimistic stage world, how does the chorus appear now? And indeed the whole musical Dionysian substratum of tragedy? As something accidental, a dispensable vestige of the origin of tragedy. While we have seen that the chorus can be understood only as the cause of tragedy and of the tragic in general. This perplexity in regard to the chorus already manifests itself in Sophocles, an important indication that even with him, the Dionysian basis of tragedy is beginning to break down. He no longer dares to entrust to the chorus the main share of the effect, but limits its sphere to such an extent that it now appears almost coordinate with the actors, just as if it were elevated from the orchestra into the scene, and thus its character is, of course, completely destroyed, even if Aristotle favors precisely this theory of the chorus. This alteration in the position of the chorus, which Sophocles at any rate recommended by his practice, and, according to tradition, even by a treatise, is the first step toward the destruction of the chorus, whose phases follow one another with alarming rapidity in Euripides, Agathon, and the New Comedy. Optimistic dialectic drives music out of tragedy with the scourge of its syllogisms. That is, it destroys the essence of tragedy, which can be interpreted only as a manifestation and projection into images of Dionysian states, as the visible symbolizing of music, as the dream world of a Dionysian intoxication. If we must thus assume an anti-Dionysian tendency operating even prior to Socrates, which merely received in him an unprecedentedly magnificent expression, we must not draw back before the question of what such a phenomenon as that of Socrates indicates. For in view of the Platonic dialogues, we are certainly not entitled to regard it as a merely disintegrating negative force. And though there can be no doubt that the most immediate effect of the Socratic impulse tended to the dissolution of Dionysian tragedy, yet a profound experience in Socrates' own life impels us to ask whether there is necessarily only an antipodal relation between Socratism and art, and whether the birth of an artistic Socrates is altogether a contradiction in terms. For with respect to art, that despotic logician occasionally had the feeling of a gap, a void, half a reproach, a possibly neglected duty. As he tells his friends in prison, there often came to him one and the same dream apparition, which always said the same thing to him: Socrates, practice music. Up to his very last days, he comforts himself with the view that his philosophizing is the highest of the muses, and he finds it hard to believe that a deity should remind him of the common, popular music. Finally, in prison, in order that he may thoroughly unburden his conscience, he does consent to practice this music for which he has but little respect. And in this mood, he writes a prelude to Apollo and turns a few Aesopian fables into verse. It was something akin to the demonic warning voice that urged him to these practices. It was his Apollonian insight that, like a barbaric king, he did not understand the noble image of a god and was in danger of sinning against a deity through his lack of understanding. The voice of the Socratic dream vision is the only sign of any misgivings about the limits of logic. Perhaps, thus he must have asked himself, what is not intelligible to me is not necessarily unintelligent. Perhaps there is a realm of wisdom from which the logician is exiled. Perhaps art is even a necessary correlative of and supplement for science. 15. In the spirit of these last suggestive questions, it must now be said how the influence of Socrates, down to the present moment and even into all future time, has spread over posterity like a shadow that keeps growing in the evening sun, and how it again and again prompts a regeneration of art in the metaphysical, broadest, and profoundest sense, and how its own infinity also guarantees the infinity of art. Before this could be recognized, before the innermost dependence of every art on the Greeks, from Homer to Socrates, was demonstrated conclusively, we had to feel about these Greeks as the Athenians felt about Socrates. Nearly every age and stage of culture has at some time or another sought with profound irritation to free itself from the Greeks, because in their presence everything one has achieved oneself, though apparently quite original and sincerely admired, suddenly seemed to lose life and color and shriveled into a poor copy, even a caricature. And so, time after time, cordial anger erupts against this presumptuous little people that made bold for all time to designate everything not native as barbaric. Who are they, one asks, who, though they display only an ephemeral historical splendor, ridiculously restricted institutions, a dubious excellence in their mores, and are marked by ugly vices, yet lay claim to that dignity and preeminence among peoples which characterize genius among the masses? Unfortunately, one was not lucky enough to find that cup of hemlock with which one could simply dispose of such a character. For all the poison that envy, calumny, and rancor created did not suffice to destroy that self-sufficient splendor. And so one feels ashamed and afraid in the presence of the Greeks, unless one prizes truth above all things and dares acknowledge even this truth, that the Greeks, as charioteers, hold in their hands the reins of our own and every other culture, but that almost always chariot and horses are of inferior quality and not up to the glory of their leaders, who consider it sport to run such a team into an abyss which they themselves clear with the leap of Achilles. In order to vindicate the dignity of such a leader's position for Socrates, too, it is enough to recognize in him a type of existence unheard of before, the type of the theoretical man, whose significance and aim it is our next task to try to understand. Like the artist, the theoretical man finds an infinite delight in whatever exists, and this satisfaction protects him against the practical ethics of pessimism with its Lynceus eyes that shine only in the dark. Whenever the truth is uncovered, the artist will always cling with rapt gaze to what still remains covering, even after such uncovering. But the theoretical man enjoys and finds satisfaction in the discarded covering, and finds the highest object of his pleasure in the process of an ever-happy uncovering that succeeds through his own efforts. There would be no science if it were concerned only with that one nude goddess, and with nothing else. For in that case, her devotees would have to feel like men who wanted to dig a hole straight through the earth, assuming that each of them realized that even if he tries his utmost his whole life long, he would only be able to dig a very small portion of this enormous depth, and even that would be filled in again before his own eyes by the labors of the next in line, so a third person would seem to do well if he picked a new spot for his drilling efforts. Now suppose someone proved convincingly that the goal of the antipodes cannot be reached in this direct manner. Who would still wish to go on working in these old depths, unless he has learned meanwhile to be satisfied with finding precious stones or discovering laws of nature? Therefore, Lessing, the most honest theoretical man, dared to announce that he cared more for the search after truth than for truth itself, and thus revealed the fundamental secret of science, to the astonishment and indeed the anger of the scientific community. Beside this isolated insight, born of an excess of honesty, if not of exuberance, there is, to be sure, a profound illusion that first saw the light of the world in the person of Socrates. The unshakable faith that thought, using the thread of causality, can penetrate the deepest abysses of being, and that thought is capable not only of knowing being, but even of correcting it. This sublime metaphysical illusion accompanies science as an instinct, and leads science, again and again, to its limits, at which it must turn into art, which is really the aim of this mechanism. With the torch of this thought in our hands, let us now look at Socrates. He appears to us as the first who could not only live guided by the instinct of science, but also, and this is far more, die that way. Hence the image of the dying Socrates as the human being whom knowledge and reasons have liberated from the fear of death is the emblem that, above the entrance gate of science, reminds all of its mission, namely, to make existence appear comprehensible and thus justified. And if reasons do not suffice, myth has to come to their aid in the end. Myth, which I have just called the necessary consequence, indeed, the purpose of science. Once we see clearly how, after Socrates, the mystagogue of science, one philosophical school succeeds another, wave upon wave, how the hunger for knowledge reached a never-suspected universality in the widest domain of the educated world, became the real task for every person of higher gifts, and led science onto the high seas from which it has never again been driven altogether. How this universality first spread a common net of thought over the whole globe, actually holding out the prospect of the lawfulness of an entire solar system. Once we see all of this clearly, along with the amazingly high pyramid of knowledge in our own time, we cannot fail to see in Socrates the one turning point and vortex of so-called world history. For if we imagine that the whole incalculable sum of energy used up for this world tendency had been used not in the service of knowledge, but for the practical, i.e., egoistic aims of individuals and peoples, then we realize that in that case universal wars of annihilation and continual migration of peoples would probably have weakened the instinctive lust for life to such an extent that suicide would have become a general custom, and individuals might have experienced the final remnant of a sense of duty when, like the inhabitants of the Fiji Islands, they had strangled their parents and friends. A practical pessimism that might even have generated a gruesome ethic of genocide, motivated by pity, and which incidentally is and was present in the world wherever art did not appear in some form, especially as religion and science, as a remedy and a preventive for this breath of pestilence. By contrast with this practical pessimism, Socrates is the prototype of the theoretical optimist who, with his faith that the nature of things can be fathomed, ascribes to knowledge and insight the power of a panacea, while understanding error as the evil par excellence. To fathom the depths and to separate true knowledge from appearance and error seemed to Socratic man the noblest, even the only truly human vocation. And since Socrates, this mechanism of concepts, judgments, and inferences has been esteemed as the highest occupation and the most admirable gift of nature, above all other capacities. Even the most sublime ethical deeds, the stirrings of pity, self-sacrifice, heroism, and that calm sea of the soul, so difficult to attain, which the Apollonian Greek called sophrosune, were derived from the dialectic of knowledge by Socrates and his like-minded successors, down to the present, and accordingly designated as teachable. Anyone who has ever experienced the pleasure of Socratic insight and felt how, spreading in ever-widening circles, it seeks to embrace the whole world of appearances, will never again find any stimulus toward existence more violent than the craving to complete this conquest and to weave the net impenetrably tight. To one who feels that way, the Platonic Socrates will appear as the teacher of an altogether new form of Greek cheerfulness and blissful affirmation of existence that seeks to discharge itself in actions, most often in maieutic and educational influences on noble youths, with a view to eventually producing a genius. But science, spurred by its powerful illusion, speeds irresistibly towards its limits where its optimism, concealed in the essence of logic, suffers shipwreck. For the periphery of the circle of science has an infinite number of points, and while there is no telling how this circle could ever be surveyed completely, noble and gifted men nevertheless reach, ere half their time, and inevitably, such boundary points on the periphery from which one gazes into what defies illumination. When they see to their horror how logic coils up at these boundaries and finally bites its own tail, suddenly the new form of insight breaks through. Tragic insight, which, merely to be endured, needs art as a protection and remedy. Our eyes strengthened and refreshed by our contemplation of the Greeks, let us look at the highest spheres of the world around us. Then we shall see how the hunger for insatiable and optimistic knowledge that in Socrates appears exemplary has turned into tragic resignation and destitute need for art. While, to be sure, the same hunger on its lower levels can express itself in hostility to art, and must particularly detest Dionysian tragic art, as was illustrated earlier with the fight of Socratism against Aeschylean tragedy. Here we knock, deeply moved, at the gates of present and future. Will this turning lead to ever new configurations of genius, and especially of the Socrates who practices music? Will the net of art, even if it is called religion or science, that is spread over existence be woven ever more tightly and delicately? Or is it destined to be torn to shreds in the restless, barbarous, chaotic whirl that now calls itself the present? Concerned but not disconsolate, we stand aside a little while, contemplative men to whom it has been granted to be witnesses of these tremendous struggles and transitions. Alas, it is the magic of these struggles that those who behold them must also take part and fight. 16. By this elaborate historical example, we have sought to make clear how, just as tragedy perishes with the evanescence of the spirit of music, it is only from this spirit that it can be reborn. Lest this assertion seem too strange, it may be well to disclose the origin of this insight by considering the analogous phenomena of our own time. We must enter into the midst of those struggles which, as I have just said, are being waged in the highest spheres of our contemporary world between insatiable optimistic knowledge and the tragic need of art. In my examination, I shall leave out of account all those other antagonistic tendencies which at all times oppose art, especially tragedy, and which now are again extending their triumphant sway to such an extent that of the theatrical arts only the farce and the ballet, for example, put forth their blossoms, which perhaps not everyone cares to smell, in rather rich luxuriance. I will speak only of the noblest opposition to the tragic world conception, and by this I mean science, which is at bottom optimistic, with its ancestor Socrates at its head. A little later on, I shall also name those forces which seem to me to guarantee a rebirth of tragedy, and perhaps other blessed hopes for the German genius. Before we plunge into the midst of these struggles, let us array ourselves in the armor of the insights we have acquired. In contrast to all those who are intent on deriving the arts from one exclusive principle, as the necessary vital source of every work of art, I shall keep my eyes fixed on the two artistic deities of the Greeks, Apollo and Dionysus, and recognize in them the living and conspicuous representatives of two worlds of art, differing in their intrinsic essence and in their highest aims. I see Apollo as the transfiguring genius of the Principium Individuationis, through which alone the redemption in illusion is truly to be obtained, while by the mystical triumphant cry of Dionysus, the spell of individuation is broken, and the way lies open to the mothers of being, to the innermost heart of things. This extraordinary contrast, which stretches like a yawning gulf between plastic art as the Apollonian and music as the Dionysian art, has revealed itself to only one of the great thinkers, to such an extent that, even without this clue to the symbolism of the Hellenic divinities, he conceded to music a character and an origin different from all the other arts, because, unlike them, it is not a copy of the phenomenon, but an immediate copy of the will itself, and therefore complements everything physical in the world, and every phenomenon by representing what is metaphysical, the thing in itself. Schopenhauer, World as Will and Representation, 1, page 310. To this most important insight of aesthetics, with which, in the most serious sense, aesthetics properly begins, Richard Wagner, by way of confirmation of its eternal truth, affixed his seal, when he asserted in his Beethoven that music must be evaluated according to aesthetic principles quite different from those which apply to all plastic arts, and not in general according to the category of beauty, although an erroneous aesthetics, inspired by a mistaken and degenerate art, has, by virtue of the concept of beauty obtaining in the plastic domain, accustomed itself to demand of music an effect similar to that produced by works of plastic art, namely, the arousing of delight in beautiful forms. Having recognized this extraordinary contrast, I felt a strong need to approach the essence of Greek tragedy and, with it, the profoundest revelation of the Hellenic genius. For I, at last, thought that I possessed a charm to enable me, far beyond the phraseology of our usual aesthetics, to represent vividly to my mind the fundamental problem of tragedy, whereby I was granted such a surprising and unusual insight into the Hellenic character that it necessarily seemed to me as if our classical Hellenic science that bears itself so proudly had thus far contrived to subsist mainly on shadow plays and externals. Perhaps we may touch on this fundamental problem by asking, what aesthetic effect results when the essentially separate art forces, the Apollonian and the Dionysian, enter into simultaneous activity? Or, more briefly, how is music related to image and concept? Schopenhauer, whom Richard Wagner, with special reference to this point, praises for an unsurpassable clearness and clarity of exposition, expresses himself most thoroughly on the subject in the following passage, which I shall cite here at full length. World as Will and Representation 1, page 309. Quote, "According to all this, we may regard the phenomenal world, or nature, and music as two different expressions of the same thing, which is therefore itself the only medium of their analogy, so that a knowledge of it is demanded in order to understand that analogy. Music, therefore, if regarded as an expression of the world, is in the highest degree a universal language, which is related indeed to the universality of concepts, much as they are related to the particular things. Its universality, however, is by no means that empty universality of abstraction, but of quite a different kind, and is united with thorough and distinct definiteness. In this respect, it resembles geometrical figures and numbers, which are the universal forms of all possible objects of experience and applicable to them all a priori, and yet are not abstract but perceptible and thoroughly determinate. All possible efforts, excitements, and manifestations of will, all that goes on in the heart of man, and that reason includes in the wide negative concept of feeling, may be expressed by the infinite number of possible melodies, but always in the universal, in the mere form, without the material, always according to the thing in itself, not the phenomenon, the inmost soul, as it were, of the phenomenon without the body. This deep relation which music has to the true nature of all things also explains the fact that suitable music played to any scene, action, event, or surrounding seems to disclose to us its most secret meaning, and appears as the most accurate and distinct commentary upon it. This is so truly the case that whoever gives himself up entirely to the impression of a symphony seems to see all the possible events of life in the world take place in himself. Yet if he reflects, he can find no likeness between the music and the things that pass before his mind. For, as we have said, music is distinguished from all other arts by the fact that it is not a copy of the phenomenon, or, more accurately, of the adequate objectivity of the will, but an immediate copy of the will itself, and therefore complements everything physical in the world, and every phenomenon by representing what is metaphysical, the thing in itself. We might therefore just as well call the world embodied music as embodied will, and this is the reason why music makes every painting, and indeed every scene of real life and of the world, at once appear with higher significance. Certainly all the more, in proportion as its melody is analogous to the inner spirit of the given phenomenon. Therefore, we are able to set a poem to music as a song, or a visible representation as a pantomime, or both as an opera. Such particular pictures of human life, set to the universal language of music, are never bound to it or correspond to it with stringent necessity, but they stand to it only in the relation of an example chosen at will to a general concept. In the determinateness of the real, they represent that which music expresses in the universality of mere form, for melodies are to a certain extent, like general concepts, an abstraction from the actual. This actual world, then, the world of particular things, affords the object of perception, the special and individual, the particular case, both to the universality of the concepts and to the universality of the melodies. But these two universalities are in a certain respect opposed to each other, for the concepts contain particulars only as the first forms abstracted from perception, as it were, the separated shell of things, thus they are, strictly speaking, abstracta. Music, on the other hand, gives the inmost kernel which precedes all forms, or the heart of things. This relation may be very well expressed in the language of the schoolmen by saying, the concepts are the universalia post rem, but music gives the universality ante rem, and the real world, the universalia in re. But that in general a relation is possible between a composition and a visible representation rests, as we have said, upon the fact that both are simply different expressions of the same inner being of the world. When now, in the particular case, such a relation is actually given, that is to say, when the composer has been able to express in the universal language of music the stirrings of will which constitute the heart of an event, then the melody of the song, the music of the opera, is expressive. But the analogy discovered by the composer between the two must have proceeded from the direct knowledge of the nature of the world unknown to his reason, and must not be an imitation produced with conscious intention by means of concepts. Otherwise, the music does not express the inner nature, the will itself, but merely gives an adequate imitation of its phenomenon. all truly imitative music does this." End quote. According to the doctrine of Schopenhauer, therefore, we understand music as the immediate language of the will, and we feel our fancies stimulated to give form to this invisible and yet so actively stirred spirit world which speaks to us, and we feel prompted to embody it in an analogous example. On the other hand, image and concept, under the influence of a truly corresponding music, acquire a higher significance. Dionysian art, therefore, is wont to exercise two kinds of influences on the Apollonian art faculty. Music incites us to the symbolic intuition of Dionysian universality, and music allows the symbolic image to emerge in its higher significance. From these facts, intelligible in themselves and not inaccessible to a more penetrating examination, I infer the capacity of music to give birth to myth, the most significant example, and particularly the tragic myth, the myth which expresses Dionysian knowledge and symbols. In the phenomenon of the lyrist, I have shown how music strives to express its nature in Apollonian images. If now we reflect that music at its highest stage must seek to attain also to its highest objectification in images, we must deem it possible that it also knows how to find the symbolic expression for its unique Dionysian wisdom. And where shall we seek for this expression, if not in tragedy, and, in general, in the conception of the tragic? From the nature of art as it is usually conceived, according to the single category of appearance and beauty, the tragic cannot honestly be deduced at all. It is only through the spirit of music that we can understand the joy involved in the annihilation of the individual. For it is only in particular examples of such annihilation that we see clearly the eternal phenomenon of Dionysian art, which gives expression to the will in its omnipotence, as it were, behind the principium individuationis, the eternal life beyond all phenomena and despite all annihilation. The metaphysical joy in the tragic is a translation of the instinctive unconscious Dionysian wisdom into the language of images. The hero, the highest manifestation of the will, is negated for our pleasure, because he is only phenomenon, and because the eternal life of the will is not affected by his annihilation. "We believe in eternal life," exclaims tragedy, while music is the immediate idea of this life. Plastic art has an altogether different aim. Here, Apollo overcomes the suffering of the individual by the radiant glorification of the eternity of the phenomenon. Here, beauty triumphs over the suffering inherent in life. Pain is obliterated by lies from the features of nature. In Dionysian art and its tragic symbolism, the same nature cries to us with its true, undissembled voice, "Be as I am." Amid the ceaseless flux of phenomena, I am the eternally creative primordial mother, eternally impelling to existence, eternally finding satisfaction in this change of phenomena. 17. Dionysian art, too, wishes to convince us of the eternal joy of existence. Only we are to seek this joy not in phenomena, but behind them. We are to recognize that all that comes into being must be ready for a sorrowful end. We are forced to look into the terrors of the individual existence, yet we are not to become rigid with fear. A metaphysical comfort tears us momentarily from the bustle of the changing figures. We are really, for a brief moment, primordial being itself, feeling its raging desire for existence and joy in existence. The struggle, the pain, the destruction of phenomena now appear necessary to us, in view of the excess of countless forms of existence which force and push one another into life, in view of the exuberant fertility of the universal will. We are pierced by the maddening sting of these pains, just when we have become, as it were, one with the infinite primordial joy in existence, and when we anticipate, in Dionysian ecstasy, the indestructibility and eternity of this joy. In spite of fear and pity, we are the happy living beings, not as individuals, but as the one living being, with whose creative joy we are united. The history of the rise of Greek tragedy now tells us with luminous precision how the tragic art of the Greeks was really born of the spirit of music. With this conception, we believe we have done justice for the first time to the primitive and astonishing significance of the chorus. At the same time, however, we must admit that the meaning of tragic myths set forth above never became clear in transparent concepts to the Greek poets, not to speak of the Greek philosophers. Their heroes speak, as it were, more superficially than they act. The myth does not at all obtain adequate objectification in the spoken word. The structure of the scenes and the visual images reveal a deeper wisdom than the poet himself can put into words and concepts. The same is also observable in Shakespeare, whose Hamlet, for instance, similarly, talks more superficially than he acts, so that the previously mentioned lesson of Hamlet is to be deduced, not from his words, but from a profound contemplation and survey of the whole. With respect to Greek tragedy, which of course presents itself to us only as word drama, I have even intimated that the lack of congruity between myth and expression might easily lead us to regard it as shallower and less significant than it really is, and accordingly to attribute to it a more superficial effect than it must really have had according to the testimony of the ancients. For how easily one forgets that what the word poet did not succeed in doing, namely, attain the highest spiritualization and ideality of the myth, he might very well succeed in doing every moment as creative musician. To be sure, we are almost forced to construct for ourselves, by scholarly research, the superior power of the musical effect in order to experience something of the incomparable comfort which must have been characteristic of true tragedy. Even this musical superiority, however, would only have been felt by us had we been Greeks. For in the entire development of Greek music, as compared with the infinitely richer music known and familiar to us, we imagine we hear only the youthful song of the musical genius modestly intoned. The Greeks, as the Egyptian priests say, are eternal children. And in tragic art, too, they are only children who do not know what a sublime plaything originated in their hands and was quickly demolished. That striving of the spirit of music toward visual and mythical objectification, which increases from the beginnings of lyric poetry up to Attic tragedy, suddenly breaks off after attaining a luxuriant development and disappears, as it were, from the surface of Hellenic art, while the Dionysian worldview, born of this striving, lives on in the mysteries, and, in its strangest metamorphoses and debasements, does not cease to attract serious natures. Will it not someday rise once again out of its mystic depths as art? Here we are detained by the question, whether the power, by virtue of whose opposing influence tragedy perished, has for all time sufficient strength to prevent the artistic reawakening of tragedy and the tragic worldview. If ancient tragedy was diverted from its course by the dialectical desire for knowledge and the optimism of science, this fact might lead us to believe that there is an eternal conflict between the theoretic and the tragic worldview. And only after the spirit of science has been pursued to its limits, and its claim to universal validity destroyed by the evidence of these limits, may we hope for a rebirth of tragedy, a form of culture for which we should have to use the symbol of the music-practicing Socrates in the sense spoken of above. In this contrast, I understand by the spirit of science the faith that first came to light in the person of Socrates, the faith in the explicability of nature and in knowledge as a panacea. He who recalls the immediate consequences of this restlessly progressing spirit of science will realize at once that myth was annihilated by it, and that, because of this annihilation, poetry was driven like a homeless being from her natural ideal soil. If we have been right in assigning to music the power of again giving birth to myth, we may similarly expect to find the spirit of science on the path where it animically opposes this mythopoeic power of music. This takes place in the development of the new Attic dithyramb, the music of which no longer expressed the inner essence, the will itself, but only rendered the phenomenon inadequately, in an imitation by means of concepts. From this intrinsically degenerate music, the genuinely musical natures turned away with the same repugnance that they felt for the art-destroying tendency of Socrates. The unerring instinct of Aristophanes was surely right when it included Socrates himself, the tragedy of Euripides, and the music of the new dithyrambic poets, and the same feeling of hatred, recognizing in all three phenomena the signs of a degenerate culture. In this new dithyramb, music is outrageously manipulated so as to be the imitative counterfeit of a phenomenon, for instance, of a battle or a storm at sea, and thus, of course, it has been utterly robbed of its mythopoeic power. For if it seeks to arouse pleasure only by impelling us to seek external analogies between a vital or natural process and certain rhythmical figures and characteristic sounds of music, if our understanding is to content itself with the perception of these analogies, we are reduced to a frame of mind which makes impossible any reception of the mythical. For the myth wants to be experienced vividly as a unique example of a universality and truth that gaze into the infinite. The truly Dionysian music presents itself as such a general mirror of the universal will. The vivid event refracted in this mirror expands at once for our consciousness to the copy of an external truth. Conversely, such a vivid event is at once divested of every mythical character by the tone painting of the new dithyramb. Music now becomes a wretched copy of the phenomenon, and therefore infinitely poorer than the phenomenon itself. And through this poverty, it still further reduces the phenomenon for our consciousness, so that now, for example, a musically imitated battle of this sort exhausts itself in marches, signal sounds, etc., and our imagination is arrested precisely by these superficialities. Tone painting is thus, in every respect, the opposite of true music, with its mythopoeic power. Through it, the phenomenon, poor in itself, is made still poorer, while through Dionysian music the individual phenomenon is enriched and expanded into an image of the world. It was a great triumph for the un-Dionysian spirit when, by the development of the new dithyramb, it had estranged music from itself and reduced it to be the slave of phenomena. Euripides, who, though in a higher sense must be considered a thoroughly unmusical nature, is for this very reason a passionate adherent of the new dithyrambic music, and with the liberality of a robber makes use of all its effective tricks and mannerisms. In another direction also, we see at work the power of this un-Dionysian myth-opposing spirit when we turn our attention to the prevalence of character representation and psychological refinement in tragedy from Sophocles onward. The character must no longer be expanded into an eternal type, but, on the contrary, must develop individually through artistic subordinate traits and shadings, through the nicest precision of all lines, in such a manner that the spectator is in general no longer conscious of the myth, but of the vigorous truth to nature and the artist's imitative power. Here also, we observe the victory of the phenomenon over the universal, and the delight in a unique, almost anatomical preparation. We are already in the atmosphere of a theoretical world, where scientific knowledge is valued more highly than the artistic reflection of a universal law. The movement in the direction of character delineation proceeds rapidly. While Sophocles still portrays complete characters and employs myth for their refined development, Euripides already draws only prominent individual traits of character, which can express themselves in violent bursts of passion. In the new Attic comedy, however, there are only masks with one expression: frivolous old men, duped panders, and cunning slaves, recurring incessantly. Where now is the mythopoeic spirit of music? What still remains of music is either excitatory or reminiscent music, that is, either a stimulant for dull and faded nerves, or tone painting. As regards the former, it hardly matters about the text set to it. As soon as his heroes and choruses begin to sing, everything becomes pretty slovenly in Euripides. To what pass must things have come with his impertinent successors? The new un-Dionysian spirit, however, reveals itself most plainly in the denouements of the new dramas. In the old tragedy, one could sense at the end that metaphysical comfort without which the delight in tragedy cannot be explained at all. The reconciling tones from another world sound purest, perhaps, in the Oedipus at Colonus. Now that the genius of music has fled from tragedy, strictly speaking, is dead. For from what source shall we now draw this metaphysical comfort? The new spirit, therefore, sought for an earthly resolution of the tragic dissonance. The hero, after being sufficiently tortured by fate, earned a well-deserved reward through a splendid marriage or tokens of divine favor. The hero had turned gladiator on whom, after he had been nicely beaten and covered with wounds, freedom was occasionally bestowed. The deus ex machina took the place of metaphysical comfort. I will not say that the tragic world was everywhere completely destroyed by this intruding un-Dionysian spirit. We only know that it had to flee from art into the underworld, as it were, in the degenerate form of a secret cult. Over the widest extent of the Hellenic character, however, there raged the consuming blast of this spirit, which manifests itself in the form of Greek cheerfulness, which we have already spoken of as a senile, unproductive love of existence. This cheerfulness stands opposed to the splendid naivete of the earlier Greeks, which, according to the characterization given above, must be conceived as the blossom of the Apollonian culture springing from a dark abyss. As the victory which the Hellenic will, through its mirroring of beauty, obtains over suffering and the wisdom of suffering. The noblest manifestation of that other form of Greek cheerfulness, the Alexandrian, is the cheerfulness of the theoretical man. It exhibits the same characteristic symptoms that I have just deduced from the spirit of the un-Dionysian. It combats Dionysian wisdom and art, it seeks to dissolve myth, it substitutes for a metaphysical comfort an earthly consonance, in fact, a deus ex machina of its own, the god of machines and crucibles. That is, the powers of the spirits of nature recognized and employed in the service of a higher egoism. It believes that it can correct the world by knowledge, guide life by science, and actually confine the individual within a limited sphere of solvable problems, from which he can cheerfully say to life, I desire you. You are worth knowing. 18. It is an eternal phenomenon. The insatiable will always finds a way to detain its creatures in life and compel them to live on by means of an illusion spread over things. One is chained by the Socratic love of knowledge and the delusion of being able thereby to heal the eternal wound of existence. Another is ensnared by art's seductive veil of beauty fluttering before his eyes. Still another, by the metaphysical comfort that, beneath the whirl of phenomena, eternal life flows on indestructibly, to say nothing of the more vulgar and almost more profound illusions which the will always has at hand. These three stages of illusion are actually designed only for the more nobly formed natures, who actually feel profoundly the weight and burden of existence, and must be deluded by exquisite stimulants into forgetfulness of their displeasure. All that we call culture is made up of these stimulants, and, according to the proportion of the ingredients, we have either a dominantly Socratic, or artistic, or tragic culture. Or, if historical exemplifications are permitted, there is either an Alexandrian, or a Hellenic, or a Buddhistic culture. Our whole modern world is entangled in the net of Alexandrian culture. It proposes as its ideal the theoretical man equipped with the greatest forces of knowledge and laboring in the service of science, whose archetype and progenitor is Socrates. All our educational methods originally have this ideal in view. Every other form of existence must struggle on laboriously beside it, as something tolerated, but not intended. In an almost alarming manner, the cultured man was for a long time found only in the form of the scholar. Even our poetical arts have been forced to evolve from scholarly imitations, and in the main effect, that of rhyme, we still recognize the origin of our poetic form from artificial experiments with a non-indigenous, really scholarly language. How unintelligible must Faust, the modern cultured man, who is in himself intelligible, have appeared to a true Greek? Faust, storming unsatisfied through all the faculties, devoted to magic and the devil from a desire for knowledge. Faust, whom we have but to place beside Socrates for the purpose of comparison, in order to see that modern man is beginning to divine the limits of this Socratic love of knowledge, and yearns for a coast in the wide waste of the ocean of knowledge. When Goethe on occasion said to Eckermann with reference to Napoleon, quote, "Yes, my good friend, there is also a productiveness of deeds," end quote, he reminded us in a charmingly naive manner that the non-theorist is something incredible and astounding to the modern man, so that we again have need of the wisdom of Goethe to discover that such a surprising form of existence is not only comprehensible, but even pardonable. Now, we must not hide from ourselves what is concealed in the womb of this Socratic culture: optimism, with its delusion of limitless power. We must not be alarmed if the fruits of this optimism ripen. If society, leavened to the very lowest strata by this kind of culture, gradually begins to tremble with wanton agitations and desires, if the belief in the earthly happiness of all, if the belief in the possibility of such a general intellectual culture changes into the threatening demand for such an Alexandrian earthly happiness, into the conjuring up of a Euripidean deus ex machina. Let us mark this well. The Alexandrian culture, to be able to exist permanently, requires a slave class, but with its optimistic view of life, it denies the necessity of such a class, and consequently, when its beautifully seductive and tranquilizing utterances about the dignity of man and the dignity of labor are no longer effective, it gradually drifts towards a dreadful destruction. There is nothing more terrible than a class of barbaric slaves who have learned to regard their existence as an injustice, and now prepare to avenge not only themselves, but all generations. In the face of such threatening storms, who dares to appeal with any confidence to our pale and exhausted religions, the very foundations of which have degenerated into scholarly religions? Myth, the necessary prerequisite of every religion, is already paralyzed everywhere. And even in this domain, the optimistic spirit, which we have just designated as the germ of destruction in our society, has attained mastery. While the disaster slumbering in the womb of theoretical culture gradually begins to frighten modern man, and he anxiously ransacks the stores of his experience for means to avert the danger, though he has no great faith in these means, while he therefore begins to divine the consequences of his situation, great men, universally gifted, have contrived with an incredible amount of thought to make use of the paraphernalia of science itself to point out the limits and relativity of knowledge generally, and thus to deny decisively the claim of science to universal validity and universal aims. And their demonstration diagnosed for the first time the illusory notion which pretends to be able to fathom the innermost essence of things with the aid of causality. The extraordinary courage and wisdom of Kant and Schopenhauer have succeeded in gaining the most difficult victory, the victory over the optimism concealed in the essence of logic, an optimism that is the basis of our culture. While this optimism, resting on apparently unobjectionable aeternae veritates, had believed that all the riddles of the universe could be known and fathomed, and had treated space, time, and causality as entirely unconditional laws of the most universal validity, Kant showed that these really served only to elevate the mere phenomenon, the work of Maya, to the position of the soul in highest reality, as if it were the innermost and true essence of things, thus making impossible any knowledge of this essence, or, in Schopenhauer's words, lulling the dreamer still more soundly asleep. With this insight, a culture is inaugurated that I venture to call a tragic culture. Its most important characteristic is that wisdom takes the place of science as the highest end. Wisdom that, uninfluenced by the seductive distractions of the sciences, turns with unmoved eyes to a comprehensive view of the world, and seeks to grasp, with sympathetic feelings of love, the eternal suffering as its own. Let us imagine a coming generation with such intrepidity of vision, with such a heroic penchant for the tremendous. Let us imagine the bold stride of these dragon slayers, the proud audacity with which they turn their back on all the weaklings' doctrines of optimism in order to live resolutely in wholeness and fullness. Would it not be necessary for the tragic man of such a culture, in view of his self-education for seriousness and terror, to desire a new art, the art of metaphysical comfort, to desire tragedy as his own proper Helen, and to exclaim with Faust, quote, "Should not my longing overleap the distance, and draw the fairest form into existence?" End quote. But now that the Socratic culture can only hold the scepter of its infallibility with trembling hands, now that it has been shaken from two directions, once by the fear of its own consequences, which it at length begins to surmise, and again because it no longer has its former naive confidence in the eternal validity of its foundation, it is a sad spectacle to see how the dance of its thought rushes longingly toward ever new forms, to embrace them, and then shuddering, lets them go suddenly, as Mephistopheles does the seductive Lamia. It is certainly the sign of the breach of which everyone speaks as the fundamental malady of modern culture, that the theoretical man, alarmed and dissatisfied at his own consequences, no longer dares entrust himself to the terrible, icy current of existence. He runs timidly up and down the bank. So thoroughly has he been pampered by his optimistic views that he no longer wants to have anything whole, with all of nature's cruelty attaching to it. Besides, he feels that a culture based on the principles of science must be destroyed when it begins to grow illogical, that is, to retreat before its own consequences. Our art reveals this universal distress. In vain does one depend imitatively on all the great productive periods in natures. In vain does one accumulate the entire world literature around modern man for his comfort. In vain does one place oneself in the midst of the art styles and artists of all ages, so that one may give names to them, as Adam did, to the beasts. One still remains eternally hungry, the critic without joy and energy, the Alexandrian man who is at bottom a librarian and corrector of proofs, and wretchedly goes blind from the dust of books and from printers' errors. 19. We cannot indicate the innermost modern content of this Socratic culture more distinctly than by calling it the culture of the opera, for it is in this department that this culture has expressed its aims and perceptions with special naivete, which is surprising when we compare the genesis of the opera and the facts of operatic development with the eternal truths of the Apollonian and Dionysian. I recall first of all the origin of the stilo rappresentativo and the recitative. Is it credible that this thoroughly externalized operatic music, incapable of devotion, could be received and cherished with enthusiastic favor, as a rebirth, as it were, of all true music, by the very age in which it appeared the ineffably sublime and sacred music of Palestrina? And who, on the other hand, would think of making only the diversion-craving luxuriousness of these Florentine circles and the vanity of their dramatic singers responsible for the love of the opera, which spread with such rapidity? That in the same age, even among the same people, this passion for a half-musical mode of speech should awaken alongside of the vaulted structure of Palestrina harmonies, which all medieval Christendom had been building up, I can explain to myself only by a cooperating, extra-artistic tendency in the essence of the recitative. The listener who insists on distinctly hearing the words under the music has his desire fulfilled by the singer, and that the latter speaks rather than sings, intensifying the pathetic expression of the words by means of this half-song. By this intensification of the pathos, he facilitates the understanding of the words and overcomes the remaining half of the music. The specific danger now threatening him is that in some unguarded moment he may stress the music unduly, which would immediately entail the destruction of the pathos of the speech and the distinctness of the words, while, on the other hand, he feels himself continually impelled to musical discharge and a virtuoso exhibition of his vocal talent. Here, the poet comes to his aid, who knows how to provide him with abundant opportunities for lyrical interjections, repetitions of words and sentences, etc., at which places the singer, now in the purely musical element, can rest himself without paying any attention to the words. This alternation of emotionally impressive speech, which, however, is only half sung, with interjections which are wholly sung, an alternation characteristic of the stilo rappresentativo, this rapidly changing endeavor to affect now the concepts and imagination of the hearer, now his musical sense, is something so utterly unnatural and likewise so intrinsically contradictory both to the Apollonian and Dionysian artistic impulses, that one has to infer an origin of the recitative lying outside all artistic instincts. According to this description, the recitative must be defined as a mixture of epic and lyric delivery, not by any means as an intrinsically stable mixture, a state not to be attained in the case of such totally disparate elements, but as an entirely superficial mosaic conglutination, such as is totally unprecedented in the domain of nature and experience. But this was not the opinion of the inventors of the recitative. They themselves, together with their age, believed rather that the mystery of antique music had been solved by this stilo rappresentativo, in which, so they thought, was to be found the only explanation of the enormous influence of an Orpheus, an Amphion, and even of Greek tragedy. The new style was looked upon as the reawakening of the most effective music, ancient Greek music. Indeed, in accordance with the universal and popular conception of the Homeric as the primitive world, they could abandon themselves to the dream of having descended once more into the paradisiacal beginnings of mankind, where music also must have had that unsurpassed purity, power, and innocence of which the poets and their pastoral plays could give such touching accounts. Here we can see into the innermost development of this thoroughly modern variety of art, the opera. Art here responds to a powerful need, but it is a non-aesthetic need. The yearning for the idyllic, the faith in the primordial existence of the artistic and good man. The recitative was regarded as the rediscovered language of this primitive man. Opera as the rediscovered country of this idyllically or heroically good creature who, simultaneously with every action, follows a natural artistic impulse, who accomplishes his speech with a little singing, in order that he may immediately break forth into full song at the slightest emotional excitement. It is now a matter of indifference to us that the humanists of the time combated the old ecclesiastical conception of man as inherently corrupt and lost, with this newly created picture of the paradisiacal artist, so that opera is to be understood as the opposition dogma of the good man, but may also at the same time provide a consolation for that pessimism which, owing to the frightful uncertainty of all conditions of life, attracted precisely the serious-minded men of the time. For us, it is enough to have perceived that the essential charm, and therefore the genesis of this new art form, lies in the gratification of an altogether non-aesthetic need, in the optimistic glorification of man as such, in the conception of the primitive man as the man naturally good and artistic, a principle of the opera which has gradually changed into a threatening and terrible demand which, in the face of contemporary socialistic movements, we can no longer ignore. The good primitive man wants his rights. What paradisiacal prospects! Besides this, I place another equally obvious confirmation of my view that opera is based on the same principles as our Alexandrian culture. Opera is the birth of the theoretical man, the critical layman, not of the artist. One of the most surprising facts in the history of all the arts. It was the demand of thoroughly unmusical hearers that before everything else the words must be understood, so that, according to them, a rebirth of music is to be expected only when some mode of singing has been discovered, in which text-word lords it over counterpoint like master over servant. For the words, it is argued, are as much nobler than the accompanying harmonic system as the soul is nobler than the body. It was in accordance with the laically unmusical crudeness of these views that the combination of music, image, and words was effected in the beginnings of the opera. In the spirit of this aesthetic, the first experiments were made in the leading amateur circles of Florence by the poets and singers patronized there. The man incapable of art creates for himself a kind of art precisely because he is the inartistic man as such. Because he does not sense the Dionysian depth of music, he changes his musical taste into an appreciation of the understandable word and tone rhetoric of the passions in the stilo rappresentativo, and into the voluptuousness of the arts of song. Because he is unable to behold a vision, he forces the machinist and the decorative artist into his service. Because he cannot comprehend the true nature of the artist, he conjures up the artistic primitive man to suit his taste, that is, the man who sings and recites verses under the influence of passion. He he dreams himself back into a time when passion sufficed to generate songs and poems, as if emotion had ever been able to create anything artistic. The premise of the opera is a false belief concerning the artistic process, the idyllic belief that every sentient man is an artist. This belief would make opera the expression of the taste of the laity in art, dictating their laws with the cheerful optimism of the theoretical man. Should we desire to combine the two conceptions that have just been shown to have influenced the origin of opera, it would merely remain for us to speak of an idyllic tendency of the opera. In this connection, we need only avail ourselves of the expressions and explanation of Schiller. Nature and the ideal, he says, are either objects of grief, when the former is represented as lost, the latter unattained, or both are objects of joy, and that they are represented as real. The first case furnishes the elegy in its narrower signification, second, the idyll in its widest sense. Here we must at once call attention to the common characteristic of these two conceptions in the genesis of opera, namely, that in them the ideal is not felt as unattained or nature as lost. This sentiment supposes that there was a primitive age of man when he lay close to the heart of nature, and owing to this naturalness, had at once attained the ideal of mankind and a paradisiacal goodness and artistry. From this perfect primitive man, all of us were supposed to be descended. We were even supposed to be faithful copies of him, only we had to cast off a few things in order to recognize ourselves once more as this primitive man, on the strength of a voluntary renunciation of superfluous learnedness, of superabundant culture. It was to such a concord of nature in the ideal, to an idyllic reality, that the cultured Renaissance man let himself be led back by his operatic imitation of Greek tragedy. He made use of this tragedy as Dante made use of Virgil, in order to be conducted to the gates of paradise. While, from this point, he continued unassisted, and passed over from an imitation of the highest Greek art form to a restoration of all things, to an imitation of man's original art world. What a cheerful confidence there is about these daring endeavors in the very heart of theoretical culture, solely to be explained by the comforting belief that man in himself is the eternally virtuous hero of the opera, the eternally piping or singing shepherd, who must always in the end rediscover himself as such, should he ever at any time have really lost himself, to be considered solely as the fruit of that optimism, which here rises like a sweetishly seductive column of vapor from the depth of the Socratic worldview. Therefore, the features of the opera do not by any means exhibit the elegiac sorrow of an eternal loss, but rather the cheerfulness of eternal rediscovery, the comfortable delight in an idyllic reality, which one can at least always imagine as real. But in this process, one may someday grasp the fact that this supposed reality is nothing but a fantastically silly dawdling, at which everyone who could judge it by the terrible seriousness of true nature, and compare it with actual primitive scenes at the beginnings of mankind, would be impelled to call out, nauseated, away with the phantom. Nevertheless, it would be a mistake to imagine that it is possible merely by a vigorous shout to frighten away such a playful thing as the opera, as if it were a specter. He who would destroy the opera must take up the struggle against Alexandrian cheerfulness, which expresses itself so naively in opera concerning its favorite idea. Indeed, opera is its specific form of art. But what may art itself expect from the operation of an art form whose beginnings lie entirely outside of the aesthetic province, and which has stolen over from a half-moral sphere into the artistic domain, deceiving us only occasionally about its hybrid origin? By what sap is this parasitic opera nourished, if not by that of true art? Must we not suppose that the highest, and indeed the truly serious task of art, to save the eye from gazing into the horrors of night, and to deliver the subject by the healing balm of illusion from the spasms of the agitations of the will, must degenerate under the influence of its idyllic seductions and Alexandrian flatteries to become an empty and merely distracting diversion? What will become of the eternal truths of the Dionysian and Apollonian when the styles are mixed in this fashion, as I have shown to be the essence of the stilo rappresentativo, a style in which music is regarded as the servant, the text as the master, where music is compared with the body, the text with the soul, where at best the highest aim will be directed toward a paraphrastic tone painting, just as formerly in the New Attic Dithyramb, where music is completely alienated from its true dignity as the Dionysian mirror of the world, so that the only thing left to it as the slave of phenomena is to imitate the formal character of phenomena and to arouse a superficial pleasure in the play of lines and proportions. Closely observed, this fatal influence of the opera on music is seen to coincide exactly with the universal development of modern music. The optimism lurking in the genesis of the opera and in the character of the culture thereby represented has, with alarming rapidity, succeeded in divesting music of its Dionysian cosmic mission and impressing on it a playfully formal and pleasurable character, a change comparable to the metamorphosis of the Aeschylean man into the cheerful Alexandrian. If, however, in the exemplification here indicated, we have rightly associated the disappearance of the Dionysian spirit with a most striking but hitherto unexplained transformation and degeneration of the Hellenic man, what hopes must revive in us when the most certain auspices guarantee the reverse process, the gradual awakening of the Dionysian spirit in our modern world? It is impossible that the divine strength of Heracles should languish forever in ample bondage to Omphale. Out of the Dionysian root of the German spirit, a power has arisen which, having nothing in common with the primitive conditions of Socratic culture, can neither be explained nor excused by it, but which is rather felt by this culture as something terribly inexplicable and overwhelmingly hostile. German music, as we must understand it, particularly in its vast solar orbit, from Bach to Beethoven, from Beethoven to Wagner. Even under the most favorable circumstances, what can the knowledge-craving Socratism of our days do with this demon rising from unfathomable depths? Neither by means of the flourishes and arabesques of operatic melody, nor with the aid of the arithmetical counting board of fugue and contrapuntal dialectic is the formula to be found by whose thrice powerful light one might subdue this demon and compel it to speak. What a spectacle when our latter-day aestheticians, with a net of beauty peculiar to themselves, pursue and clutch at the genius of music whirling before display activities, which are not to be judged by the standard of eternal beauty any more than by the standard of the sublime. Let us but observe these patrons of music at close range, as they really are, indefatigably crying, "Beauty, beauty!" Do they really bear the stamp of nature's darling children, who are fostered and nourished at the breast of the beautiful, or are they not rather seeking a mendacious cloak for their own coarseness, an aesthetical pretext for their own insensitive sobriety? Here I am thinking of Otto Jahn, for example. But let the liar and the hypocrite beware of German music, for amid all our culture, it is really the only genuine, pure, and purifying fire spirit from which and toward which, as in the teaching of the great Heraclitus of Ephesus, all things move in a double orbit. All that we now call culture, education, civilization, must someday appear before the unerring judge, Dionysus. Let us recollect further that Kant and Schopenhauer made it possible for the spirit of German philosophy, streaming from similar sources, to destroy scientific Socratism's complacent delight in existence by establishing its boundaries. How through this delimitation was introduced an infinitely profounder and more serious view of ethical problems and of art, which we may designate as Dionysian wisdom comprised in concepts. To what, then, does the mystery of this oneness of German music and philosophy point, if not to a new form of existence, concerning whose character we can only inform ourselves by surmise from Hellenic analogies? For to us, who stand on the boundary line between two different forms of existence, the Hellenic prototype retains this immeasurable value, that all these transitions and struggles are imprinted upon it in a classically instructive form, except that we, as it were, pass through the chief epochs of the Hellenic genius, analogically in reverse order, and seem now, for instance, to be passing backward from the Alexandrian age to the period of tragedy. At the same time, we have the feeling that the birth of a tragic age simply means a return to itself of the German spirit, a blessed self-rediscovery after powerful intrusive influences had for a long time compelled it, living as it did in a helpless and unchaste barbarism, to servitude under their form. Now at last, upon returning to the primitive source of its being, it may venture to stride along boldly and freely before the eyes of all nations, without being attached to the lead strings of a romantic civilization, if only it can learn constantly from one people, the Greeks, from whom to be able to learn at all is itself a high honor and a rare distinction. And when were we in greater need of these highest of all teachers than at present, when we are experiencing a rebirth of tragedy, and are in danger alike of not knowing whence it comes, and of being unable to make clear to ourselves whither it tends? 20. Someday, before an impartial judge, it may be decided in what time and in what men the German spirit has so far striven most resolutely to learn from the Greeks. And if we confidently assume that this unique praise must be accorded to the noblest intellectual efforts of Goethe, Schiller, and Winckelmann, we should certainly have to add that since their time, and the more immediate consequences of their efforts, the endeavor to attain to culture and to the Greeks on the same path has grown incomprehensibly feebler and feebler. That we may not despair utterly of the German spirit, must we not conclude that, in some essential matter, even these champions did not penetrate into the core of the Hellenic nature to establish a permanent alliance between German and Greek culture? So an unconscious recognition of this shortcoming may have prompted the disheartening doubt, even in very serious people, whether after such predecessors they could possibly advance further on this path of culture, or could reach the goal at all. Accordingly, we see that opinions concerning the value of the Greeks for education have been degenerating in the most alarming manner since that time. Expressions of compassionate condescension may be heard in the most varied camps of the spirit and lack of spirit. Elsewhere, ineffectual rhetoric plays with the phrases Greek harmony, Greek beauty, Greek cheerfulness, and those very circles whose dignified task it might be to draw indefatigably from the Greek reservoir for the good of German culture, the teachers of the higher educational institutions, have learned best to come to terms with the Greeks easily and in good time, often by skeptically abandoning the Hellenic ideal and completely perverting the true purpose of antiquarian studies. Whoever in these circles has not completely exhausted himself with his endeavor to be a dependable corrector of old texts or a linguistic microscopist who apes natural history is probably trying to assimilate Greek antiquity historically, along with other antiquities, at any rate according to the method and with the supercilious airs of our present cultured historiography. The cultural power of our higher educational institutions has perhaps never been lower or feebler than at present. The journalist, the paper slave of the day, triumphs over the professor in all matters pertaining to culture, and nothing remains to the latter but the metamorphosis, often experienced by now, of fluttering, also like a cheerful, cultured butterfly, with the light elegance peculiar to this sphere, employing the journalist's style. In what painful confusion must the cultured class of such a period gaze at the phenomenon which perhaps is to be comprehended analogically only by means of the profoundest principle of the hitherto unintelligible Hellenic genius, the phenomenon of the reawakening of the Dionysian spirit and the rebirth of tragedy. There has never been another period in the history of art in which so-called culture and true art have been so estranged and opposed as we may observe them to be at present. We can understand why so feeble a culture hates true art. It fears destruction from its hands. But has not an entire cultural form, namely the Socratic Alexandrian, exhausted itself after culminating in such a daintily tapering point as our present culture? If heroes like Goethe and Schiller could not succeed in breaking open the enchanted gate which leads into the Hellenic magic mountain, if with their most dauntless striving They could not go beyond the longing gaze which Goethe's Iphigenia casts from barbaric Taurus to her home across the ocean. What could the epigonies of such heroes hope for, unless, amid the mystic tones of reawakened tragic music, the gate should open for them suddenly of its own accord, from an entirely different side, quite overlooked in all previous cultural endeavors? Let no one try to blight our faith in a yet impending rebirth of Hellenic antiquity, for this alone gives us hope for a renovation and purification of the German spirit through the fire magic of music. What else could we name that might awaken any comforting expectations for the future in the midst of the desolation and exhaustion of contemporary culture? In vain we look for a single vigorously developed root, for a spot of fertile and healthy soil. Everywhere there is dust and sand. Everything has become rigid and languishes. One who is disconsolate and lonely could not choose a better symbol than the knight with death and devil, as Dürer has drawn him for us, the armored knight with the iron, hard look, who knows how to pursue his terrible path, undeterred by his gruesome companions, and yet without hope, alone with his horse and dog. Our Schopenhauer was such a Dürer knight. He lacked all hope, but he desired truth. He has no peers. But how suddenly the desert of our exhausted culture, just described in such gloomy terms, is changed when it is touched by the Dionysian magic. A tempest seizes everything that has outlived itself, everything that is decayed, broken, and withered, and, whirling, shrouds it in a cloud of red dust to carry it into the air like a vulture. Confused, our eyes look after what has disappeared, for what they see has been raised as from a depression into golden light, so full and green, so amply alive, immeasurable and full of yearning. Tragedy is seated amid this excess of life, suffering, and pleasure, in sublime ecstasy, listening to a distant melancholy song that tells of the mothers of being whose names are delusion, will, and woe. Yes, my friends, believe with me in Dionysian life and the rebirth of tragedy. The age of the Socratic man is over. Put on wreaths of ivy. Put the thyrsus into your hand, and do not be surprised when tigers and panthers lie down, fawning at your feet. Only dare to be tragic men, for you are to be redeemed. You shall accompany the Dionysian pageant from India to Greece. Prepare yourselves for hard strife, but believe in the miracles of your God. 21. Returning from these hortatory tones to the mood befitting contemplation, I repeat that we can learn only from the Greeks what such an almost miraculously sudden awakening of tragedy means for the innermost life ground of a people. It is the people of the tragic mysteries that fights the battles against the Persians, and the people that fought these wars in turn needs tragedy as a necessary potion to recover. Who would have supposed that precisely this people, after it had been deeply agitated through several generations by the strongest spasms of the Dionysian demon, should still have been capable of such a uniformly vigorous effusion of the simplest political feeling, the most natural patriotic instincts, and original manly desire to fight? After all, one feels in every case in which Dionysian excitement gains any significant extent how the Dionysian liberation from the fetters of the individual finds expression first of all in a diminution of, in indifference to, indeed in hostility to, the political instincts. Just as certainly, Apollo, who forms states, is also the genius of the Principium Individuationis, and state and patriotism cannot live without an affirmation of the individual personality. But from orgies a people can take one path only, the path to Indian Buddhism, and in order that this may be endurable at all with its yearning for the nothing, it requires these rare ecstatic states with their elevation above space, time, and the individual. These states, in turn, demand a philosophy that teaches men how to overcome, by the force of an idea, an indescribable displeasure of the states that lie between. Where the political drives are taken to be absolutely valid, it is just as necessary that a people should go the path toward the most extreme secularization, whose most magnificent but also most terrifying expression may be found in the Roman Imperium. Placed between India and Rome and pushed toward a seductive choice, the Greeks succeeded in inventing a third form, in classical purity. To be sure, one they did not long use themselves, but one that precisely for that reason gained immortality. For that the favorites of the god die early is true in all things, but it is just as certain that they then live eternally with the gods. After all, one should not demand of what is noblest of all that it should have the durable toughness of leather. That staunch perseverance which characterized, for example, the national instincts of the Romans probably does not belong among the necessary predicates of perfection. But let us ask by means of what remedy it was possible for the Greeks during their great period, in spite of the extraordinary strength of their Dionysian and political instincts, not to exhaust themselves either in ecstatic brooding or in a consuming chase after worldly power and worldly honor, but rather to attain that splendid mixture which resembles a noble wine, and making one feel fiery and contemplative at the same time. Here we must clearly think of the tremendous power that stimulated, purified, and discharged the whole life of the people: tragedy. We cannot begin to sense its highest value until it confronts us, as it did the Greeks, as the quintessence of all prophylactic powers of healing, as the mediator that worked among the strongest and in themselves most fatal qualities of the people. Tragedy absorbs the highest ecstasies of music, so that it truly brings music, both among the Greeks and among us, to its perfection. But then it places the tragic myth and the tragic hero next to it, and he, like a powerful Titan, takes the whole Dionysian world upon his back, and thus relieves us of this burden. On the other hand, by means of the same tragic myth, in the person of the tragic hero, it knows how to redeem us from the greedy thirst for this existence, and with an admonishing gesture, it reminds us of another existence and a higher pleasure for which the struggling hero prepares himself by means of his destruction, not by means of his triumphs. Between the universal validity of its music and the listener, receptive in his Dionysian state, tragedy places a sublime parable, the myth, and deceives the listener into feeling that the music is merely the highest means to bring life into the vivid world of myth. Relying on this noble deception, it may now move its limbs in dithyrambic dances and yield unhesitatingly to an ecstatic feeling of freedom, in which it could not dare to wallow as pure music without this deception. The myth protects us against the music, while on the other hand, it alone gives music the highest freedom. In return, music imparts to the tragic myth an intense and convincing metaphysical significance that word and image without this singular help could never have attained. And above all, it is through music that the tragic spectator is overcome by an assured premonition of a highest pleasure attained through destruction and negation. So he feels as if the innermost abyss of things spoke to him perceptibly. If these last sentences have perhaps managed to give only a preliminary expression to these difficult ideas and are immediately intelligible only to few, I nevertheless may not desist at this point from trying to stimulate my friends to further efforts, and must ask them to use a single example of our common experience in order to prepare themselves for a general insight. In giving this example, I must not appeal to those who use the images of what happens on the stage, the words and emotions of the acting persons, in order to approach with their help the musical feeling. For these people do not speak music as their mother tongue, and, in spite of this help, never get beyond the entrance halls of musical perception, without ever being able to as much as touch the inner sanctum. Some of them, like Gervinus, do not even reach the entrance halls. I must appeal only to those who, immediately related to music, have in it, as it were, their motherly womb, and are related to things almost exclusively through unconscious musical relations. To these genuine musicians, I direct the question whether they can imagine a human being who would be able to perceive the third act of Tristan and Isolde without any aid of word and image, purely as a tremendous symphonic movement, without expiring in a spasmodic unharnessing of all the wings of the soul. Suppose a human being has thus put his ear, as it were, to the heart chamber of the world will, and felt the roaring desire for existence pouring from there into all the veins of the world, as a thundering current, or as the gentlest brook dissolving into a mist. How could he fail to break suddenly? How could he endure to perceive the echo of innumerable shouts of pleasure and woe in the wide space of the world night, enclosed in the wretched glass capsule of the human individual, without inexorably fleeing toward his primordial home as he hears this shepherd's dance of metaphysics? But if such a work could nevertheless be perceived as a whole, without denial of individual existence, if such a creation could be created without smashing its creator, whence do we take the solution of such a contradiction? Here, the tragic myth and the tragic hero intervene between our highest musical emotion and this music, at bottom only as symbols of the most universal facts, of which only music can speak so directly. But if our feelings were those of entirely Dionysian beings, myth as a symbol would remain totally ineffective and unnoticed, and would never for a moment keep us from listening to the re-echo of the Universalia ante rem. Yet here the Apollonian power erupts to restore the almost shattered individual with the healing balm of blissful illusion. Suddenly we imagine we see only Tristan, motionless, asking himself dully, "The old tune, why does it wake me?" And what once seemed to us like a hollow sigh from the core of being now merely wants to tell us how desolate and empty this sea. And where, breathless, we once thought we were being extinguished in a convulsive distension of all our feelings, and little remained to tie us to our present existence, we now hear and see only the hero wounded to death, yet not dying, with his despairing cry, "Longing, longing, in death still longing, for very longing not dying." And where, formerly, after such an excess and superabundance of consuming agonies, the jubilation of the horn cut through our hearts almost like the ultimate agony, the rejoicing Kurvenal now stands between us and this jubilation in itself, his face turned toward the ship which carries Isolde. However powerfully pity affects us, it nevertheless saves us in a way from the primordial suffering of the world, just as the symbolic image of the myth saves us from the immediate perception of the highest world idea, just as thought and words save us from the uninhibited effusion of the unconscious will. The glorious Apollonian illusion makes it appear as if even the tone world confronted us as a sculpted world, as if the fate of Tristan and Isolde had been formed and molded in it too, as in an exceedingly tender and expressive material. Thus, the Apollonian tears out of the Dionysian universality and lets us find delight in individuals. It attaches our pity to them, and by means of them it satisfies our sense of beauty, which longs for great and sublime forms. It presents images of life to us, and incites us to comprehend in thought the core of life they contain. With the immense impact of the image, the concept, the ethical teaching, and the sympathetic emotion, the Apollonian tears man from his orgiastic self-annihilation and binds him to the universality of the Dionysian process, deluding him into the belief that he is seeing a single image of the world, Tristan and Isolde, for instance, and that, through music, he is merely supposed to see it better and more profoundly. What can the healing magic of Apollo not accomplish when it can even create the illusion that the Dionysian is really in the service of the Apollonian and capable of enhancing its effects, as if music were essentially the art of presenting an Apollonian content? By means of the pre-established harmony between perfect drama and its music, the drama attains a superlative vividness unattainable in mere spoken drama. In the independently moving lines of the melody, all the living figures of the scene simplify themselves before us to the distinctness of curved lines, and the harmonies of these lines sympathize in a most delicate manner with the events on the stage. These harmonies make the relation of things immediately perceptible to us in a sensuous, by no means abstract manner, and thus we perceive that it is only in these relations that the essence of a character and of a melodic line is revealed clearly. And while music thus compels us to see more and more profoundly than usual, and we see the action on the stage as a delicate web, the world of the stage is expanded infinitely and illuminated for our spiritualized eye. How could a word poet furnish anything analogous when he strives to attain this internal expansion and illumination of the visible stage world by means of a much more imperfect mechanism, indirectly, proceeding from word and concept? Although musical tragedy also avails itself of the word, it can at the same time place beside it the basis and origin of the word, making the development of the word clear to us from the inside. Concerning the process just described, however, we may still say with equal assurance that it is merely a glorious appearance, namely, the aforementioned Apollonian illusion, whose influence aims to deliver us from the Dionysian flood and excess. For at bottom, the relation of music to drama is precisely the reverse. Music is the real idea of the world. Drama is but the reflection of this idea, a single silhouette of it. The identity between the melody and the living figure, between the harmony and the character relations of that figure, is true in a sense opposite to what one would suppose on the contemplation of musical tragedy. Even if we agitate and enliven the figure in the most visible manner and illuminate it from within, it still remains merely a phantom from which no bridge leads us to a true reality, into the heart of the world. But music speaks out of this heart, and though countless phenomena of the kind were to accompany this music, they could never exhaust its essence, but would always be nothing more than its externalized copies. As for the intricate relationship of music and drama, nothing can be explained, while everything may be confused by the popular and thoroughly false contrast of soul and body. But the unphilosophical crudeness of this contrast seems to have become, who knows for what reasons, a readily accepted article of faith among our aestheticians, while they have learned nothing of the contrast of the phenomenon and the thing in itself, or for equally unknown reasons, have not cared to learn anything about it. Should our analysis have established that the Apollonian element in tragedy has by means of its illusion gained a complete victory over the primordial Dionysian element of music, making music subservient to its aims, namely to make the drama as vivid as possible, it would certainly be necessary to add a very important qualification. At the most essential point, this Apollonian illusion is broken and annihilated. The drama that, with the aid of music, unfolds itself before us with such inwardly illuminated distinctness in all its movements and figures, as if we saw the texture coming into being on the loom as the shuttle flies to and fro, attains as a whole an effect that transcends all Apollonian artistic effects. In the total effect of tragedy, the Dionysian predominates once again. Tragedy closes with a sound which could never come from the realm of Apollonian art, and thus the Apollonian illusion reveals itself as what it really is, the veiling during the performance of the tragedy of the real Dionysian effect. But the latter is so powerful that it ends by forcing the Apollonian drama itself into a sphere where it begins to speak with Dionysian wisdom and even denies itself and its Apollonian visibility. Thus, the intricate relation of the Apollonian and the Dionysian in tragedy may really be symbolized by a fraternal union of the two deities. Dionysus speaks the language of Apollo, and Apollo, finally, the language of Dionysus. And so, the highest goal of tragedy and of all art is attained. 22. Let the attentive friend imagine the effect of a true musical tragedy purely and simply as he knows it from experience. I think I have so portrayed the phenomenon of this effect in both its phases that he can now interpret his own experiences. For he will recollect how, with regard to the myth which passed in front of him, he felt himself exalted to a new kind of omniscience, as if his visual faculty were no longer merely a surface faculty, but capable of penetrating into the interior, and as if he now saw before him, with the aid of music, the waves of the will, the conflict of motives, and the swelling flood of the passions, sensuously visible, as it were, like a multitude of vividly moving lines and figures, and he felt he could dip into the most delicate secrets of unconscious emotions. While he thus becomes conscious of the highest exaltation of his instincts for clarity and transfiguration, he nevertheless feels just as definitely that this long series of Apollonian artistic effects still does not generate that blessed continuance in will-less contemplation which the plastic artist and the epic poet, that is to say, the strictly Apollonian artists, evoke in him with their artistic productions. To wit, the justification of the world of the individuatio attained by this contemplation, which is the climax and essence of Apollonian art. He beholds the transfigured world of the stage and nevertheless denies it. He sees the tragic hero before him in epic clearness and beauty, and nevertheless rejoices in his annihilation. He comprehends the action deep down, and yet likes to flee into the incomprehensible. He feels the actions of the hero to be justified, and is nevertheless still more elated when these actions annihilate their agent. He shudders at the sufferings which will befall the hero, and yet anticipates in them a higher, much more overpowering joy. He sees more extensively and profoundly than ever, and yet wishes he were blind. How must we derive this curious internal bifurcation, this blunting of the Apollonian point, if not from the Dionysian magic that, though apparently exciting the Apollonian emotions to their highest pitch, still retains the power to force into its service his excess of Apollonian force? The tragic myth is to be understood only as a symbolization of Dionysian wisdom through Apollonian artifices. The myth leads the world of phenomena to its limits where it denies itself and seeks to flee back again into the womb of the true and only reality, where it then seems to commence its metaphysical swan song, like Isolde. Quote, "In the rapture oceans billowing royal, in the fragrance waves ringing sound, in the world's breaths wafting whole, to drown, to sink, unconscious, highest joy." End quote. Thus, we use the experiences of the truly aesthetic listener to bring to mind the tragic artist himself as he creates his figures like a fecund divinity of individuation, so his work can hardly be understood as an imitation of nature, and as his vast Dionysian impulse then devours his entire world of phenomena in order to let us sense beyond it, and through its destruction, the highest artistic primal joy in the bosom of the primordially one. Of course, our aestheticians have nothing to say about this return to the primordial home, or the fraternal union of the two art deities, nor of the excitement of the hearer, which is Apollonian as well as Dionysian, but they never tire of characterizing the struggle of the hero with fate, the triumph of the moral world order, or the purgation of the emotions through tragedy as the essence of the tragic. And their indefatigability makes me think that perhaps they are not aesthetically sensitive at all, but react merely as moral beings when listening to a tragedy. Never since Aristotle has an explanation of the tragic effect been offered from which the aesthetic states or an aesthetic activity of the listener could be inferred. Now the serious events are supposed to prompt pity and fear to discharge themselves in a way that relieves us. Now we are supposed to feel elevated and inspired by the triumph of good and noble principles, at the sacrifice of the hero in the interest of a moral vision of the universe. I am sure that for countless men precisely this and only this is the effect of tragedy, but it plainly follows that all these men, together with their interpreting aestheticians, have had no experience of tragedy as a supreme art. The pathological discharge, the catharsis of Aristotle, of which philologists are not sure whether it should be included among medical or moral phenomena, recalls a remarkable notion of Goethe's. Quote, "Without a lively pathological interest," he says, I, too, have never yet succeeded in elaborating a tragic situation of any kind, and hence I have rather avoided than sought it. Can it perhaps have been yet another merit of the ancients, that the deepest pathos was with them merely aesthetic play, while with us the truth of nature must cooperate in order to produce such a work?" End quote. We can now answer this profound final question in the affirmative after our glorious experiences, having found to our astonishment that the deepest pathos can indeed be merely aesthetic play in the case of musical tragedy. Therefore, we are justified in believing that now for the first time, the primal phenomenon of the tragic can be described with some degree of success. Anyone who still persists in talking only of those vicarious effects proceeding from extra-aesthetic spheres, and who does not feel that he is above the pathological moral process, should despair of his aesthetic nature. Should we recommend to him, as an innocent equivalent, the interpretation of Shakespeare after the manner of Gervinus and the diligent search for poetic justice? Thus, the aesthetic listener is also reborn with the rebirth of tragedy. In his place in the theater, a curious quid pro quo used to sit with half-moral and half-scholarly pretensions, the critic. Everything in his sphere so far has been artificial and merely whitewashed with an appearance of life. The performing artist was really at a loss how to deal with a listener who comported himself so critically. So he, as well as the dramatist or operatic composer who inspired him, searched anxiously for the last remains of life in a being so pretentiously barren and incapable of enjoyment. So far, however, such critics have constituted the audience. The student, the schoolboy, even the most innocuous female, had been unwittingly prepared by education and newspapers for this kind of perception of works of art. Confronted with such a public, the nobler natures among the artists counted upon exciting their moral religious emotions, and the appeal to the moral world order intervened vicariously where some powerful artistic magic ought to enrapture the genuine listener. Or some more imposing, or at all events exciting, trend of the contemporary political and social world was so vividly presented by the dramatist that the listener could forget his critical exhaustion and abandon himself to emotions similar to those felt in patriotic or warlike moments, or before the tribune of Parliament, or at the condemnation of crime and vice. An alienation from the true aims of art that sometimes had to result in an outright cult of tendentiousness. But what happened next is what has always happened to all artificial arts: a rapid degeneration of such tendentiousness. The attempt, for example, to use the theater as an institution for the moral education of the people, still taken seriously in Schiller's time, is already reckoned among the incredible antiques of a dated type of education. While the critic got the upper hand in the theater and concert hall, the journalist in the schools, and the press in society, art degenerated into a peculiarly lowly topic of conversation, and aesthetic criticism was used as a means of uniting a vain, distracted, selfish, and moreover, piteously unoriginal sociability whose character is suggested by Schopenhauer's parable of the porcupines. As a result, art has never been so much talked about and so little esteemed. But is it still possible to have intercourse with a person capable of conversing about Beethoven or Shakespeare? Let each answer this question according to his own feelings. He will, at any rate, show by his answer his conception of culture, provided he at least tries to answer the question and has not already become dumbfounded with astonishment. On the other hand, many a being more nobly and delicately endowed by nature, though he may have gradually become a critical barbarian in the manner described, might have something to say about the unexpected as well as totally unintelligible effect that a successful performance of Lohengrin, for example, had on him. Except that perhaps there was no helpful interpreting hand to guide him. So the incomprehensibly different and altogether incomparable sensation that thrilled him remained isolated and, like a mysterious star, became extinct after a short period of brilliance. But it was then that he had an inkling of what an aesthetic listener is. 23. Whoever wishes to test rigorously to what extent he himself is related to the true aesthetic listener, or belongs to the community of the Socratic critical persons, needs only to examine sincerely the feeling with which he accepts miracles represented on the stage. Whether he feels his historical sense, which insists on strict psychological causality, insulted by them, whether he makes a benevolent concession and admits the miracle as a phenomenon intelligible to childhood but alien to him, or whether he experiences anything else. For in this way he will be able to determine to what extent he is capable of understanding myth as a concentrated image of the world that, as a condensation of phenomena, cannot dispense with miracles. It is probable, however, that almost everyone, upon close examination, finds that the critical historical spirit of our culture has so affected him that he can only make the former existence of myth credible to himself by means of scholarship, through intermediary abstractions. But without myth, every other culture loses the healthy natural power of its creativity. Only a horizon defined by myths completes and unifies a whole cultural movement. Myth alone saves all the powers of the imagination and of the Apollonian dream from their aimless wanderings. The images of the myth have to be the unnoticed, omnipresent demonic guardians under whose care the young soul grows to maturity and whose signs help the man to interpret his life and struggles. Even the state knows no more powerful, unwritten laws than the mythical foundation that guarantees its connection with religion and its growth from mythical notions. By way of comparison, let us now picture the abstract man, untutored by myth, abstract education, abstract morality, abstract law, the abstract state. Let us imagine the lawless roving of the artistic imagination, unchecked by any native myth. Let us think of a culture that has no fixed and sacred primordial site, but is doomed to exhaust all possibilities and to nourish itself wretchedly on all other cultures. There we have the present age, the result of that Socratism which is bent on the destruction of myth. And now the mythless man stands eternally hungry, surrounded by all past ages, and digs and grubs for roots, even if he has to dig for them among the remotest antiquities. The tremendous historical need of our unsatisfied modern culture, the assembling around one of the countless other cultures, the consuming desire for knowledge. What does all this point to, if not to the loss of myth, the loss of the mythical home, the mythical maternal womb? Let us ask ourselves whether the feverish and uncanny excitement of this culture is anything but the greedy seizing and snatching at food of a hungry man. And who would care to contribute anything to a culture that cannot be satisfied no matter how much it devours, and at whose contact the most vigorous and wholesome nourishment is changed into history and criticism? We should also have to regard our German character with sorrowful despair if it had already become inextricably entangled in, or even identical with, its culture, as we may observe to our horror in the case of civilized France. What for a long time was the great advantage of France, and the cause of her vast superiority, namely this very identity of people and culture, might compel us, in view of this sight, to congratulate ourselves that this so questionable culture of ours has, as yet, nothing in common with the noble core of our people's character. On the contrary, all our hopes stretch out longingly toward the perception that beneath this restlessly palpitating cultural life and convulsion, there is concealed a glorious, intrinsically healthy, primordial power that, to be sure, stirs vigorously, only at intervals and stupendous moments, and then continues to dream of a future awakening. It is from this abyss that the German Reformation came forth, and in its chorals the future tune of German music resounded for the first time. So deep, courageous, and spiritual, so exuberantly good and tender did this choral of Luther sound, as the first Dionysian luring call breaking forth from dense thickets at the approach of spring. And in competing echoes, the solemnly exuberant procession of Dionysian revelers responded, to whom we are indebted for German music, and to whom we shall be indebted for the rebirth of German myth. I know that I must now lead the sympathizing and attentive friend to an elevated position of lonely contemplation, where he will have but few companions, and I call out encouragingly to him that we must hold fast to our luminous guides, the Greeks. To purify our aesthetic insight, we have previously borrowed from them the two divine figures who rule over separate realms of art, and concerning whose mutual contact and enhancement we have acquired some notion through Greek tragedy. It had to appear to us that the demise of Greek tragedy was brought about through a remarkable and forcible dissociation of these two primordial artistic drives. To this process there corresponded a degeneration and transformation of the character of the Greek people, which calls for serious reflection on how necessary and close the fundamental connections are between art and the people, myth and custom, tragedy and the state. This demise of tragedy was at the same time the demise of myth. Until then, the Greeks had felt involuntarily impelled to relate all their experiences immediately to their myths, indeed, to understand them only in this relation. Thus, even the immediate present had to appear to them right away sub specie aeterni, and in a certain sense as timeless. But the state, no less than art, dipped into this current of the timeless to find rest in it from the burden and the greed of the moment. And any people, just as, incidentally, also any individual, is worth only as much as it is able to press upon its experiences the stamp of the eternal. For thus it is, as it were, desecularized and shows its unconscious inward convictions of the relativity of time and of the true, that is, metaphysical, significance of life. The opposite of this happens when a people begins to comprehend itself historically and to smash the mythical works that surround it. At that point, we generally find a decisive secularization, a break with the unconscious metaphysics of its previous existence, together with all its ethical consequences. Greek art, and preeminently Greek tragedy, delayed above all the destruction of myth. One had to destroy tragedy too in order to be able to live away from the soil of home, uninhibited, in the wilderness of thought, custom, and deed. Even now, this metaphysical drive still tries to create for itself a certainly attenuated form of transfiguration in the Socratism of science that strives for life. But on the lower steps, this same drive led only to a feverish search that gradually lost itself in a pandemonium of myths and superstitions that were collected from all over and piled up in confusion. Nevertheless, the Greek sat among them with an unstilled heart until he learned to mask this fever with Greek cheerfulness and Greek frivolity, becoming agraculous. Or he numbed his mind completely in some dark oriental superstition. Since the reawakening of Alexandrian Roman antiquity in the 15th century, we have approximated this state in the most evident manner, after a long interlude that is difficult to describe. On the heights, we encounter the same overabundant lust for knowledge, the same unsatisfied delight in discovery, the same tremendous secularization, and beside it a homeless roving, a greedy crowding around foreign tables, a frivolous deification of the present, or a dully dazed retreat. Everything sub specie seculae of the present age. And these same symptoms allow us to infer the same lack at the heart of this culture, the destruction of myth. It scarcely seems possible to be continually successful at transplanting a foreign myth without irreparably damaging the tree by this transplantation. In one case, it may perhaps be strong and healthy enough to eliminate this foreign element in a terrible fight. Usually, however, it must consume itself, sick and withered, or in diseased superfetation. We think so highly of the pure and vigorous core of the German character that we dare to expect of it, above all others, this elimination of the forcibly implanted foreign elements, and consider it possible that the German spirit will return to itself. Some may suppose that this spirit must begin its fight with the elimination of everything romantic. If so, they may recognize an external preparation and encouragement in the victorious fortitude and bloody glory of the last war, but one must still seek the inner necessity and the ambition to be always worthy of the sublime champions on this way, Luther as well as our greatest artists and poets. But let him never believe that he could fight similar fights without the gods of his house, or his mythical home, without bringing back all German things. And if the German should hesitantly look around for a leader who might bring him back again into his long-lost home, whose ways and paths he scarcely knows anymore, let him merely listen to the ecstatically luring call of the Dionysian bird that hovers above him and wants to point the way for him. 24. Among the peculiar art effects of musical tragedy, we had to emphasize an Apollonian illusion by means of which we were supposed to be saved from the immediate unity with Dionysian music, while our musical excitement could discharge itself in an Apollonian field and in relation to a visible intermediary world that had been interposed. At the same time, we thought that we had observed how precisely through this discharge the intermediary world of the action on the stage and the drama in general had been made visible and intelligible from the inside to a degree that in all other Apollonian art remains unattained. Where the Apollonian receives wings from the spirit of music and soars, we thus found the highest intensification of its powers. And in this fraternal union of Apollo and Dionysus, we had to recognize the apex of the Apollonian as well as the Dionysian aims of art. To be sure, the Apollonian projection that is thus illuminated from inside by music does not achieve the peculiar effect of the weaker degrees of Apollonian art. What the epic or the animated stone can do, compelling the contemplative eye to find calm delight in the world of individuation, that could not be attained here in spite of a higher animation and clarity. We looked at the drama and with penetrating eye reached its inner world of motives, and yet we felt as if only a parable passed us by, whose most profound meaning we almost thought we could guess, and that we wished to draw away like a curtain in order to behold the primordial image behind it. The brightest clarity of the image did not suffice us, for this seemed to wish just as much to reveal something as to conceal something. Its revelation, being like a parable, seemed to summon us to tear the veil and to uncover the mysterious background. But at the same time, this all-illuminated total visibility cast a spell over the eyes and prevented them from penetrating deeper. Those who have never had the experience of having to see at the same time that they also long to transcend all seeing will scarcely be able to imagine how definitely and clearly these two processes coexist and are felt at the same time, as one contemplates the tragic myth. But all truly aesthetic spectators will confirm that among the peculiar effects of tragedy, this coexistence is the most remarkable. Now, transfer this phenomenon of the aesthetic spectator into an analogous process in the tragic artist, and you will have understood the genesis of the tragic myth. With the Apollonian art sphere, he shares the complete pleasure in mere appearance and in seeing, yet at the same time he negates this pleasure and finds a still higher satisfaction in the destruction of the visible world of mere appearance. The content of the tragic myth is, first of all, an epic event and the glorification of the fighting hero. But what is the origin of this enigmatic trait that the suffering and the fate of this hero, the most painful triumphs, the most agonizing oppositions of motives, in short, the exemplification of this wisdom of Silenus, or to put it aesthetically, that which is ugly and disharmonic, is represented ever anew in such countless forms and with such a distinct preference, and precisely in the most fruitful and youthful period of a people. Surely a higher pleasure must be perceived in all this. That life is really so tragic would least of all explain the origin of an art form, assuming that art is not merely imitation of the reality of nature, but rather a metaphysical supplement of the reality of nature placed beside it for its overcoming. The tragic myth, too, insofar as it belongs to art at all, participates fully in this metaphysical intention of art to transfigure. But what does it transfigure when it presents the world of appearance in the image of the suffering hero? Least of all, the reality of this world of appearance, for it says to us, "Look there, look closely. This is your life. This is the hand on the clock of your existence." And the myth should show us this life in order to thus transfigure it for us? But if not, in what then lies the aesthetic pleasure with which we let these images, too, pass before us. I ask about the aesthetic pleasure, though I know full well that many of these images also produce at times a moral delight, for example, under the form of pity or moral triumph. But those who would derive the effect of the tragic solely from these moral sources, which to be sure has been the custom in aesthetics all too long, should least of all believe that they have thus accomplished something for art, which above all must demand purity in its sphere. If you would explain the tragic myth, the first requirement is to seek the pleasure that is peculiar to it in the purely aesthetic sphere, without transgressing into the region of pity, fear, or the morally sublime. How can the ugly and the disharmonic, the content of the tragic myth, stimulate aesthetic pleasure? Here it becomes necessary to take a bold running start and leap into a metaphysics of art by repeating the sentence written above, that existence and the world seem justified only as an aesthetic phenomenon. In this sense, it is precisely the tragic myth that has to convince us that even the ugly and disharmonic are part of an artistic game that the will in the eternal amplitude of its pleasure plays with itself. But this primordial phenomenon of Dionysian art is difficult to grasp, and there is only one direct way to make it intelligible and grasp it immediately, through the wonderful significance of musical dissonance. Quite generally, only music, placed beside the world, can give us an idea of what is meant by the justification of the world as an aesthetic phenomenon. The joy aroused by the tragic myth has the same origin as the joyous sensation of dissonance in music. The Dionysian, with its primordial joy experienced even in pain, is the common source of music and tragic myth. Is it not possible that by calling to our aid the musical relation of dissonance, we may meanwhile have made the difficult problem of the tragic effect much easier? For we now understand what it means to wish to see tragedy and at the same time to long to get beyond all seeing. Referring to the artistically employed dissonances, we should have to characterize the corresponding state by saying that we desire to hear and at the same time long to get beyond all hearing. That striving for the infinite, the wing beat of longing that accompanies the highest delight in clearly perceived reality, reminds us that in both states we must recognize a Dionysian phenomenon. Again and again it reveals to us the playful construction and destruction of the individual world as the overflow of a primordial delight. Thus the dark Heraclitus compares the world-building force to a playing child that places stones here and there and builds sandhills only to overthrow them again. In order, then, to form a true estimate of the Dionysian capacity of a people, we must think not only of their music, but also just as necessarily of their tragic myth as the second witness of this capacity. Considering this extremely close relationship between music and myth, one must suppose that a degeneration and deprivation of the one will involve a deterioration of the other, if the weakening of the myth really expresses a weakening of the Dionysian capacity. Concerning both, however, a glance at the development of the German character should not leave us in any doubt. In the opera, just as in the abstract character of our mythless existence, in an art degenerated to mere entertainment, as well as in a life guided by concepts, the inartistic as well as life-consuming nature of Socratic optimism has revealed itself to us. Yet we were comforted by indications that nevertheless, in some inaccessible abyss, the German spirit still rests and dreams, undestroyed in glorious health, profundity, and Dionysian strength, like a knight sunk in slumber. And from this abyss, the Dionysian song rises to our ears to let us know that this German knight is still dreaming his primordial Dionysian myth in blissfully serious visions. Let no one believe that the German spirit has forever lost its mythical home when it can still understand so plainly the voices of the birds that tell of that home. Someday, it will find itself awake in all the morning freshness following a tremendous sleep. Then it will slay dragons, destroy vicious dwarfs, wake Brumhilde, and even Wotan's spear will not be able to stop its course. My friends, you who believe in Dionysian music, you also know what tragedy means to us. There we have tragic myth reborn from music. And in this myth, we can hope for everything and forget what is most painful. What is most painful for all of us, however, is the prolonged degradation in which the German genius has lived, estranged from house and home, in the service of vicious dwarfs. You understand my words, as you will also, in conclusion, understand my hopes. 25. Music and tragic myth are equally expressions of the Dionysian capacity of a people, and they are inseparable. Both derive from a sphere of art that lies beyond the Apollonian. Both transfigure a region in whose joyous chords dissonance as well as the terrible image of the world fade away charmingly. Both play with the sting of displeasure, trusting in their exceedingly powerful magic arts, and by means of this play both justify the existence of even the worst world. Thus, the Dionysian is seen to be, compared to the Apollonian, the eternal and original artistic power that first calls the whole world of phenomena into existence. And it is only in the midst of this world that a new transfiguring illusion becomes necessary in order to keep the animated world of individuation alive. If we could imagine dissonance become man, and what else is man, this dissonance, to be able to live, would need a splendid illusion that would cover dissonance with a veil of beauty. This is the true artistic aim of Apollo, in whose name we comprehend all those countless illusions of the beauty of mere appearance that at every moment make life worth living at all and prompt the desire to live on in order to experience the next moment. Of this foundation of all existence, the Dionysian basic ground of the world, not one whit more may enter the consciousness of the human individual than can be overcome again by this Apollonian power of transfiguration. Thus, these two art drives must unfold their powers in a strict proportion, according to the law of eternal justice. Where the Dionysian powers rise up as impetuously as we experience them now, Apollo, too, must already have descended among us, wrapped in a cloud, and the next generation will probably behold his most ample, beautiful effects. That this effect should be necessary, everybody should be able to feel most assuredly by means of intuition, provided he has ever felt, if only in a dream, that he was carried back into an ancient Greek existence. Walking under lofty Ionic colonnades, looking up toward a horizon that was cut off by pure and noble lines, finding reflections of his transfigured shape in the shining marble at his side, and all around him solemnly striding or delicately moving human beings, speaking with harmonious voices and in a rhythmic language of gestures. In view of this continual influx of beauty, would he not have to exclaim, raising his hand to Apollo, "Blessed people of Hellas! How great must Dionysus be among you, if the god of Delos considers such magic necessary to heal your dithyrambic madness?" To a man in such a mood, however, an old Athenian, looking up at him with the sublime eyes of Aeschylus, might reply, "But say this too, curious stranger. How much did this people have to suffer to be able to become so beautiful? But now follow me to witness a tragedy, and sacrifice with me in the temple of both deities." That was The Birth of Tragedy by Friedrich Nietzsche, read by Keegan Kjeldsen. Thank you very much for listening. This is property of the Nietzsche Podcast. All rights reserved.